I'm not scared.
Is
I'm
it your
a little
important for
offended
the
that
shape?
his
Is it
questions are
your
more important than
important
my
for
questions.
the shape? Is it your important for the shape?
Sorry, is what?
Is it your reification fallacy important for the shape?
It's important for the argumentation against the shape.
Okay. Is it geometry important for the shape?
Yeah,
Shall we speak about arguments or about the shape?
I think it's necessary to speak about both.
Both. Let's speak about shape first, and then we will argue.
Sure, let's do
Is
that.
geometry something real, what you can prove, what you can use in real life?
Geometry, like mathematics, is a language that we've devised to describe things that are real.
For example, sphere. If you have basketball, can you measure the radius of basketball?
You can calculate the radius of a basketball.
Can you measure the distance, the drop over distance, if you put the finger on the one point and another finger on another point of the basketball? Can you measure the drop over that distance?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Can you measure drop over distance on any sphere?
Depending on the tools and how precise the measurement you're going for. Generally, yes.
Generally, yes. And why we cannot measure this ball in reality?
Because our tools are limited, considering the
No,
size.
our tools are not limited because this basketball earth, it's telling you how much your geometrical horizon should to be.
No.
And it's easy, you know.
Oh, cool. We got to my question now. So what a reification fallacy is taking the pure mathematics of something and equating it as a one-to-one equivalent to real life. You can't do that.
Geometry, it's pure mathematics, you know.
That's right.
Especially
the world is
when
not
it's
pure mathematics.
Yeah, of course. But sphere is pure mathematics, you know, especially when you have rate and dimensions. And when you have dimensions, everything is easy to measure and calculate. When you don't have a size, then it's difficult because you need to make that, you know, measurement.
That's right.
But when you have the measurements, then it's easy to compare and see if is that measurements matching, you know.
I'm with you so far.
Yeah, and that black swan example with oil rigs, it's in mathematics, 1 or 2% could be very big, you know, very big off.
Depending on how you phrase that, yeah.
Yeah. But do you know how much is off that observation?
Something like half a degree, I believe.
No, in percent, I will tell you. I like percentage. Yeah.
I know you do.
Yeah, because percentually it sounds very nice.
It does. Yeah. It sounds very
from
big and scary.
1,000 to 2,000% off.
Right.
Right. That means
Which translates
for example,
to a very minor percentage in degrees.
For example, if you are living in New York and from New York, London, it's not 1,000 miles. I don't know the real distance. It's 10,000 miles. The distance. That's the real distance. What I should believe. But somehow that doesn't matter. Forget all that stuff. Forget all geometry. Forget everything.
No, not all geometry. We've established, and I agreed that geometry is important for establishing shapes. Once you have that shape, you have to take other things into consideration, like that we don't live in a world of pure mathematics.
Yeah, of course. Now you go to the beach, you go to the water, you see the water on 10 miles. Everybody see water on 10 miles. Nothing is happening. That's it. Water on 10 miles.
So you think the world is breathing?
No. I'm telling you what I see. Water on 10 miles.
Yes. Yeah. And then on another day, you see water at 5 miles. How do you explain that discrepancy?
Because of atmospheric condition, you see water on the 5 miles. But you see another day water again on 10 miles. That means you don't have phenomena showing you that you see 10 miles. What you see because you
what
see
we're
that
seeing is that the mathematical equation can't be taken on its own as a one-to-one equivalent.
I'm telling No, because you see less because something happening, but you don't care about that days what you see less. You care about that day what you see, that what you see. Because another day you see again 10 miles, then you see 7 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles. But one day you see 10 miles, and that 10 miles you see, and you are interesting about that. Why I see 10 miles? Because I see it's there. It's nothing special is happening.
What do you mean nothing
No, the
special is
question,
happening?
nothing
Saying you're
special is
not
happening.
special.
You see what you see.
That
You
means
may you
nothing. Yes, we
That
see what
means
we
nothing.
see. I agree. I don't know.
Yeah, the point is this: I see 10 miles water. The problem is this one: I cannot see on 10 miles water on this heliocentric model given 3,959
Why not?
rate.
Where is that
Because
written?
why not? Because it's telling me that I cannot see 10 miles. I can see 3.5. All other things is starting to
Mathematically, again, you're reifying the math.
reach math.
It's not pure geometry. You have to take into
Reach
consideration
math.
real world conditions.
Reach math.
The single equation that describes the surface of a sphere. You're not taking into
Which math?
consideration light.
Which
You're not
math
taking
I
into
should to
consideration
use?
the
Which math
atmosphere,
I should to
the
use?
observer.
He said he gonna shoot you?
No,
Which
I
math
heard
I should?
shoes. Can you repeat that?
Which math I should to use?
It depends what you're trying to figure out. If you're trying to figure out how far you can see, you need to take the math that describes the geometry and the math that describes optics.
Yeah.
Did you
And
take into consideration the math
what
that considers
geometry of the
optics?
what geometry of Earth is telling you how much you can see?
The geometry that incorporates optics.
Yeah, but what geometry of the fucking they are making on YouTube videos and telling you how much you can see on do you want that I post you video? There are Globers are making videos about that. You can see one if you put your eyes 8 inch above the water, you can see in 1 mile. They are not flat earthers making videos about heliocentric model. They are. Do you understand me?
Sure. I don't know what that
Sure.
is meant to prove.
Okay. What's that prove? If somebody wants to teach me, if I want to put my 8 inch eyes 8 inch above the sea level, I can see 1 mile, and then I see 5 miles. What that person telling me?
I'm not entirely sure.
Didn't we
That's
just do
difficult.
that experiment?
We did.
Was this guy here?
I'm not sure when he came in. Started talking after all that, but he might have been here
You
before. I
have
don't know.
experiment when I maybe it will be easier like this. You have experiment that is showing on some distance the exact drop what is this geometric with this geometry of the earth is it's leading.
What Chavez is trying to say is that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I think we got that part. I missed the part about the experiment. What was that?
Do you have any observation showing that I'm wrong?
Um, I would probably point you to Star Trails. I think that is irreconcilable with a
Tall
flat Earth.
trails, tall trails geometry. Interesting.
Yeah, it's an observation.
Can I ask you something? Forget it about spherical or flat. Is it
Sure.
possible that that surface could be triangular, like a pyramid?
It's
Whatever star,
possible. I would say
if
that's
star,
extraordinarily
is it
unlikely.
possible that any shape could be down whatever star trails are doing?
Uh, it's an extraordinarily remote possibility. Like the very foundations of
You
pretty much everything I know would have to be wrong, and I don't believe that's the case.
you think that something in the sky, what is moving and giving us the time and repeating every time, that has to do anything with the shape of the ground.
Yes.
That's profound. Only way of thinking, but okay. Minds this, that what is happening in the sky has nothing, and cannot have anything to do with the shape of the ground.
I wholly disagree.
So these guys forgot to draw this part in too. They forgot to take where that guy, orange guy, is and tilt him backwards. So you got to tilt those platforms backwards also.
Yeah, that's fair. How much do you suppose they'll tilt?
Put it on the curve, and you guess you can figure it out.
All right.
What?
I'm guessing it's not going to be enough to change the numbers, but technically, yes, they should tilt.
It'll make that guy about a foot taller if I just make him straight up and down.
On this drawing, yeah. I don't believe that this is proportional.
But
Okay.
for you, it's easy.
We don't-
You will never
we don't see
believe.
oil rigs. Yeah, we don't see oil rigs tipping backwards, so
I think the amount that they would be tipping backwards would not be perceptible.
well, let's just look at things sticking out of the water at miles apart and see how far they do tip backwards. Since we're gonna go down that road real quick and put a pin in it. Let me
Sure.
find it. Coming up.
Well, what was that Verrazano Bridge, was it called? Like that's
I'm not worried about bridges.
Yeah, but that one's only like was that even like an inch?
Why are you talking
apart?
about things that have to hold weight like that move and are flexible? Design that way.
Are those designed to be off
Rigid.
of plumb?
How about rigid poles sticking out of the water? How come these aren't all bent away from each other? Oh, we can see that whole boat too. Barge, whatever that is.
I mean, again, the amount that they would be bent away from us or each other would not
Well,
be
we can just take
perceptible.
the algebra and figure it out. So there's something you have a whole new thing. You can all weekend you can play with this and come up with answers.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the time to do that. My suspicion is it's going to be like into decimal places that I don't even know I would want to calculate.
That's out because I'm guessing you've never built any kind of machine in your life.
My question would be for you: what do you think? What is that? What confusing these flat earthers? What confusing them? What they are not getting? Why are sticks to the flat earth?
I don't really like to hypothesize on these things. I think everybody has their own reasons for believing this.
What they are wrong about that measuring sea level and that stuff, seeing a long distance? What is wrong with that?
I think I will say this, and I'm sure it's not all flat earthers, but I feel like a common misconception is how easy it should be to make these measurements like in first person. Like how easy it should be for each one of us individually to come to certain conclusions. I think that is something that most flat earthers, to be fair, most people in general probably overestimate.
And if we did that,
Say what? Sorry?
if I did that, what then?
If you
If I did
if
that
you made that
personally,
assumption, or if you made those measurements.
yeah.
I don't know.
Did
I mean,
you do that?
Well, what I know is that those measurements are not particularly easy to make. So if someone did claim to have made those measurements, I'd be interested in seeing it.
Yeah,
But I would
maybe
immediately
you
be a
can.
little bit skeptical as to their methodology.
Mhm. Like a reality, like distances, knowing distances in reality, and you have good optics, and then you see that in reality.
Well, it depends what we're looking at, depends what we're inferring from
Yeah.
it.
It could be town from town. I don't know. One town from another town.
Yeah, it depends on what optics exactly those are, what we're
Yeah, optics
measuring,
are that,
and
but it's giving you possibility that you can see from one town.
sure. I mean, again, it just depends on the specific observation.
Did you do that?
Have I done what? Like observations over distance?
Yeah.
Most of the observations I've made have been like stars.
Oh, okay. You think that there is no way, or there is, how to ask this question? Is it stupid to go to the beach and make some measurements with the distance with good photo camera?
I wouldn't say it's stupid. No, I would say that it's dangerous to be too certain about those inferences.
If you take all data with you,
It depends on the data. I mean, again, I'd have to see like case by case.
data what this world is giving you, like this real world, like you put the petrol 6 liters, and then you can go, I don't know, 100 kilometers. You cannot go 200, and you go 100 kilometers because this town is there, New York, I don't know, Baltimore, blah blah blah, and that is there. You don't
That would,
go 3 hours. You're not traveling with the cars 3 hours because that is there, because distance is that one, because
yes, that would be
everybody.
exactly an example of how that can be dangerous.
Okay, that means that nothing is sure in this world,
I don't know if
like a
I'd go
distance.
that far. I
Yeah,
think there are things
are
we can be sure
distances
about.
are can we be sure about distances?
There's ways to be more sure than others. Yes, I think there's ways that are more reliable.
I think that we have in car, that it's measuring you how much kilometers you pass from one town to another. We have GPS, and then you have roads showing you. We have, and everything can show you, the distances. Really, really, really. How you say?
Yes, and I
Not
think if
not
you take,
not precisely, but we can say exactly.
yeah, and I think what you just mentioned is a good tactic to that regard, like taking not just one methodology but several.
Yeah, and then we use that. We use that some kind of location. We use all the distances. We use optics, and then we check.
Yeah, and if you
Yeah,
have 7 different
and
techniques and
and
one
if
of
we
them
have,
disagrees with 6, we can
and
make
I have
some
another
kind of
example.
conclusion
For
as to those
example,
methodologies.
if you look into people who was going there in France and making that photo Guinness record of photo, long distance shot, it's I think 270 miles something. There was not there to show that making observation to show the Earth is flat. There was showing the they was making the photos because they wanted to make the long shot, how to say, shot distance shot, to make a
Yes,
Guinness record. And look at the devil. That shot is not good for the globe.
I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, because do you know they're shooting of purpose. It's to get the Guinness record for the long distance shot.
Yeah.
It's nothing about the shape of the air. That was, but then Flat Earthers realized, look at this shot is impossible on the globe, because they they got the mountain, and mountain should to be something like 3 miles behind the curvature, you know.
Mhm.
Because
So
this is not anymore 10 miles. Now it's 250 miles. Then you have Jay Toland who goes with camera in an airplane, and then he show you about 1,000 miles from airplane, and that it's almost like like one of 1,000 miles, 25, one of 20 of all air,
mm.
one
So
of
I don't know much
20,
about the
one of 20, one of 20 of all Earth. You
right.
understand me?
Yeah.
And
So I don't know
and
much
then you
about.
see with your eyes,
Mm,
then you see with your eyes totally flat, and then you say where it's curving this one of 20 of all Earth.
right. So I don't know much about um, the Guinness Book of Records shot, the farthest, longest distance shot. What I do know is that they did actually take into consideration when would be the most adequate time to make that shot. Like they were looking for times where you could see the furthest. They were looking
Of
for
course,
conditions that would facilitate
of
that.
course, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, you cannot have you need to reach the best conditions you can reach, but still you cannot reach that mountains because of geometry of the earth.
I think
It's
there's ways
sphere.
around that.
It's a sphere, you know.
Hmm.
And on 256 miles, you have a drop of 3 miles,
Yeah,
not 66 foot,
right. But
right?
optics, right?
But
Like
optics
all of that
cannot
light comes
look
to us through
behind
air.
the optics cannot go look through the behind the through the air and behind.
That's simply where we disagree.
Oh, you say that optics can see behind.
Technically, yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, that's what diffraction is, right? Light bending around corners.
Yeah. Show me one photo about.
Of
Show me one
diffraction?
photo behind. No, show me one photo when you're making photo behind the building. That would be great.
Right. Well, there's limits to what diffraction can do, but it is bending around corners. And I think nobody disagrees that light bends through air. Again, unless we're going to
Not
claim
really
that the Earth is breathing.
chronos, but like the curvature, like
Man, you have a light.
just
You're
like
speaking about light, and then you have something called mountain and water, and then you get that with the light. They are not
Yeah.
making. There is no light making that materialistic. That things are materialistic. With light, you see them.
Well, hold on. Wait. So the only thing we see is light, right? We don't see the objects. We see the light coming off the objects.
No, you don't see the light. You see the objects and everything else. What you see the light?
Incorrect.
Yes.
Where do you see the light?
That's what you see when you look at something. You see the light coming off that object. That's why objects are certain colors. That's why we can't see in the dark, for example. Like this is not controversial to say.
It's all right. But you see objects, real one. They are not light making them. The light
Not
making them.
making them, allowing us to
light
see.
bounces off them.
Of
Yeah.
course, see, and sphere, it's geometrical object.
Hmm.
Whatever light is doing, the sphere will start to curve in one point.
It will appear to.
So it will appear to what? To be flat all the time, but it's curving.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay. Guy who's, I don't know what country you're from, not trying to be racist, like, I don't know, but the guy with the accent. So when you stand at a hallway, simply, you see the lights at the end of the hallway. They are constructed going straight, but they appear to be connecting at a distance. Train tracks appear to converge at a distance. When you lay down on a bridge, the ends of the bridge appear to go down. When you stand at the beach, I don't know how you're seeing a curve, but it will appear to be going down. Your eyes are limited in what they're actually showing you. Your eyes aren't God. They don't show you exactly Like when you look at how your eyes process light and everything going on, you realize that they're a complex mechanism that is limited in itself. We aren't seeing what's really going on. We're seeing what our eyes allow us to see.
Yeah.
And my simplest explanation is when all you have to do is this. You go, okay, they lie to us about how World War I started, the sinking of the Lusitania, false flag. They lie to us about the Vietnam War, Gulf of Tonkin, false flag. They lie to us about 9/11, false flag. Lie about COVID, false flag. Okay, you just lied to me 5 times. Now, what is the shape of the Earth? Oh, it's a globe. Okay, now they're telling the truth. Okay, I'm a good liar. Used to be a good liar. So when you're a good liar, you can very easily detect the cookie crumbs and be like, I don't know the truth, but I know the lie. They're lying.
Only in these things, 5 things what you mentioned before, flags, you will never ever find out if it was true or not, because you was not there. You need to know all information about who was involved, blah blah blah. But here, this thing about these things, you can go and check for yourself.
Okay, the sinking of the Lusitania, you can look that up. There's records of it. Gulf of Tonkin, you can look that up. There's documentaries on 9/11.
Yeah, I know.
COVID, obvious
I
scam.
know everything about 9/11. For example, in the time when I find out, for me it was clear immediately. But still, like me, person, I can be convinced. Yeah, okay, that it's inside blah blah blah. But I cannot find out the truth, because it's impossible for me. I can only because of that result. But these
You don't
things I
need the
can check
truth.
for myself. Yeah, but these things I can check for myself. I don't need to go to all documentations or whatever, about 9/11, about stuff, about hole, about airplane, about everything what you know, about building 7, about whatever you want. But at the end, that story is finished. I need to go. That's history somehow. Now people will never, maybe ever find out what happened 9/11. But these things you can always find out if sea level is level or it's curving. That's easy.
Yes or no question. If I lied to you 5 times and then I
Yeah,
told
I
you
know.
something else, are you gonna think I'm lying? Or are you gonna believe me the 6th time?
Of course that I will. If you look NASA, you don't need to speak about flat Earth, for example. You will find out in NASA videos how they will show you how they're lying, and disappearing, fading people in ISS, all that bullshit in ISS. What happened? You can see with your eyes they are lying.
Okay, wait. Are you a globe or a flat earther?
Doesn't matter. Earth is not a globe.
So you don't think it's a globe?
No, it is not a globe for sure.
But it's curving. Okay, then what is the
No,
thing that
it's
we're
not
on?
curving. Who said it is curving?
I may have misunderstood because the whole time I was listening, it
Yeah.
sounded like you were like being
No, no,
flippant.
no, no, no. I'm saying that it's not curving all the time. I want to example of that it's curving, and it would be obvious. It's there. It will be so many videos about that. Look, man, this measurement, but all observation and measurements showing opposite. All of them. You don't have even one that show. Look, there is a curvature, man. There is that drop. Look, and then you have many of them. Like look, 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 and then you make a conclusion. Look, we have this, but we don't have that. We don't have even one.
I'm very
Because guy,
confused. If were you, I could have sworn you were arguing like that there is measurement, and the other guy was saying that what you're saying now.
what are you saying, man?
So what is like? What are we on? What is this place?
I don't know. It's a place with the oceans and the water and the mountains and the rivers and yeah.
It must be a pretty big secret for them to fake going to space and all this fucking other shit. It must be
That,
pretty
that
fucking
that's
cool.
that's even simple. If people want to understand, they make that how they call Dominic when they shoot in 50s rockets. They first realize that they cannot go out. And that's the story. And when you realize that you're gonna go out, let's tell the people story that we can go out. Blah blah blah. And then you have immediately Antarctica, and then you can. Where is the edge? Edge is the 60 degrees south. There is edge. You cannot go more, and that you don't know what is there. That's it.
Yeah, you just realize, okay, the people that control the world probably aren't good people. Probably very evil. And it's
Oh,
like, okay,
very
are the
very.
evil people gonna tell me the truth?
They're very evil because this is the shape of the earth. If you're lying about this, that's very evil. But people don't understand that. Some of them, like, why would I lie? What that would change for me the shape? It's not only about the shape in that moment anymore.
My
Of course,
guess would
that I do
be
not believe them. They are evil.
my,
Yeah.
my guess would be there's probably, since there is a barrier, and it's like, okay, we're spending all this money to go to space and ask satellites and all this shit, and we go, okay, we're actually in an enclosed environment. We'd all be like, we gotta break the fuck out of here. Like, we would stop wars, we would stop every fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like, we realize, okay, we're in a zoo, we gotta break the fuck out of the zoo. But the same way when we make zoos for animals, we paint the walls at the end to look like endless safaris and jungles. That's exactly what they've done here. They've created to make it look infinite, but it's not infinite. Because I feel like human innovation is part of it. To give us the wonder of infinite space
Called
is to fuel
television.
innovation.
The fear is of control, man. That's the point. The biggest fear is of control, and we have control, and that's it. You know, we have fear of control, and we have control, and that's it. Now, who can live with that and not live with that? Somebody is against that, and most of them are saying, "Who the what the fuck? Better to shut up and this is too big for me."
I think it's kind of cool knowing that we're like in a zoo, because like I drive around every day and I like just look at everyone doing their thing, like just the guy going to the gas station, and it's like this must be very interesting to like whoever built this. Like we came from just like sticks and twigs, and now like we're just driving around, mass transit, iPhones, planes. It might be an experiment.
Some of them, I heard tell us something like they are protecting us from, from not knowing.
Yeah, because you think about it, if the animals got out of the zoo, they're gonna get hit by a car, eaten by another lion, or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So like there
yeah,
must be like dangers out there that we can't even perceive.
In 2 days, it'll be Speculation Sunday.
yeah.
I'll drink to that. Maybe it's to hide the existence of some sort of god. Like the evil people are like, okay, if we hide the existence of God being the firmament, then people would be like, okay, well, I don't know if God's real or not, so I'm going to be really evil. So they let evil flourish. Because if everybody knew there was a dome and that God is like, holy shit, God's real. All right, I got to be a good person. Stop the evil people. They don't want that. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making you believe he doesn't exist. And I feel like most people that don't subscribe, that are atheists, they okay. I have an ego, but I went through an ego death, so I have to kind of answer and like understand what I've done in my life. And I've made horrible mistakes, but I'm not horrible anymore. But I understand that I will have to atone for what I've done. I will have to answer for my wrong. And some people just can't accept that fact. They don't want to be like, oh shit, I have to answer for the wrong things I've done. But I will be ready.
Yeah, well said.
All right.
Sorry about the background noise. My roommates have the fucking TV on full blast every
All
fucking
right.
night.
I need something from those of you here who play COD. I need 2 men, 2 solid shooters. Do I have any signers? Anyone
Oh,
signing up?
dude, if I was on your team, dude, we would win every fucking game.
Let's go, Space.
I
Nothing to
wish
waste.
I wish I could. I don't
Come
have my
on, you
shit.
can. Oh,
I was living in an
damn.
oil change shop. I made a condo, and I had PS4, PS3, bong hits, sound system, and fucking I got kicked out, and I got pissed, and I just threw it all in the dumpster.
Well, that's a damn shame. We got games to win. That's a damn shame. Anybody else? I need people. I need them right now. Your boy's trying to hit Crimson. Let's go.
Rushers only.
No, you don't even have to be. I'm about them points, man. I need that SR. Take it slow. Go fast. I don't care.
Dude, back in the day, dude, we would have kill teams in 2010, and it would be like a 6-man team of just like, and we'd be like, it would be like
I gotta
only
keep
one
moving.
of
I
us
gotta
would be
find
getting
signers
like,
here.
you gotta meet like a really good guy, get on your team, and then just every time you meet someone good as fuck in the lobby, just pick them up. I 1v1'd back in the number 10 guy in the world for Search and Destroy. Like one of the dudes were like, how do you have a fucking KD ratio that big? And he was like firing through walls and shit, like through the floor with Harden Pro. And like I had my friend watching who was younger than me. And I was like, I'll go against him. I fucking like 360'd him, like with the automatic guns like 3 times. And my friend's like, oh my gosh, Tyler. I get it. Fuck on. I can't watch gameplay where people play on like 2 sensitivity. It's like, oh my god. I'm gonna go make another beer. But another thing, if you're a drop shotter, you deserve to be not playing COD. Is the Call of Duty guy still here?
When did you see it? Yeah, that's what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just listening and then nodding your head. You listen, you nod your head, and it says yes, no. You've got to now analyse what you're being told. Check it out properly. That's why I'm here. That's what I do when I'm in that sofa. Do you know what they say? Yeah, but you're preaching now. You're preaching. No, I'm not. I'm informing. I'm not preaching. I'm informing. I'm passing information on to those listeners that you never address, Jem. You never say, ladies and gentlemen, ever. When I come in, the standards begin to rise. I'm the one that's saying, ladies and gentlemen, it's in CBR1, reporting in, buckle up, here we go again, yeah? All right, and get ready. And I always bring them in, because that's the whole point. Bring in the ladies and gentlemen, because they're the ones that I want to reach. And how did you prove it, ladies and gentlemen? When did you go out and see that curvature? Where? And if that's the truth, then you should have your curvature accidentally in the back of your shop when you was having a laugh with your children and your husband, laughing as you gave him a kiss, right? And he picked you up and threw you up in the air. And one of your kids took a picture. The curvature should have been there accidentally. You weren't looking for the curvature, but it should be there. But when you look at your pictures, ladies and gentlemen, all you see is a leveled horizon in that accidental shot. You see? That's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Not even in your album photos, when you go down memory lane, do you see any curvature. You don't have it. You've never experienced it. Yes. So, people, that's how you can begin to know. You've got loads of data within your brain, your life, your photographs, your very experiences. Is not that of living on a ball. And any of you who are engineers, you know I'm right, because you don't think, oh shit, I've got to do the fucking curvature. I forgot to do the maths for the curvature. Fuck, I've got to start again. Look at that bridge, it's fucking leaning. Fuck. Fucking hell. You know? You don't factor in the curvature, do you now? Because you don't need to. But if you're on a ball, you would have to. It would be fundamental. Especially if you're drilling a tunnel. You're drilling a tunnel, suddenly you're coming up the side of the earth, and its water's coming in now. Because you didn't follow the curvature. Yes, there you go.
Do you have schizophrenia by chance? Just wondering.
Me? Why would you throw me an insult, you scumbag?
I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to insult you. Just wondering.
That was hang on, you scumbag. You insult me, and then you say you're not trying to insult me. Look, don't call me schizophrenic, okay? That's an insult. You scumbag, yellow belly, coward with no legs. You're leaving a brown stench and a yellow streak wherever you go, yeah? Okay? Don't try and insult me. I'll destroy you and reduce you to dust with my words.
Well, do you, though?
You insignificant human being. Useless to the human race. Useless to yourself. Useless to your family. Don't even mention the word schizophrenia. You suffer from cognitive dissonance. That's what you suffer from, okay?
Oh, really?
Is that your best, Blitz?
I'm
Just say
wondering if
schizophrenic? Is that your best to prove your glove? Bullshit, troll, talking. Bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, troll. Go eat rubber ducks and go at the top. Read welcome. Okay? Who the fuck are you to come here trolling?
Yeah. He throws out an insult and he says, I'm not insulting you. I mean, the man is just a walking train wreck. Believing in a ball that he's never seen, measured or experienced. And I'm the one with schizophrenia. You see the illogical nonsense he comes out with. Still hasn't been able to prove his case either. And Indio tore him at several new holes. I'm surprised he's still standing. See, Indio's kind. I'm not going to be kind to you, mate, okay? Indio is a kind man. He did it to you gently. I'm going to be brutal. I'm not going to be kind to you. Okay? So you insult me again and see how I insult you and your family and everybody that's around you. Try again, yeah? Or just keep your or try and prove your case. Have some integrity, some honor, some honesty. In fact, what I'd like you to do is this: try to attain the excellence and quality of the integrity. Sorry, the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass. Yeah, you know a blade of grass when you see it in the grass there, that green blade, pure, clean, honest, integrity, blade of grass. Try to attain that. Once you've achieved that attainment, go on to attain the purity and excellence and honesty of water. As Bruce Lee said, be like water, my friends, because water can flow and aid your motion, or water can pick you up like a scumbag you are and smash you onto the rocks of your disillusionment and drown and kill you. Be like water, my friends. That's how Bruce Lee was so devastated with his martial arts. So says Jin CBR1. Know who you're taking on, boy. Know who you're taking on before you try and take it on.
That was the wrong man to insult. I agree.
I had a note on that guy a long time ago. Time wasted. Well, it seems he wants the hard way.
Truckloads of integrity. That's gin right there. Truckloads. Might be a little biased. Of course, me and Jen go way back. Probably what, 3.5, 4 years. Studying everything under the sun there for a while. In the beginning, yeah, it was grand. It was grand and it was fun. And I learned a lot. Not just about the earth, but about many, many truths. Our false history. It's another big one.
Hello?
I see Sonny is in the room. I don't know if he's listening, but I would sure like to say hello to Sonny if he's there. Another one of my favorite people.
Check, Mike, check. Sorry. They had a little technical glitch there. But that's a real one. I didn't realise that the call had dropped. What a wally I was. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, what I was saying before, I was so rudely cut off by the technical glitch. I was just saying that, you know, it's not possible for us to be up there. And that Hubble telescope, we know it's not up there because Mike Linsky, the Deputy Operations Manager, stated in a phone call with Rob Pisano from the channel Planete Veritas. Planete Veritas. That's how he introduced it. Pisano rings him up and questions him about an hour. It's about 56 minutes telephone call, and during that call, Mike Mislinski let slip that he hadn't seen the Hubble telescope for 25 years. And the question there comes out straight away. Well, how can you maintain and look after something that you're not setting eyes on for 25 years? So we know the Hubble is not up there. And another way of proving it, if the ISS is up there, then when the ISS goes past the Hubble, we should have eyes on it, because it's only 100 miles away. We've got camera shots on Earth, 275 mile camera shots, Nikon P900, world record, inadvertently proving flat Earth, by the way. So if the ISS is at 250 miles from the Earth's surface and Hubble is at like 350, we should be able to see that. We don't get any images of that as it's passing by. Hello, Hubble. Sorry, I can't stop. 17,500 miles an hour. Sorry about that, mate. See you in a couple of days. That's what should be happening. We should be able to see this flyby because it's moving faster than the Hubble telescope. And then the other problem with the orbital decay, ladies and gentlemen. Orbital decay, that's where the ISS is losing its altitude. Each orbit of the Earth, there's going to be a little bit of an orbital decay. It's going to lose its altitude. It should have crash landed by now. 21 years. They say when the shuttle goes up there and docks, they raise its altitude. But what about the Hubble? The Hubble doesn't have any of that. No thrusters, nothing to control it. How is it still up there? You see? And the fact that we don't get a flyby from the ISS, you know, through that Whoopla window they've got, you know, yeah, there it is. Let's take a video shot of that, and we don't get any of that. Hubble viewed from ISS. Well, I haven't seen that. Right. So, you know, and then they stung you for another $10 billion on the James Webb. On the James Webb telescope. That's out 1 million miles away at the Lagrange, where it's very grungy point of space. It's out there somewhere. Well out of reach. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And another thing that NASA and the Elon Musks have a habit in doing. They have a habit in tarnishing great names like James Webb and Tesla. You've got Elon Musk stealing Tesla's name to put on his damn electric car. As far as I'm concerned, if I was Tesla, I'd be rolling around in my grave now. I'd probably come out and give him a kicking and say, don't steal my name. And then you got James Webb. James Webb was the head man in NASA for the Apollo missions, and he retired within weeks of the mission going to the Apollo 11 mission, going to the moon. Okay, he retired because he didn't want to lie, you see. So his integrity got the better of him. He knew they weren't going to the moon. He didn't want to perpetrate that lie on humanity, so he retires. But what did they do? They gave him they named the telescope after him. And that telescope's not up there, is my point. The telescope is not up there. So they're still tarnishing his name. Still to today. That's terrible. Tarnishing a good man's name. James Webb. He knew they couldn't go to the moon. That's why he retired. You know, the head man, the man in control of all of the Apollo missions, all of it. The top man retires a week or two before they went to the moon. Okay? You know, because he knew they weren't going to go there. He didn't want to lie. He didn't want to do a Neil Armstrong and all the other astronauts. So he retired. He gave up. He just, no, I don't want to lie. And when you see a picture of him, you could see that on the expression on his face is, I ain't going to lie to the public. No, I'm not doing that. I'm fed up with you cunts now. Okay? And then there's another shot of when the astronauts came back. Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins. All three of them in a row there. And there's a caption shot. And the look on their faces is, fucking hell, I've got a life for the rest of my life. Fucking hell. Have I got to do that? Am I in this situation? Is this really happening? Is this real? I'm a liar. They've reduced me to lying. I've got to lie now. When I go for a shit, I'm lying. I've got to explain how I went to the toilet in the Apollo missions. I've got to lie there. Fucking hell, I've got to lie. And they're contemplating all that as they're sitting there, waiting to be questioned by the press and the media. You know, the post-mission interviews, okay? And they're sitting in a big NASA logo. Buzz Aldrin looking very dapper in his sky blue suit. The other two, Neil Armstrong and the other one, looked like they were ready for a funeral. But Buzz Aldrin was louder than loud with his blue suit. It looked cool. He looked cool. I'll give him that. That was a nice coloured suit. I'd wear that. But anyway, they all had that look like, fucking hell, I've got a life for the rest of my life. Yeah, terrible. Yeah, man. They tarnish themselves and they're tarnishing good names. Tesla, you know, the man that was trying to get humanity to run off of free electricity. So, you know, that was his plan for humanity. But they robbed him of his technology. He dies a poor man. And now there's a car on its way to the moon. Tesla on its way to the fucking moon. Honestly. Tarnishing a good man's name. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about. This is what's going on in your world whilst you're busy trying to do your laundry and doing your cooking and bringing up your children and that, or if you're single, you know, out there clubbing and that, you know, hey, doing your dancing, the moonwalk, dun, 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 you know, and doing your spins and all that, yeah, you know, doing the moonwalk and that. All that's going on there, ripping you off of to the tunes of trillions of dollars. And there's no such thing as going to space as well. We can't go there after all that. So when you see these idiots in their these white coats with the pen in the pocket and that, and their clipboard, and they're talking about rocket science will never get you to space. So when they say it's not rocket science, you say, yeah, I know, because it doesn't go to space, does it? Of course it's not rocket science. Rocket science is shit. It's rubbish. Doesn't get you anywhere, rocket science. What a joke that is, isn't it? Eh? It's not rocket science. When they're trying to say it's easy, so they're trying to insult you. Well, it's not rocket science. Yeah, because rocket science doesn't go to space. So you must be lying then. If it's not rocket science. Yeah. That's right. You're lying. You've just exposed yourself. It's elementary. It's not rocket science. Another means we use to another means we use to discern whether something is true or not, and that is to employ what I love, the Sherlock Holmes method. This is how Sherlock Holmes solved all his difficult mysteries, the impossible ones. What he said was, famous quote from a fictional character, okay? Sherlock Holmes was fictional, by the way, but that quote is real, okay? He says this: when you've removed, Watson, it's elementary, my dear Watson, when you remove all the impossibilities, whatever's left behind, no matter how improbable it may seem to be, has to be the truth. Okay? Has to be the truth. So when you look at the heliocentric model, and you're being told it's a globe, and then you sit there and you think to yourself, hang on a minute, I haven't seen the curvature. I haven't noticed the spin. We can't have this ball Earth hurtling through the universe all over the place without a containment to contain the air pressure we have, that valuable, precious air pressure. So these are the things. When you remove all these factors and all you're seeing is horizontality, the aeroplane is horizontal when it's flying, the ship is horizontal on the ocean, although it's bobbing up and down and waving. And then you've got the submarines underwater that are just horizontal, because if they weren't horizontal and had to follow a curved trajectory, that would be a nightmare to operate and have your meals. You'd be falling out of your hammocks. You'd be falling out of the hammock that you have to sleep in. Okay, so you can imagine what's going on. So no, and when you fire your torpedo, you'd have to think of the curvature again, but they don't. Okay, so when you remove all that, it's a flat Earth, isn't it? Because that's all you've experienced. You see, that's using the Sherlock Holmes method right there. Okay, that's another method of discernment, and I love using that one. Okay, you're being told that the Earth is moving at 90 times the speed of sound. Hang on a second, I don't feel the movement. You're not moving. And there you go. So you can dispense with this thing. So you can dismiss it completely. One less thing to worry about now. Sherlock Holmes method. Use it all the time. Yeah. So yeah, it's fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Once you're flat earth on that, you know what's going on. It's fun. You can have fun with it. And you can enjoy your life more. You go out to the ocean, you go out to the bush. When you're flying to your holiday destination, flying becomes more enjoyable. You're looking at the earth as it really is, level and flat. And you must be thinking, what made this earth that I am flying over currently? What a beautiful spectacle. What a beautiful display of creation. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to God. Subhan Allah. God is wonderful. God is brilliant. That's the creator. Because we couldn't make that. But there it is for us. The peanut, the cashew nut, the Brazilian nut, the pistachio nut. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? And they're stealing $23 million from you. They cannot make a peanut. They cannot make a cashew nut. They cannot make a Brazilian nut. They cannot make a peanut. Okay? But meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're losing $23 billion for the toilet. You're losing $67 million a day for the budget of the space. Yeah? Yeah, wake up, man. Wake up. And go out and enjoy that earth that was created for you, that peanut, that Brazilian nut, that cashew nut, that pistachio nut. Yeah, that's just a nut. Not to mention the kiwi fruits, tangerines, satsumas, oranges, lemons, grapefruits, pink grapefruits, pawpaw, guava, pineapple, apple, pear, conference pear. All these beautiful things. Peach. You eat the flesh off the peach. Oh, yeah. And then there's that pit. You crack that pit open. There's a nut in there that looks like an almond nut. You eat that, you're eating vitamin B17 lateral. Cancer-killing cells. It kills the cells, cancerous cells in your body. I eat it. I've been eating it since 2006, non-stop. Seasonally, of course. Seasonally. When peach are in season, I eat them. And then I eat that nut. I crack that nut open and take out that and eat that. It has a taste of like aniseed, sweet. Yeah, it's lovely. Lovely texture. It's medicine. Natural. Okay, there you go, made by the Creator. So yeah, go out there and enjoy that world that they're trying to take away from you. They've stolen your reality. So those of you who are flat earthers now must be enjoying it now, living it up, because you've regained that knowledge now that the earth is not that ball. It's nothing to do with space. It's all to do with down here. Now we've got to have that, what I call revolution. You know it. I've been saying it since I was 19 years old. I'm 62. Okay. Even what's his name? Jesse Ventura said it, that America needs a revolution. I would lead it, he says, but frankly, you guys are not worth it. He said that because spineless people around him. You should have risen up ages ago in the US, ages ago in Britain, ages ago around the world. Should have all risen up and take down. But hopefully, flat Earth is going to be that catalyst. Because when people wake up to the flat Earth truth now and they ask what's next, you mean to tell me you don't know yet? It's time for revolution, isn't it? Let's go and get our army that we pay for, and let's get going. Because we pay for that army, so let's educate them and show them how they haven't facilitated freedom. All they've done is facilitated dictatorship, tyranny, and enslavement. That's all they've done. No military on this earth that we live on this flat earth, has ever facilitated freedom, ever. They have corralled us on this earth. They're even blocking us from going to Antarctica. So when we show them the errors of their way, that revolution will be so easy. It'll be as easy as breathing. It'll be that easy. But when the powers that shouldn't be see us coming, they're going to clear up and move on before we get to them. If they've got any sense. Because they have no armies now. They have no air force. They have no navy. They have no submariners. They have nothing. They belong to us. Okay? So when you see these idiots in uniforms talking about, oh, my great granddad was a pilot, and my granddad was a tank operator. I said, yeah, tank, a fool in a tank, because he did the dirty work for the elites. The legacy is us corralled at the moment. Okay, so I don't give a two shits about your great granddad or your fucking granddad. Okay, he fucked up. He was brainwashed. Okay. So wake up. That's all I'm saying. Just wake up to the truth. As harsh and as horrible as it may sound, it is the reality. Okay? That the soldiers, the foolish soldiers with their shiny buttons and balled up boots, shiny belt buckles, creases on the trousers that you'd cut your fingers on, because you know you'd cut your fingers on my creases when I was in there, turned out in my best. Okay? They were brainwashed. I was lucky that I left. When I left, I could have gone out killing. Glad I didn't. But no military force on earth has facilitated freedom of humanity. We are under tyranny everywhere. They're lying about the shape of the earth. There's your clue number one, that no army has facilitated freedom. Even the soldiers themselves are prisoners. They don't even realize it. They're like the prison wardens, if you will. So wake up to the truth, yeah? I don't BS you. I don't give you the brown stuff. No, I'm giving you the real stuff, mate. Okay? Nothing brown about what I'm telling you, mate. No BS here. So when everybody gets onto the same page now, and that flat earth realization kicks in, immediately you're looking at government. Immediately. Well, just to rewind, sorry. Military, then government. Simple as that. Got to bring them, because they're going to try and use them. But if you give me a blowhorn, one of them loudspeakers, I'll educate those soldiers very quickly. They'll wake up. They'll see the error immediately. I said, right, so it's time to play silly little soldier games now. Now it's time to do the job for the people that you signed to protect, the domestics. It's time for the domestics now. Housekeeping now. You've gone out, you've killed innocent people out there. Children, bombed them out of their diapers, out of their clothing. They probably liked Batman, Superman, and Tom and Jerry, but you killed them. Okay, all right, there you go. Now it's time to do some housekeeping within your own country. They're stealing the money, they're lying about space, and they're making laws so you can go and die, and we pay and you die. That's good, isn't it? Isn't that a good one? Right, so it's time. It's time. Time for you to do your job now for the taxpayer. Right, I'm your boss. Let's get a move on. Then you go to the governments now and say, time to step down. You stepping down? Pakao! Anybody else don't want to step down? Oh, I didn't think so, yeah. We're hearing his footsteps at a fast rate. That's right, yeah. Get out of here. Shit. That's what's got to happen. And then you reclaim your freedom. Okay? That's how it works. You're not going to be free till you have that revolution. Until that day, you are a slave. Even if you are a flat earther. Your mind is free. If you're not in the system, then you are indeed a free man. Okay? But at least you know what's going on and you're ready, waiting. Then we unite. The revolution begins. It's already begun, by the way. We need to get more numbers. Yep. Wake people up. Stop devaluing themselves. Stop this stupid system of taxation. Waste of time. Just make the stuff and make it. Take pride in the fact that the earth was made level and horizontal for you to live on. So the least you can do is make your house for everybody to live in without charging any money. Because the fruits and vegetables and the food we eat is already there free. We didn't pay for that. We don't have to pay. It can be shipped to your houses for free. What it's all about. It's not about making money and creating poverty. It's about creating whoopee and utopia. Because that's what it should be. That's what God intended. He didn't intend us to be killing children, poisoning them with needles, blowing them out of their nappies, so that you can drink Budweiser, eat a hot dog, or eat some kind of chicken and stroganoff, or roast chicken with mint sauce. Do you know what I mean? Come on. We're supposed to be living together and sharing the bounty that is on the flat earth. Okay? But they've created a system of imprisonment, enslavement, and devaluation. Okay? All happening on a flat earth. This is all happening on the flat earth, what I've said. So hopefully, one day, soon, coming, we're on our way to freedom. That's a fact. We're on our way. Quite there yet, but we're on our way. Don't be voting in any elections that's coming up next year. That's just you voting for your demise and more punishment. That's all you're doing. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you now. I'll be back again, okay? Thanks a lot. Thanks for listening. In CBR1, that energy that destroys the heliocentric model. Thank you very much.
Oh, I guess Jin left. Hmm. So since nobody's talking, Rezi, do you want to? Do you mind answering a few questions?
I mean, yeah. Okay. Should we start from the basis of like why does anyone want to have a debate about why you guys believe in flat Earth? I'm personally a round Earth believer.
I personally don't like debating. I just like discussing things.
Okay, yeah.
It's a lot easier to, you know, you don't have to be on the defense all the time. But so your question is, why are we flat earthers? Sorry, I missed that part.
Yeah. Okay. So what makes you believe in flat Earth?
Okay, yeah. So as Platter says, we don't really believe it's flat. We looked at the evidence, compared it to
Okay.
what the globe provides,
Mhm.
and it turns out that there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth, and so if it's not curving, then the only other conclusion is that it's a plane, right? So,
Right.
yep.
And wait, so how did you determine that there's no curvature?
How did we determine? Well,
Yeah.
so the globe gives us a specified dimension of the size of the Earth, right? So we went out looking for those numbers specifically. So you could do as simple as long distance observations, photographs, laser tests. Those would be the methods that I know of to falsify the globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So how do you know that it's a globe?
Well, from the information I have received from other sources, first of all, there's clear photos that have been shown to perceive the Earth as round or spherical. If you look at the ocean, right? This is something anybody can do, and if you look at the ocean, you can see a good amount of distance, but then there's a point where you'll see that you can't see further, or it tends to like lean in, like drop, kind of. And I'm pretty sure it's very obvious that you can't just fall off, you know. Or sorry,
Fall
like
off? What do you mean?
so. I mean, like if you were to reach the end of where you can see from the shoreline, you wouldn't fall necessarily, right? You would just go to another location. Do you get what I'm going here?
No, I don't know what you mean by fall. Where would you fall to?
Okay, so right, you're on the shoreline and
Oh,
you.
wait. I'm sorry. I forgot to ask you one thing when I checked you in.
Go ahead. Um,
Okay. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it's my stupid internet again. Um, I was asking you, when you think of flat Earth, do you think it's a disk in space?
When I think of flat Earth, I think yes, it would be a disk that, yeah, it would be just in space. And then like the theory I would have behind that logic would be that if you were to walk to the edge, right, you would just
Okay, wait.
fall into space. No?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking that question. I'm gonna stop you right there because that is a misinformation that is put out by the mainstream media. No flat earther thinks that they live on a disk in space. So I'm gonna post this image in the live stream. Are you in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I'll post this. When we say flat Earth, um, here we go. I don't know if it posts or not. There we go. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, so go ahead, read that. Take like 10 seconds to read it. We don't think you see that image on the left.
Yes.
No flat earther thinks this. Okay, we're not the third disk planet from the sun.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't think we disagree with everything about the heliocentric model. No space, gravity, asteroids, motion, curvature, whatever else the heliocentric model says, we disagree with it. So don't inject this disk in the heliocentric model and say, oh, but then why can't you fall off the edge of the Earth if you go far enough or something? You know?
Yes. So then okay, say you were to reach to the furthest, like what would happen then if you were at the edge of, Earth? If it
Well,
was flat.
So here's the thing. That's a good question that nobody could really answer for you at the moment because the public is not allowed to freely transverse beyond the 60th parallel in the south. So then we can only speculate what is beyond the shores of Antarctica. So, like on the globe, you know, Antarctica is like at the bottom, right? A little continent, not little, but the continent at the bottom. In the, I don't want to call it flat Earth model, but in the ideology for flat Earth, the Antarctica is just the outer limits of the whole Earth. But that's still somewhat speculation because we can't, like, if me and you try to go down to Antarctica or past the 60th parallel, we can't do that. So we can't really know what is beyond there. You can go as a tourist to a certain location on what they call the South Pole, but aside from that, you can't really have like this exploration or like you can't say, oh, I'm gonna go find the edge or whatever you want to call it, because we just can't. It's illegal under the Antarctic Treaty. You have to get permission. You have to get a permit, and to get the permit is like it's almost impossible for a normal person.
So would you say that perhaps like there is some sort of role in like in terms of government or just like social media where they're containing information to the public that does not allow us to fully perceive the model of Earth because, you know, we aren't allowed to actually travel to the, you know, to the edges per se, or, you know, there's just no, like, do you think that the government is trying to tell us what we want to hear?
Not tell you what you want to hear, but they do control what you hear, right? They do control what you learn in school. They control what you see on TV, right? So there is a certain agenda that is pushed by the mainstream media, regardless of whether you think about flat Earth. Any agenda you can think of, if it's the narrative that the media wants to push, then they'll do it. If it's not, then it's kind of like maybe portrayed as a bad thing or as a stupid thing or even buried and you never hear about it, right? So there are certain aspects of the world that we live in that is controlled as to how we learn it, because if you don't learn the globe, like if somebody didn't tell you that you lived on a globe, nobody would ever really wake up and say, oh, I think I live on a ball, because what everybody experiences is a flat plane. Nobody experiences motion, right? So nobody really would ever guess that they're living in this ball that is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and then spinning around the sun and then spinning with the sun around the galaxy, right? Nobody's gonna think that. You have to be told all of those things, and the people that control who you know what is being told to you or what you learn in school is quote unquote the government. So I guess it's like a long way of saying, yeah, they not hide, but I guess hide maybe. Yeah, you can go with hide.
Like retain information from. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. By any chance, do you have like an image or like a model I could look at that would show?
I can show you an image, but I don't have a model of flat Earth.
Okay.
We just use reality. What we just see what we see in reality, and I just go based off that.
Okay. And also to counteract the part of like if it was a flat Earth, right? So we see cars as, you know, you wouldn't say they're curved to the Earth's size, which we could obviously say that's because the Earth is very big to the point where you don't need your cars to curve. at a
I don't know
certain
what that means.
So, you know how cars you would say are flat?
Cars?
Yeah, just like when you drive on the road, your car isn't a more rounded vehicle, more of like a flat car on the road, equal level with the
What?
wheels.
Oh, okay. You mean the wheels are
Right.
leveled? Okay,
Yes.
because the wheels are
And
technically round, so
well, yeah. Yes,
so they're
but
not flat.
okay, yeah. So would you say like that would show that would I guess side with the fact that the Earth is flat, but we could say that is because the Earth is really big to the point where you don't need to do that, right?
Well, you could say that, but they give us a specific number to the globe, to the size of it, and they also tell us, like at ground level, certain things disappear behind the curvature. So, is it too big for us not to notice, or is it big enough for us to actually see things disappearing behind the curvature?
Was that a theory? Wait, come again?
No, I said that they give us a specific number to the size, right? It's not a ginormous, a gigantic planet that they say we live on, right?
Right.
It's not. So yeah, so they also tell us that, because from what I understand, what you're trying to say is that Earth is too big for us to see the curvature. Is that what you're saying? Maybe I misunderstood you.
I mean, a bit ago I said that the Earth is too big for us to really just like point out the curvature. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you then. Besides, because earlier I asked you why you think it's a globe, and you said they're images. They're not images; they're photographs or something, right? So, aside from what somebody else tells you, right? Aside from photos, NASA videos of that, ISS, whatever. Why do you think it's a globe? Aside from what other people tell you.
Okay, so you could say that because of how the sun works, right? We see the sun, it rises above us for 12 hours a day and then shifts down away from us for the other half of the day. So that
Okay.
means there's some sort of rotation going on. Whether that is the sun revolving around us, which is the model that is where the Earth is in the middle, and then
Geocentric?
or yeah, geocentric, and then the other model, which is heliocentric, where we
Mhm.
revolve around the sun.
Mhm.
And the third as a third planet closest to the sun. And
Mhm.
so that would
Okay, so
be
you
yeah.
were told all that though, right? You were told all of that stuff. There isn't anything so far that you've said aside from saying the sun moves away from you. Why would you assume that it's a ball?
Um hmm.
Because they told you that we're the third planet from the sun, that we're the one that are moving, orbiting the sun, right? You never came to those conclusions yourselves. So I'm just wondering if you've ever actually done or thought about it, of your personal um, experience, tests, or observations that you've done that tells you it's a globe.
I can't currently think of a personal experience I've done. I know I can identify reasons where gravity is proven to affect stuff that has happened to me or occurred to me. For example, like say you were to shoot a bullet, right? And then there's obviously it will drop down slowly. And that's due to gravity of the Earth, in which
Okay.
gravity
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
it pulls everything to the center, right? So we humans, when we jump, we pull back down. If I move
Again.
2,000
Okay.
feet away,
Mm-hmm.
if I move 2,000 feet away from me and I
Mm-hmm.
jump, I'll be pulled down at the same rate, same speed. If I go
Mm-hmm.
halfway across the world, same,
Okay.
I'll jump, same speed, I'll fall back down, hit the ground,
Right.
And so we know that there should,
Bro,
like,
that's
based on
deep.
that, based on that, there is some sort of evidence that we are being pulled to a core because you fall down.
No, it's not. How the fuck are you being pulled to a core? It's the dumbest fucking thing anybody's ever said. You don't know that shit.
Well, that was what I was gonna get to. All of what you just said to me, Rezi, are things that you've been told, right? So that there's a core, that things are being pulled to the center of that core, right? All of these things that you said so far are things that you've been taught in school. So I drop a pencil, therefore the earth curves. How does that make sense?
Yeah, you're regurgitating it like a dumbass too. Why are you doing it?
So, I mean, does it not make sense though if you can conclude with one idea to another that when you drop a pencil on the floor and it falls down, and you do it in another place at the same time, it'll fall down at the same rate, same speed?
Yeah. So that just tells us that there is a phenomena that we all observe, that when we drop things, they fall, right?
Yeah.
But not everything falls to the ground, right?
You know that's still incorrect. At different locations geographically, things can fall at a different rate. Do you know that? I don't think you know that.
What do you mean?
If you were to drop the pen in North America and you go to Chile or you go somewhere else, it might drop at a different rate. You didn't know that?
Well, obviously not everything's going to be exactly the same rate, but you can say that.
Yeah, but that's what you said. You just finished making that statement. Now you're understanding that that's not the case, so you're changing what you're saying. How convenient.
Okay, so can you show like logical evidence that of like what reasoning behind the difference rate of dropping, or no?
Yeah. They
Alright,
measure
go
gold differently in different places.
You said they measured gold differently?
Look it up.
And what does that have to relate to?
That things fall at different rates, and also in any variance of the element that you're using falls at a different rate than another element. So all elements don't fall. What you're doing with the 9.8 meters per second squared is getting an average rate, a drop rate. It's about as good as you can get, and it's useful for things like the industries use it for calculating certain things, but it's not a constant. You're not going to get a constant like you just finished exclaiming prior to this discussion.
So, okay, but not everything. Okay, interesting.
But
yeah, that's just the way it is. I mean, you gotta see, a lot of you guys, you come in here with this mindset that you think that just because you learned something, you're just gonna say it, and then that's just the way it is. It's not.
Well, I'm not saying I'm 100% correct.
Well, I would say you're not correct at all, because at this point in junction in your mind, you think that the Earth is a globe pulling things to a core. You don't even know anything about what you know. And that's scary, because you were actually resting on this notion that you had a good handle on all kinds of knowledge of the Earth, but now you're realizing you don't.
So, okay, do you believe that it is possible to leave the Earth and go to the moon, or like go to the stuff like that?
No, of course not.
Wait. Before you move on, can I just reroute the conversation back to why you think I drop a pen, therefore a globe?
Again, so I mean, my idea here was that in my own studying, you could do that. If you drop a pen, it will all fall down to the ground, and no matter what location, it will always fall unless you are further away, like in the air.
Therefore, the world's a ball pulling pens down.
Yeah, that's the part I want to get to. Why I drop a pen, therefore the Earth is curving.
Kind of non sequitur, dude.
He's not telling you the reason why. He's just saying the claim once again, over again. He's just saying it over again. He's gonna keep saying it over and over again. He doesn't understand. He's just repeating a claim. He doesn't know why he's saying it, and that's what you're asking him to explain. How is it a globe? Because stuff falls. So, Rezi, do you understand what she's asking?
Yes, I understand. I was
okay. So, how is it a globe? Because something falls down.
Well, do you think if something can fall down?
No, don't ask us. Do you think? We're asking you. How is it possible that the Earth is a globe because stuff falls? Don't ask us anything. Just you state it.
Because the Earth pulls down on stuff around you.
It's the claim again, dude. That's the claim. Do you have any validation for it?
I dropped out. Hello?
Well, I'm trying to recuperate some of my knowledge here because
Well, if stuff falls down because the world's a ball pulling stuff down to it, then the Earth must present itself as a ball, right?
Okay.
We should be able to measure that ball, right?
Well, it's not it's not like specifically a ball. That's just like the the easiest way to understand it.
It's not specifically a ball.
It's the
It's a
core of
pear.
the Earth.
Okay, it's the core of a ball Earth, right?
Sure.
Okay, so who measured the ball Earth?
What do you mean? Like measured the size of the Earth?
Yeah, like how do you know that things are falling down because the Earth is a ball with a core pulling things to it? Somebody must have discovered that the Earth is a ball to have all that other knowledge, right?
Right.
So-
So that would you could with data get from all sources, lots of sources, you would discover that the people who went to the moon, which if you didn't believe in the moon landing, then you can't cite this as a valid source. You can see that they show images of the
Okay.
Earth, blah blah.
Okay, well you said if you don't believe, so is the moon landing something that can be proven, or is it just something that you have to take on faith as a belief?
If it is an outside source, where it's like not you as a person going to the moon, then you would have to believe it. But
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's not going to prove anything about the Earth, because that's, I mean, it's just a believe it or don't type of thing. It's not conclusive, right?
Yes, you can very well say so.
Okay. Also, it doesn't look like any of the water outside, like the lakes and the oceans, are curving like they're showing in that picture that they claim they took
On
the way to the moon.
Can you look that far with your eyes?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Have they shown you the black swan or any of that?
Sorry, come again.
Okay, guess not. You haven't seen the black swan, have you?
No, I didn't get to that part yet.
Yeah. Because if the oceans are curving, like they're claiming... Oh, sorry, I have to do something. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so do you see what Miguel posted in the live stream voice text?
With the where is the horizon?
Yeah. So in that picture, can you tell me where the horizon is?
I very well cannot.
Oh, you can't?
I mean, like, do you mean
Let me
like
get
just like that?
Okay, do you know what a horizon is?
Yes.
Okay, what is the horizon?
Where the farthest we can see from the angle of this photo of the water.
No, in general, what is a horizon?
Like a definition of it?
Yeah.
The line where the surface and the sky, comes together where they meet.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah. So in this photo, so where the sky and the earth appear to meet, right? Or the surface of the earth appears to meet. So in that photo, where does the sky and the earth appear to meet?
Which photo? The one with the ABC?
Yeah, the one with the ABC. If we can get the video for him, Miguel, if you have the original video, please post it. But yeah, in that photo, where is it? Is it at A, at B, or at C?
Let me look at it. It would be at A.
A. Yes, correct. Perfect. Okay. So, according to the globe curve calculation, this is, by the way, they'll post the video for you, the original video, and you can look at it whenever you want. This photo is a still shot from the video, and the video was taken at 1 foot off the ground. Okay. And according to the globe calculation, at 1 foot off the ground, you could only see 1.22 miles from you, from the observer, right? So at 1 foot where the camera is, that shot should only be at 1.22 miles away. And these oil rigs, you can look them up on Google if you want. The one on the right is at 6.2 miles, and then the one on the left is at 9.4 miles away. And then you can, as you agreed, the horizon is clearly way beyond 9.4 miles away, right? So that means that in this photo, it is we are seeing that at 1 foot we should only, according to the globe claim, be able to see at 1.22 miles away. However, we are seeing way beyond what the globe predicts. So this is one of many observations that are done that debunks the curvature of the globe. Any questions?
And okay, wait, where is this? Can I get the citation for this, or like source for this?
Yeah, Miguel posted the video at 3 minutes past the hour, and there's like a lot of information Miguel is posting regarding the where the place is. I think this is in Santa Barbara. He also reposted it just now, so you can look at it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's Santa Barbara, California. It's called Miramar Beach.
Miramar Beach, yes.
So if that ocean is curving, like they're showing in their pics from space, so-called, then it should have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. It doesn't, though. The Earth doesn't present itself as the thing that they're claiming it to be.
And those rigs are actually just distance measurements only. You could just, if you put a stake right where those are anchored into the ground, they're known distances. That's where those distances are come from. That actually makes this a geometric measurement.
Yeah.
So okay, how I would see it is that, in my perspective, I think it's spherical, but that is slightly flattened at the poles where it's like bulging at the equator.
Nah, dude.
Check it out. You know how flat it would have to be for you to see that 10 miles or further, which is actually the horizon's further beyond, right? Would you agree to that?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So let's just take a conservative 10 miles. It's at least that far easily. It's probably more like 20 or 30, but we won't go there yet. But let's just say 10 miles, that would make the Earth's radius. Well, now that's just the radius. Only half of the diameter would make Earth's radius 264,000 miles.
In that location, which isn't really near the equator or the pole, it's California.
Yeah.
260,000 mile radius in that spot. Nah, I don't think so.
Now also, if you take a look at the video, when you have a chance, the first few minutes of the video, I think if you go from like 1 minute or maybe 30 seconds to a minute and a half, you'll actually see the islands in the background behind. Those are at 29 miles minimal, going out further out to sea. So further than 30 miles, basically.
Okay.
And you can see those in the same shot as you can see the oil rigs. That means the Earth's radius would now become, with viewing the islands behind it, that would make it a 500,000 mile radius, a 1,000,000 mile radius. So we have to ask you, how high is your tolerance level? In other words, what are you willing to allow in error of this radius claim of 3,959? What would you say?
Okay, well, are we for certain that it's not an area, more just like, is it like, okay, do we have any information on what this island is, or like,
The
the
island is
height of
the Santa Barbara Islands. Yeah, that's all easily found, and I can give you some of that information just by doing a simple Google of the Santa Barbara Channel Islands. I know all about them. I've sailed past those and onto those big islands themselves.
There's Anacapa Island that you see in another one of the shots.
Anacapa is the one that's at the far left of all of those island chains. There's the Anacapa, then it goes Santa Rosa, Santa Rosa, I forget, Santa Barbara. It's been a while. Santa Rosa, Santa Barbara, San Miguel. Let me pull it up.
Okay, so I can see the what is the island called again?
Santa Barbara Channel Islands.
Okay. I can see that it is elevated to roughly 634 feet, the highest peak of it, which is roughly 200 miles.
Which are you looking at? One of the peaks?
Yeah, that is the highest peak, is 200 miles.
And what island is what?
You said Santa Barbara, right?
No, I want to know he's at the beach, 1 foot off the beach, right at the beach, at the water. So you're looking at islands that are how high now? You're giving me elevations? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, that was.
Okay, what island is that elevation on? And it's 2,000 feet, you said?
200 miles, and go ahead.
I was actually talking about the arch. That's only 40 feet elevation. Anacapa.
Right. You have to keep that in mind if you're looking at the far left, but
that's in a different pic. I just posted that one.
yeah, here's what he's talking about. This is a view looking from the west. Second. I'll post the image.
And you can see that arch almost 32 miles out. Should be about 600 feet of curvature between the camera and it, but there it is.
Here's an image and link. So that's Santa Barbara Island, Channel Islands National Park. Where pygmy mammoths were found. They're digging around there. They found some interesting stuff. I'll leave you to look that up yourself, though. Anyway,
Can I ask, how do you guys view the tectonic activities for example, tectonic shifts in the Earth? How do those occur?
Wait a minute. Say what? Say it again.
So you know how tectonic plates, they shift around over time, over millions of years.
Oh,
Okay. Well,
do they?
hold on. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Lulu.
No, just it's millions of years is it's an interesting claim, but the Earth, the ground moves. That's it.
So it just moves and stays.
Ground moves during earthquakes. Look, we know there's convection and conduction and energy transference happening, but they don't know the boundaries of those conditions. And they sure as heck can't say they're plates. Now, if they do, they would have to show me what the boundary parameters are. If they can't tell me what the parameters of these plates are exactly, where the edges meet edges, and then they don't even know what's underneath that because they've only dug down 8 miles. That's the deepest hole ever dug. So they can't say they know what's under 8 miles, period. For one, they're only guessing. So I want to know all of the parameters of these plates. Can you provide that information for us?
I mean, there's multiple instances. Is there a specific one we would like to look at?
Yeah, let's just do the North American plate. I need all the boundary parameters exactly where they are, latitude and longitude, as they're going all the way around North America. So give me the plate boundaries, exact boundaries in latitude and longitude for every datum point. And
But
then we can talk.
I'm wondering. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
No, I was just saying, then we can talk, because if you can't provide that, there's nothing else they're going to give to you as far as information to tell you exactly where those boundaries exist at, or how deep they are, or anything like that. By using seismic waves to measure that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, they need to know the physical dimensions of these plates. How did they get that information? And the answer is, I've looked for years. They don't have it. No one does. So do you have something different than what I just described?
No.
Okay. That's an honest answer. And thank you for that.
Would you like a link to like the tectonic plate boundaries? Maybe this can resource us.
A link to what?
Here, I'll post it.
Seismic studies.
So this is
Something like
latitude
that?
and longitude of
Can you explain why that would necessitate a curved Earth?
Exactly. Because they're talking about plates, which they're talking about a plate in the horizontal fashion. Plates are not rounded or curved.
Hello, Rezi, you there?
come again.
I said why whatever you posted, right? And the tectonic plates. Why do you think that those necessitate a curved Earth?
Well, I was kind of just trying to give him the information he was asking for.
Well, I mean, you brought up the subject, right? I was just wondering
Right.
why.
I mean, yeah. Well, I brought this up because knowing that there is tectonic activity, which would have to be caused by something, right? And I mean, okay, what would you say is causing these activities of shifting if we believe,
Wait a second. I already said that. So I'll say it again. Convection, conduction, energy transferring.
Okay. I agree. I think
So that's causing
yes.
motion with whatever's down there. We know that hot molten lava, something comes out of there. But to say that you know exactly where it comes from and how it's formed is fallacious. It's illogical. You have nothing to back that statement up with, is what I'm getting at. I hope you see that.
Yeah,
and sorry, because I have a lot to say, and especially these topics. So you go to the etymology of platen, also known as flat sheet of gold or silver. Also, a round coin is called a flat. Plate is a thin piece of metal. Plata, piece of metal, perhaps vulgar Latin platus, formed on a model of Greek's platus, flat, broad.
Are you talking about
plata,
the definition?
Yeah, no, the etymology of it,
Okay.
of the word plate. Sheet of flat metal. China or earthenware used to be a flat surface to eat off of. See, you got that?
Yes.
Over and over. Here's the link. Etymology, etomoline.com. I'll copy this. Here's my citations from the website. So I don't leave any stone unturned. I've been alive a long time. And so I'm just trying to share some things that I've learned about language and about the meanings of things. So if you come off with something you're saying, it's a plate, and you're saying that this has some other shape other than what the etymology of the word has always been, plata, flat, a round coin called a flat, thin piece of metal, plata, a place you can eat your food, a flat surface to eat your food. You ever tried cutting meat on a slanted surface?
No.
Yeah, my meaning. So this is just one part of it also. But we don't have to get lost in the etymology of it either. I want to hear more about what you think now, having been presented this part of it.
So okay, I agree with the convection and all that stuff. But I don't think that's the only thing to it, right? Again, I said I agree, I agree with that part, but I also see that there's more to it.
Okay.
With the divergent parts of it and convergent parts of it transforming with the tectonic plates.
Okay, so when did they measure this? So are you saying motion of these plates? So they can put a stick in the ground, right? And they can see how a road was like moved. So is there some motion that can be detected on the surface? Is that what you're referring to?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I don't know much about how the data was gathered. I have the
Okay.
I would have to look more into that, but
All right, that's fair. And you're being really honest, man. I appreciate it. You know what? We oftentimes get people who are not quite genuine, and I'll just keep it nice terms like that. But so here's what I think you'll agree. Here's what we experience: that during an earthquake, the earth moves back and forth and up and down, and it can slip sideways from another portion, right? So we know that. Now, how do they get the data from these other things? Or through seismic studies. They send out waves into the whatever the structure is of the ground down, and they wait for the ping back, and they determine like how long it took, so they get a generalized idea. So they can use thermal imaging also. So I think now they can have directed thermal imaging. I'm pretty sure, because they can tell if like something underneath the ground is hotter, but I don't think they have a real grasp on like exactly how deep these things go, where they come from originally. But to make a story that it's a molten core like that that's not science at all.
Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
Mic check. Do I sound all right, or does it sound terrible?
No, you sound good.
All right. Thank you.
So there's very little they know about what's under the ground, right? Do you agree to that?
In what terms? Like just completely overall what's underneath, or like the idea of what's underneath?
Well, no, we're just talking about what can be empirically tested and checked to see for validity. So using the method of like, is it repeatable, observable, testable, falsifiable? It has to be those kind of things, because otherwise, like a lot of things in, I think, real science, natural science, I think everyone would agree, are developed because of those first parts of the schema first, if you get my meaning.
No, you're in a category error.
Okay, so that's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for. Attention on deck. I knew you were in here.
Yeah, you're in a category error because you're asking what is questions. The scientific method doesn't deal with what is questions.
Exactly. I was kind of leading him, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I know there's no science in those areas. I learned that from you, bro. John.
Bro. Bruh.
Okay, never mind. Damn. Don't be so touchy.
I'm sorry. I've been emotionally detached for the last few hours.
That's all right, man. Me too, but now it's like the good things are coming back. So anyway, yeah, I think my first statement stands still, and I think everyone, including QE, would agree that we don't know much about what's under the ground. Especially, they dug down 8 miles is the farthest, and so anything else you try to add to that, I'd like to hear the rest of it. Like if you have more information.
No,
than
they
we
dug down
have.
8 miles and they got everything wrong every step of the way down.
Exactly.
So that it's.
So
why are we even talking?
Okay, I mean,
why
is
are
that
we even
human
talking
error?
about
Is that
this?
something that would falsify other information we've been given?
Why are we even talking about this? Pure speculation.
It is.
So I don't know. Is this the speculation? Maybe I entered the wrong room. Wait a second. Live.
No, it's not speculation Sunday, but we have a day to we have a day for that too.
You notice that I never come here on Sundays.
I know, man. I know that.
So this is
So-
pure speculation. Somebody did have a question. How does this abject speculation prove that you live on a globe? Somebody say that before? Yeah, it doesn't. It's nonsense. I get a better one. How can you have a horizon on a globe? That'll put hair on your back.
Exactly.
You can't have horizons on globe tards.
Or horizontal either.
No, horizontal is derived from horizon. They both have slope of 0. But curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. So how can you live on a globe tard with a rate of change of slope, yet have horizons everywhere, which are rate of slope 0? That's a paradox. You can't. So what's the odd man out here? Well, the rate of change of slope or curvature, because we all have horizons. We've seen horizons before, so it's all over right there. We can all go home. Earth's flat. Period. End of story. Geometrically, it's flat.
Yep.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, and water seems to be the key to the horizontal.
I guess you can add that as an ancillary point, but that's not going to help.
The globe tard. Yeah, I get it.
Because you have to explain horizons. You can't do it. It's a paradox. It's over. It's that simple.
That's worse than Alice and Bob.
Yeah, Alice and Bob threw him for a loop.
Yeah, but it's like, have a good day. Enjoy your horizon there. Like every horizon is the same. Nothing gets above the 0 point of the.
No, it has no slope.
It
No,
would
don't worry
have no
about that. It
slope.
has no slope.
has no slope. So exactly, which I think the Black Swan does and extrapolates out that whole concept.
I can't. I'm not even going to bring up the Black Swan anymore. It'll take them like 8 years to even understand it. I don't even think that long will. I don't think they'll be able to do it then.
Yeah,
But it's already been 4. They're still fucking it up.
it's still a good. No, it still is a good tool, though. I won't deny it. That.
Well, you can. I just use the horizon and just be done with it.
Right.
It's easy because the argument it took me less than 15 seconds.
Well, that's you. I know. Probably did.
Yeah, I did. I did in 15 seconds. Shit, yeah. There you go. Who are we talking to? Rezi. What are you? Rezi. How do you have a horizon or a horizon on a globe tard?
I mean, I gave all my knowledge, and yeah. I mean, I don't you want me, we can recycle this and talk about it again, but
Recycle what?
the conversation we had quite a bit ago.
Me and you?
Not me and you, but me and others here.
Why would we want to do that if we're on to this conversation? How do you have a horizon on a globetard? Simple.
Can you so wait, can you explain to me what globe is? Is it just like, because
That
I'm
would
not
be,
familiar with
that
that
would be
term.
the globe Earth. The globe Earth is what he's referring to. The globe
Okay.
card, the globe Earth.
Okay.
Okay, I'll say it this way. How can you have a horizon on a sphere? Better?
All right. So you want me to re-say what I think, like completely again?
Not what you think. I already said it's a paradox. You can reconcile paradox? Can you reconcile married bachelors first?
No.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's a paradox. According to the slope-intercept formula, y = mx plus b, the slope of a horizontal line is always 0, akin to the Baltard's IQ. But the definition of curvature states that, from the United States Naval Academy, curvature is the rate of change of slope. So again, I say, how can you have a horizon which has rate a change of slope of 0 and live on a globetard that has a rate of change of slope? It's a paradox.
So
what?
Satellite imagery.
Satellite imagery. You're talking about things in the second law of thermodynamics violation. We'll deal with that in a few minutes.
Okay.
How do you have a horizon on a globe?
So okay, can I list out like my?
No, you can't list out. How can you have a horizon on a globe? How can you have a rate of change of slope and a slope of 0 at the same time? You can't. That's the actual question.
Would you say that in this scenario, slope should be defined differently in the terms of a horizon on a globe? Because mathematically, we would say.
How do you define a slope?
You would say the rate of change, right? What?
What kind
Now,
of change?
rate of change is separate from the slope, but it's the rate of change of slope. Listen, I'm not into this Elmer Fudd fuckwittery. Okay? So don't play that shit with me. It's not going to end well for you. Do you know what the slope-intercept formula is?
Y = mx plus b.
Yeah, y = mx plus b. The slope of a horizontal line is always 0. Any problems with that?
No.
The definition of curvature is the rate of change of slope. So you have a rate of change of slope. You have a problem with that?
You're saying it's 0, right?
No, I said curvature has a rate of change of slope. That's a non-zero number.
Yes, but do you not think the context between slope in this situation should be different, or no?
No.
No?
You live on curvature, correct?
Correct.
So curvature is the rate of change of slope. That's a non-zero number. Rate of change of slope. Whereas a horizontal line or horizon, from which horizontal lines are derived from, the horizon, they have slope 0. Like Baltard's IQs. So how can you live on something with a rate of change of slope, but you can see horizons everywhere that have slope 0? It's all over.
I mean, I say that the definition is just you wouldn't use the slope for this context.
Yes, you would. Yeah, because you live on curvature, and curvature is the rate of change of slope. In this context and in any fucking context. You need a citation? Read them and weep. You're going up against the United States Naval Academy there, sunshine. Good luck.
Thanks.
You're finished. You're finished. It's all over. And we could get onto your satellites because I'll just dance on your grave. Where are satellites supposed to be?
In the air.
In the air.
Space. Sorry, in the space.
So outer space. So right around the Fairy Tale ISS is purportedly at 250 miles. That's about 10 to the -6 to 10 to the -7 torr. Yeah. How can you have gas pressure without a container? Can you show one?
I don't get what you're trying to.
Can you show gas pressure? Because we have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Right.
So the definition of gas pressure is essentially has necessary antecedent of a container. There must be a container. There must be a container for a vacuum too, but that's higher level. Well, we might get there. But we have gas pressure on Earth. So to have gas pressure exist, there must be a container. Right?
Yes.
But according to the spinning ball space monkey religion, there is no container, and the ISS and these satellites are out there in at least 10 to the -7 torr, right above gas pressure. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. In other words, how are you still breathing?
In space with
No, on Earth. How are you still breathing? Because all the gas
atmosphere protects us, no?
The atmosphere is a paradox in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's first grade intro to gas behavior, literally. So atmosphere is a paradox. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I mean,
that means how do you have tire pressure without the tire? In other words,
I mean, again, like, would you not just say that the atmosphere is in its
paradox
form of barrier for?
No, the atmosphere is not a barrier. It's number one. It's a paradox, and
Right.
atmo is air. So air is not a container of air. You need a physical barrier, container. It's a barrier. Why? Because according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy will increase. That means all the high pressure on Earth, it would have never formed on Earth in the first place. It would all evacuate to the vacuum. That means on Earth, there should be 10 to the -17 torr pressure. And that and that begats the question, how the fuck are you still breathing, dude?
So, okay, we know that the Earth's atmosphere is composed of
Atmosphere is a paradox. You're going to have to change your language.
I mean, okay, in that sense, I can't really. Okay, Give me a second.
Just say atmo, and then we can move on.
Okay, atmo is composed of various gases, right? With oxygen, roughly 20-ish%, I believe, from my not. Actually, let me Google this real quick.
It's close. It doesn't matter.
Okay, 21. Anyways, right, and we need other gases to sustain life. We have nitrogen. There's so much
Holy shit! Stop beating around the bush. There's still gases. What's your point?
So in space, right? It's a near perfect vacuum. No, would you agree?
It doesn't. 10 to the -17 torr in the interstellar space.
Come again?
It's 10 to the negative 17 torr in interstellar space.
Okay. Would that say it is devoid of an atmo?
Yeah.
Okay. And so there's no essential gas that we need for respiration, correct? Just say yes or no.
You're boring me, dude. Get to your point.
So, with lack of oxygen, right? The human body cannot, cannot respirate.
That's astonishing.
Yeah, it is. To be quite frank.
Yeah, that's why I keep on asking you, how are you still breathing without a container?
So, okay, astronauts, they require spacesuits, correct?
Astronauts, this is... Just put up the white flag, dude.
I mean, I might.
You have no point. It's all erratic. You're not dealing with my point. Show gas pressure without a container.
In this case, you would just you would have the atmo here, no?
That's not a container.
Yeah, but it's a form of in this scenario, we could say it's a form of a barrier to.
It's not a barrier. That's what we're talking about. The atmo is the gas. We need the container. They're two different things.
I mean, would you say we're living? How is the Earth like in a barrier to you? Like, what are you seeing?
In a barrier to you? It must have a barrier because gas pressure requires a container.
Yes, and so how are we breathing right now? Can you?
Because we have a fucking container.
And what is our container?
I have no idea. All I know it must be a container. There must be. It's a contingent necessary fact.
So you're saying then that we have no information on what our container is?
We don't give a shit. Listen. I said it's a contingent necessary fact. If I'm sitting down at my dinner table and somebody comes along and slaps down filet mignon, I know for absolute fact that a cow must exist. I don't need to know the color of the cow, how much the cow weighs, the length of its tail. It's fucking irrelevant. All I know, because it's a contingent necessary fact, that a cow must exist first before I have filet mignon. Do you follow that logic?
Yes.
Same logic with gas pressure. Gas pressure requires as a necessary antecedent a container. I don't know where the container is, how far up it is, the color of the container, what it's made of. All I know is there must be a frigging container for me to breathe. Period. Follow?
So then when we also say that this is also just another paradox that,
Not a paradox.
Okay.
What's the paradox?
Well, we have zero information if we can't agree with the atmo, right? Being a sense of barrier, no matter how.
If we can't agree,
do you believe a barrier like a container needs to be a solid form? That's
shut the fuck up. You're done. Or are you going to show me a barrierless container? Show me a non-physical fucking container before I mute you. Show a non-physical container. You're fucking stupid shit.
So,
shut the fuck up. Tired of listening to your dumb ass. Maybe somebody will come back when I'm not around, and they can put up with your dipshittery. Does anyone have any objections? I thought not. Jetty.
Yes, sir. What's up? How you doing?
How you doing? Happy holidays. Haven't seen you in a coon's age.
Yeah, I hope you're keeping well, buddy. Looking forward to Christmas, I hope.
Why? I'll be 60.
Yeah, maybe not then.
Shut the fuck up. Alpha. What is he out there? Fucking gathering. You clean up those leaves still? Shut up, Elijah. Damn, everyone went quiet.
Well, he destroyed the last contestant. He waffled himself into fucking oblivion.
Yeah, I just lost patience. I can't deal with.
Yeah, I'm here but not here. What's up, y'all?
Yeah, what's up, Sky? I can't deal with. I can deal with it for maybe 2 minutes. Other than that, the grasping at incoherent straws. Nah, that's not me. Not anymore.
You think we're hard to deal with?
Even after I tell him, I told him like 3 fucking times. It's the atmosphere is a paradox. What does he come out with? Well, the atmosphere is. What the fuck? That's not the worst of it. Hey, did you listen, Jetty? Did you listen to the latest from Fight the Fat Egypt, Craig?
Oh, I stopped listening to him years ago. What's the fucking twat said now?
Yeah, he jumped on Jeranism. You know,
Oh,
the absentee landlord. I did a show on it last night. I did a treatment on him.
Oh dear. So he went on Jerem's. What did he say on Jerem's?
He was dealing with another flat earther. I think he was his name was Caleb. I'm going to do another treatment tomorrow night, by the way. I know you won't be there. I just thought I'd say it. Caleb was pretty sharp, except for, a few spots here and there. He's a Witsit disciple. I'm not holding all that against him. I like the cut of his jib. I mentioned that. But anyway, Craig, he come out, with just stupid shit after stupid shit. And the treasonous, treacherous traitor, friggin' Jaren, idiot, dumb fuck, allowed him to just fucking projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth. For it's just drove me nuts. Just going over the same thing over and over, just saying the same dumb shit over and over and over again. However, he came out with real dumb shit saying. He said that the Einstein's equivalence principle was E equal MC squared. At least Jetty got it.
Really?
Most people wouldn't get that, right? And if you don't get where the fucking problem with that is, you might want to remove yourself from the discussion.
Oh dear, I can't believe he said that.
Yeah, he said he said it like 5 fucking times.
Oh wow, he was really comfortable with that shit, was he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Oh, he also said through. He didn't say through. He said through. He used the F.
Oh my god, three things.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
It went through it. I said,
Wow.
Wait a fucking second. So he was on camera. So I said, I don't want to charge him with something that, I misheard. So I pulled the J and went back. And I was watching his, his lips and his tongue. And that fucking idiot said through.
My goodness me.
Yeah. Yeah, but degenerate, reprobate retard of the ages.
I can't believe he's still going, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, I asked how he had subscribers, other than his mom. Because just think about this. This is really fucking scary, dude. I don't know how many subscribers he has, but his subscribers have to be dumber than he is. Now, this is pretty fucking scary because sooner or later on your travels, like out driving in your car somewhere, anywhere on earth, you're going to happen by one of his dumbass subscribers. You're taking your you follow that shit, right?
Oh dear. No, you are right, man. They are out there. Be careful.
Fucking Miguel Sosa stealing my stuff, man. This is copyrighted.
Sorry.
Where'd you get this from?
I don't remember. Maybe I did some search, or maybe someone did post somewhere.
It doesn't have the exact lingo though. It's you can't win, you can't break even, and you can't get out of the game, not quit the game. So I guess that's not a copyright.
Okay.
You're clear.
Okay, thanks.
like you gave a shit anyway.
It's good to know more.
Man, I was saying that stuff back in 2008, dude. Than the ever living daylights out of Evo tards with that. You would have liked it. You would have appreciated it.
Okay.
Just take my word for it.
Accepted. Thanks.
So, as far as you know.
Kind of hard to get through, huh?
Through.
I am through with you. You know, since everyone's quiet here, Alpha's out raking his leaves, and Elijah, I don't know what he's doing. Trying to romance monkeys or something. No one's saying anything. You could probably start playing some of that video. Until somebody interrupts. Let me go get it.
How long does that take to get through?
I like it. I like the cut of your jib. I think I was live for about 2 hours. You're lucky. It's usually 5 hours. And I only got partway through. I'm sorry, partway through.
There you go. There you go.
Let's see. There it is.
I just saw the last 10 minutes. Sorry.
That's all right. Don't let it happen again.
Can we play it?
I don't see why not. Somebody should play it. No one else is saying anything. It's like they're in here, but they're not here. What are y'all, scared? I'm not going to hurt you. As far as you know.
I did try, but it says error loading unknown file format.
Not. It's a YouTube video.
It's playing, so let's see.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's reflective.
Nothing you like. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Greetings and salutations. The topic for today: what's on the Wolf Pup menu? What we got here is the biggest vomit-worthy, delusional, Dunning-Kruger degenerate, reprobate ass clown I've witnessed out here. You guessed it. This is the ass clown. And he's on the menu. How's it going out there, folks? How am I coming through? Radio check 1 2 1 2 1 2. What's up, James? Man, I haven't seen you in a coon's age, man. Happy holidays, sir. Can you give me somebody give me a thumbs up on the radio check? Am I coming through clearly? Take your time. Somebody just snuck into my room. Are we good out there? Evening, everyone. What's up, Adam, sir? This guy, great for you. Thanks, Kim. Oh, Arwin, thanks for the 5x5. All right. All right, let's get our act together here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long time since we held a treatment, especially a vomit-worthy one such as this. I'm a little bit out of practice, so I'm gonna try to keep the logistical snafus to a minimum. Hopefully, I'm gonna get by without any Skype calls. I doubt it, though. Like I said, I've been out of practice here. We'll see how. Let me get all my ducks in a row, and we'll kick this thing off. I got a great idea. Let's do this first so I don't screw this up. So this is where I got this. I got this on, I think it was Monday morning, Monday or Tuesday morning. I can't remember. I was on Nathan's show, and they were doing a version of the treatment. And I think this kicked off Sunday night or something on the treasonous, treacherous traitors show. You know, here, Mr. D, you know, dipshit, dickless, dumbass, douchebag right here. This idiot, Jaron. So he's given venue to these crayon munching retards. Like I said, the biggest degenerate is this ass clown. I mean, we've been through this 30 years. Yeah, just see them numpty clips, some specials on them, you know. I realize this is low-hanging fruit, but since he's made an appearance and opened up that incoherent blowhole of his and championing the Globe-Tart Goobers, then, you know, he's fair game. In fact, whenever we do the treatment, everyone's fair game, including Caleb over here, the Flat Earth representative. Now, I listened to this, not all the way through yet, but bits and pieces. I kind of put this shambles together, so if it's not that sharp, you understand why. But Caleb is up for evaluation also. I listened to some of it, and in many parts, I like the cut of his jib. I mean, he's a sharp cookie. But in some instances, there's some question marks. I can't all be perfect though, right? But we'll go over that. But he's fair game. All right, let me go back to this. I need to keep checking. I'm all by me onesie here, folks. So everyone's abandoned me. Petty.
No way. No way. That never happened.
So I'm going to have to get on the way I get on. We'll see how it goes. Sorry for the lateness. Wasn't feeling particularly too great this afternoon, but I went ahead and did a rigorous workout, and I started feeling better, and I said, okay, let's get this on. Now, this is, let me take a look how long this is. I didn't even look. Where'd she go? This is 2 hours and 6 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, I can tell you right now, we're not going to get through with this evening. Just so you know. We'll go until I probably had enough. That'll be about 10 seconds into this. No, just kidding. We'll go for a time period here, but we're not going to finish this up. There's no chance. Go ahead and police yourselves out there. Let me make sure of that. Because I am not going to be able to look at chat. I don't want to look at chat. You guys behave out there. And make sure I have enough. We got the Virgin Droid out there. James. Like James here. Moderator James. Go. Have a couple people out here. If you get a chance, James, if you see any funny business, you're now a moderator. You know what to do. Kim also. Kim, I didn't make you a moderator. I have to fix that right now. We'll add Kim as a moderator too. And that's Flatsy Klein for everyone out there. There you go. So we got a few more moderators out there. We got Adam, but I don't know how long these guys can stay. Our European friends. The English consider themselves to be European? I don't know. Our European friends out there, it's going to be a late one. It's already a late one for them. But I know there's a few that like to stay up really late. So I knew there'd be in here. Arwen's in here. Adam's in here. I'm surprised Brian's not in here. I don't think he ever sleeps. Too busy peeling potatoes. Get your butt in here, Brian. And me being by me onesie, I'm not, how would you say, motivated to fill every second of air with noise. Okay, so this is a relaxing evening, holiday evening. You know, once we hit Thanksgiving, we're in the holidays. That's it. Nothing else is really going on. It's cold and wet outside. Just got some dinner, spaghetti. It wasn't my famous sauce this time. She snuck another sauce in on it, and that's not going to fly. I perfected my spaghetti sauce back in 1993 over a 6-month period. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error until I got it, and then that was it. And I gave it to my wife, and she's been cooking it for years. Now, I don't think she's added too much to it, but I'll tell you what, boy. I knew it as soon as I tasted that other spaghetti. I said, hey, now. But who wants to talk about food? I know Nathan. Somebody go get Nathan. He likes to talk about food before we get into this. This is going to be a train wreck of an epic disaster. You already know it is, right? Because we just got the vomit-worthy degenerate retard here. How do you think this is going to go? Hopefully you guys watch this. If you haven't, oh God. I mean, I've heard some stupid shit before. He's going to mention one thing. Now, there's a lot of stupid stuff in here. And I didn't even listen to the whole thing closely. But there's one thing that he states. It's not going to take too long till we get there. That he just exposes himself. He snatches his own dumbass wig off. And he thinks he's an intellectual or something. What does he think he is? Does he think he's some type of engineer now or something? Is that what it is? He used to be this physics god. He's got like a bachelor's degree from Tuco Community College in Tobago. You know, the mail order degree kind. He used to think he was some type of physicist or something. I know he was a dirty, nasty squid at some point, purportedly, right? Swabbing the deck. It had to be supervised, if you know what I mean. Once we get into this, you guys aren't going to believe. Well, you are, because you know this low-down scumbag. Making shit up. We're gonna take a closer look here. Like I said, I didn't spend too much time evaluating this. Sonny, there's, like I said, there's one behemoth that jumps out there. Sonny, you can't do that, man. I spit everything all over my fucking
but he
keyboard.
done it
to himself. All right, let's see where we're at. We got enough people in there to get started. All right, folks, let me make sure the volume is good. I don't got the presentation on mute or the video on mute. That wouldn't be good, especially because I'm not checking the chat. All right, everything looks kosher. I am going to skip the introductions. They both gave their introductions. I don't really care about that. It was in the first 23 minutes. If you guys want to go back and check this video, listen to the introduction, you can do that on your own time. I'm going to get it started with the actual, I don't know, debateism. Is this a debate? You know, I don't know. I don't think so. Just exposing your ass clown. This idiot. All right. Let's roll.
Yeah, do you want to talk about the Earth being do you want to substantiate curvature? Do you want to talk about space-time, or do you want to talk about the Coriolis effect first?
He doesn't know any of those. Not one iota, not anything on any of those subjects. He doesn't know what curvature is. I'll guarantee you that. No baltard knows what curvature is. I've been asking him for 8 years. They're clueless. Coriolis effect. He doesn't know what the Coriolis effect. He doesn't know the difference between tangential velocity or tangential speed and angular velocity. Had a whole show on that. It was a belly laugher. And I think at the end it was the Coriolis effect where he snatched his own wig off. I think he made an equivalent statement that the Coriolis effect is the conservation of momentum or some stupid shit like that. You'd have to go back and listen to it, but you know what I mean. He doesn't know anything about that, Caleb. It's open season. What are you doing here, dickless? And yeah, you will notice that he keeps his head down the whole time as a moderator. He's not paying any attention. I don't know what he's doing, writing his idiot memoirs or searching for his Tootsie Roll dick. One. Who knows? Sorry, I digress.
Up to you. You can go wherever you like.
Okay, let's
let's start with coherency. You won't be able to keep up.
talk about gravity. So how do we substantiate that space and time act as a fourth dimensional fabric?
Well, it's not space and time; it's space time. This
No, thanks for clearing that up. It's space time, like turkey squirrels.
one thing, and we can
It's not one thing though, right? Unbelievable.
substantiate that by doing experiments following the scientific.
You don't know what experiments are. You don't know what the scientific method is. We've been down this road for years. You still haven't got it. You're a pretender clown.
Method, as you like to insist. The scientific method says that
Scientific method doesn't say anything. It's not sentient or intelligent. It doesn't have any vocal cords, lips, or tongue. No aerobic respiration. You reifying reprobate retard, you. My word.
if the light or from a distant star passes by a large mass, then that light will deviate a certain
Whoa. Mass. What the hell's mass? Passes by a mass. You can't just say to Caleb you need to stop him and ask him what the hell that is. Right? Also, I'm getting the inklings of an affirming the consequent formological fallacy here. Let's pull a J. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Insist. The scientific method says that if the light from a distant star
If light from a distant star, that's P,
passes by a large mass, then that light will
passes by a large mass, whatever that is, that's Q.
deviate a certain amount dictated by the curvature of space-time.
That's an affirming the consequent formological fallacy, ladies and gentlemen. You are an asshat. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. That's all it is. He's a moron.
Then we can test that, and that was done in the
You can test what? In what?
An experiment in 1990.
Eddington never performed an experiment in his life. And why is Eddington performing an experiment in 1919 on space-time when the general theory of relativity, so-called scientific theory, was published 25 November of 1915? What does Eddington have to do 4 years later with Einstein's horseshit? Shouldn't have that been validated on or before November 25th, 1915? That's when it was published. You following me here, sunshine? You ain't following that. I don't even think you know what publish means. How bad we are. You're full of shit.
19 and many other times.
Many other times? Like what? Like mountains and mountains of evidence?
To show that light from a distant star will bend when it gets close to our star.
Light from a distant star will bend when it gets close to our star. Sure. Yeah, we want to see that experiment. Can you tell us what the independent and dependent variables are? He doesn't know what they are, folks. He doesn't even know what independent and dependent variables are to begin with.
Change its path. Excuse me, will change its path.
Excuse me, idiot.
The predicted amount according.
Prediction. It's not a scientific prediction. A scientific prediction is a hypothesis. This isn't science. This has nothing to do with natural science. Space-time, those are concepts. Length, width, height, time, seconds, hours, minutes, days, years, they're concepts. You can't put those things in a jar and paint it red. You booger-eating knuckle dragger. This is so far away from science, it's a joke.
According to Einstein's equations.
You don't know what Einstein's equations are. Number one, he's telling you right now this doesn't have anything to do with natural science. It's a category error. He's talking about equations. Equations have nothing to do with natural science. How many times we got to tell you this? And you don't know what Einstein's equations are, you pretender clown idiot. Good God. You wouldn't know the difference between a tensor and a hula hoop.
Do we have the star plates from the observation of 1919?
Star plates? Uh-oh. What's this? Watch what he does, folks. He has no idea what Caleb's talking about. Watch this.
You have the star plates.
Yeah, star plates. That's what he said. Star plates, yeah.
Yep. That's how he made the observation, did he not?
I don't have them.
Yeah. You have no frigging clue. You're busted. It's written all over your face and your actions. And that gibberish, stuttering gibberish out of that pie hole.
Do we have them?
Does anybody?
That's what he asked. Do you have them? Not you personally, but you as in we as in a royal we. That issue. Idiot.
Have them, or did we lose them?
I have no idea.
That's the most honest thing that he'll probably say all day. You have no idea. You have no idea, period, of what he's talking about.
Well, the answer is we don't have them anymore. We've lost them, apparently, due to just a long time from it being observed. And so how do we substantiate without having the star plates that the stars even convex towards the sun in the first place? And also, isn't light massless? Why?
Oh, that's a nice one. Light is massless. He's gonna trade. I told you I like the cut of his jib, right? Even though Dickless isn't paying attention here, not yet. That's a really good question. Let's see how Craig the idiot handles this.
Why is space-time being warped acting on a massless thing?
Excellent question, Caleb. Kudos.
Okay, 2 questions there. So the first one is you can
Yeah, you can count 2. Yes, there were 2 questions there. Nice delay. So go ahead.
repeat the experiment which has been done.
Repeat what experiment? There was no experiment. What experiment are you talking? You don't know what an experiment is, number one. And number two, there was never an experiment. What the hell do you mean? Who knows?
Many times I can provide you with a list of experiments.
Oh, here we go with the mountains and mountains of evidence and lists. Yeah, we'll start providing them. Do it now. You won't. You can't.
It's very similar to the Eddington experiment in 19.
Eddington didn't perform an experiment. So everything that was similar to Eddington is also non-experiments, clown.
1919. Science likes to have repeatable experiments, and it
Science doesn't like, it doesn't have bad breath, it doesn't get sad, it doesn't do the hokey pokey. You degenerate, reifying, reprobate retard. Okay? Sunshine.
certainly repeatable following the
Shut up.
predictions. And mass, light, or the
Mass, light, or the mass. What's mass? You haven't defined that monkey yet. By the way, folks, it's meaningless. We'll get there. Just be patient.
massless is energy, and as
Massless is energy. What? What? What the hell does that mean? Massless is energy. I need to write that down. Hold on, folks. Massless is energy. That's a good one. All right, let me put some quotes around that so I can see. If I take a break, make sure to remind. Never mind. I'll forget about it. Don't worry about it. Let's move on.
Einstein's equivalence principle shows us E equals mc squared.
Whoa, what? Okay, let me go back. Let me pull a J. Listen up, folks, very closely. He says Einstein's equivalence principle is E equal mc squared. Let's make sure.
Following the predictions. And mass, light, although massless, is energy, and as Einstein's equivalence principle shows us, E equals mc squared.
Yeah, that's it. He said E equal mc squared is Einstein's equivalence principle. Ladies and gentlemen, this rivals the hand putting up in front of your face. Is that your actual hand? No, it's not. I am telling you right now, he would get laughed at in intro to physics class junior high with that statement. And then gagged and friggin' rubber roomed, straitjacketed, then escorted off campus with that idiot statement. E equal mc squared, bonehead, is not Einstein's equivalence principle, for God's sake. It's so stupid. You're such a pretender clown fraud. This is tantamount to the purported chair of the Texas Cattlemen's Association putting out a memo that ribeyes come from mahi-mahi. That's what this level is, folks. Are you feeling me? Let's take a look at this. We already heard what he said. Let's check this out. Okay, from the Center of Experimental Nuclear Physics and Astrophysics, Einstein's equivalence principle. All objects fall the same way under the influence of gravity. Therefore, locally, one cannot tell the difference between an accelerated frame and an unaccelerated frame. Consider the famous example of a person in a falling elevator. The person floats in the middle of an elevator that is falling down a shaft. Locally, that is, during any sufficiently small amount of time or over a sufficiently small space, the person falling in the elevator can make no distinction between being in the falling elevator or being in a completely empty space where there is no gravity. Can somebody show me where E equals MC squared is? That train wreck dumbass equation has nothing to do with the equivalence principle. Nothing. I mean, the equation's compromised to begin with. There's no definition for energy. Gotta get to that. There's no definition for M, mass, and C can't be defined, the one-way speed of light. It's a reversed up dumbass equation. It's utterly meaningless. But Craig thinks E equals MC squared is the equivalence principle. Absolutely unbelievable. You wig snatcher, you. You pumpkin pie haircutted freak. You just snatched your own wig off. Doesn't even realize it. I don't know if you appreciate it, folks, but that is king dumbass right there. Hey, Baltards, you better get the hook and get his ass out of your community because he's making you look like a horse's ass. That you already are. He doesn't need to make you look that way. You already are that. But there you go, folks. I don't know. It all goes downhill from here, I suppose.
Energy is equivalent to mass, which means that it will be affected by gravitational effects.
Gravitational? What's gravity? Which gravity is he talking about? Who knows? Oh, I think he's on the space-time horse shit.
Especially when you talk about Einstein, because
that's what we're talking about, Einstein. That's what we've been talking about. How can we especially now talk about him? With his equivalence principle equal MC squared.
The physical fabric of the space that is warping.
Wait a second. Physical fabric of space that is warping? Hey, dumbass, sunshine. Look, his eyes crossed. Space-time isn't a fabric. You see, space is length, width, and height. And time is, seconds, minutes. You get the idea. There is no fabric. They have no physicality to them. None. Zero. So what the hell are you talking about? He doesn't know. Look, his eyes crossed. What you looking at anyway? What's going on here? He's still searching for his Tootsie Roll, Dick. Has he looked up at any point yet? Good moderation, Dickless.
Imagine walking on a curved surface.
That's the only way we could get that is imagine it. Walking on a curved surface.
If you were walking in a straight line yourself, the curved surface will change the direction that you are going. And because the space-time itself is curved, the straight path.
Space-time itself is curved, so you can bend and curve non-physical concepts. How can you do that? Where? In your imagination. It isn't happening physically. A damn incoherent third grader at recess could bust your dumb ass right here for mindlessly parroting Wiki and Discovery Channel. You pumpkin pie haircutted freak.
Path of light is changed based on that curvature of space-time.
Sure it is.
And funnily enough, even Newton actually predicted that the path.
Whoa. Why are we talking about Newton? Newton doesn't have anything to do with the fairy tale Einstein. Why are you jumping there? That was debunked over 108 years ago. And Newton told everyone that he didn't even want to ascribe that nonsense to him. What are you looking at? What are you looking at over here? Does he have a screen over here? I think he died. I think I see the reflection of it in his glasses.
Path of light would be altered by.
He's reading something off it, isn't he? Yep, he is. Hey, moderator, wake up! Is this allowed? He's looking this shit up. What the hell? What the hell is he doing? Who knows?
By large masses, although his prediction showed it to be a lot less.
Newton never made a prediction that is a scientific prediction. That's a hypothesis in his life. Neither did Einstein. So every time you say prediction, it's horseshit. Point blank, it's just horseshit. You don't know what you're talking about.
Einstein's were.
So I didn't hear just saying. So does gravity act upon mass only?
No.
Does gravity? What's gravity? See, Caleb, we needed to establish. I know where you're trying to go here. And I understand it, but you're giving him gravity right off the bat. He hasn't defined it yet, and after the definition, then substantiated it. So we should have started there. I'll give you a pass on that one. I think I know where you're going with this, but don't let them get away with that. Especially gravity. What the hell is it? Right? We'd all like to know. After what? 350 years would like to know.
Gravity is a warping of space-time, which can
Gravity is the warping of space-time. No, you can't warp non-physical concepts.
affect energy.
Oh,
Okay.
brother.
Where is it said that it can affect energy? Where is that said?
Einstein's equivalence principle, E equals mc squared. Energy equals mass.
He said it again. Einstein's equivalence principle, E equals mc squared. Oh my God. You sack sniffing cretin. He doesn't even realize that he snatched his own wig off. He'll just keep on repeating it. You can't make this stuff up, folks. There you go.
Mass times the speed of light squared. So mass is energy, effectively. So
Mass is energy. Yeah, you said, I marked that down. No, you said massless is energy. Now you're saying mass is energy? Remember, I wrote that stuff down before? I said massless is energy. Remember? Now you're saying mass is energy? Really? Well, make up your mind.
one is interchangeable with the other under certain conditions and energies. And
No, it's not. They're not interchangeable. You haven't defined them yet. Energy and mass. Of course, if you did try to define them, you'll find out that energy has no definition. It's meaningless. And mass is also meaning. Let's just go do that shit right now. Is that the next? Yeah, here we go. So, from Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate physics. From the Feynman lectures at Caltech. It is important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. They haven't a fucking clue. So you define. This is what I'm talking about, delusional Dunning-Kruger. All this guy, I don't even know, but I digress. All this Muppet's doing, not Feynman, Craig Muppet, is just regurgitating things he's reading off Wiki and Discovery Channel. That's all he's doing, right? Because according to Richard Feynman, they don't know what energy is. And let's just deal with mass right now. Let's go to Max Born, Nobel laureate, Einstein's theory of relativity, from Dover Publications. Listen up. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here comes the punchline, folks. I highlighted it for you, so it wouldn't escape you. This is really important. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not only strongly emphasize, but we must very strongly emphasize in physics, the word mass has no fucking meaning. It's over. Turn out the lights, baby. Now, Max goes on to say, other than that given by formula, but we don't really give a shit. We're not talking about, that's mathematics, not physics. And then he train wrecks himself by saying it is the measure of resistance to changes of velocity. Max. That's inertia. You should have period stopped right up there and saved the embarrassment. But you didn't. You had to go on. This is non sequitur. all this is non sequitur to the actual point, though, folks. In physics, the word mass has no fucking meaning, and neither does energy. So E equal M, they're both meaningless, and C squared, they don't have you. It's impossible for ever illusory to find out what the one-way speed of light is. The whole thing, like I said, is a reverse stuff reprobate retard equation. It's utterly meaningless. Simple. As is.
And therefore it can be affected in the same way. And again, only Newton.
He's reading. He's reading, folks. See it? I see the screen now too. He's reading off a screen right here. Why is this allowed? Oh, Dickless, wake up, you treasonous, treacherous traitor.
His descriptions of gravity said that it would affect only mass.
Mass, we already affect only something meaningless. We are, hey, Creation Bear, go ahead and stop that. I don't know what the hell you're reading.
But
Stop
Einstein doesn't say that. Einstein.
10-4.
Yeah,
Done.
you could stop that. It's been long enough. Yeah. So let's open up the panel.
It's about damn time. How's it going, folks?
Happy holidays. Shut the hell up. Good. Yep. We just played it. No one was saying anything. Everyone was on mute. So we just decided to play last night's treatment.
Oh, okay. Someone got cooked. You know what? Y'all need to stop being shy or something, man. 20 people in the panel.
There were more than that. A lot of people left. I knew a couple other people left because they're a bit paranoid right now.
I wonder why.
I wonder why too.
Man, I don't want to start calling y'all out, but I get it. Sometimes you got stuff going on, but it can't be all the time. Why is it it's just like 3-4 people that just come on and talk? Otherwise, just a dead air.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Speak up. Speak your mind. You know, this is a free. Well, sometimes it's a free speech, though. One run rumble. But yeah, man. Y'all really just want to sit here and listen to a robot video?
Nah, we don't want to listen to any more of that. If anyone wants to listen to that, go ahead and pull it up. That was a treatment last night done on Craig FTFE, Fight the Fat Egypt. The next iteration will be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. U.S. Central. That would be, I think is it 1 a.m. UK? Something like that. Something in the vicinity.
UK?
Yeah, United Kingdom.
No, I'm joking. Shout out to the UK boys.
Shout out to the UK. Yeah, shout out to the UK. Shout out to the UK.
I was gonna say no one cares about the UK, but actually we do. We love you guys.
We care about those guys over there.
Where y'all at though? I mean, do I always come in when they're sleeping or what?
Nah, I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on with these people, man.
Come on, Crypto. Dog, I miss you, man.
Is Crypto in here?
Man, he's over at the politics server more than anything. I've heard his voice over there.
I was banned from there.
Wait, but by who? From Globers or from Flat Earthers?
No one.
Well,
no one.
we don't have to air out dirty laundry.
Oh, I don't mind. No, I don't know exactly who banned me. But I was threatening moderators.
That's great.
Physically. Yeah, I got the message. So I physically threatened moderators, so they had to terminate my association. Yeah, and the moderators are moderators here in 24/7.
Oof.
Yeah, so some of those moderators were in here previously, so they decided to boot Scoot.
Traitors.
I don't know. If
Treasonous treacherous.
you finally got it.
I've been picking up on you. I've been picking up on it.
You got to do it right. It's treacherous, treasonous traitors.
I'll sneak it in from here and there. Don't you worry.
That appreciate it. Thanks.
I like it. I like it. We're always developing. Is that new? It's new to me.
Treacherous, treasonous traitors. You got it. You'd love me saying it if you could see me.
I can already kind of picture it.
I don't know. I don't know if it's new. It depends on how you define new. But it started with Jaren, the dickless dipshit.
Jaren. Have you ever reformatted some of your I don't want to disrespect you by calling them bits or skits or whatever, but have you ever reformatted into like a more of like comedic, intentionally, comedic format where you're
I don't know.
doing a little
I'll tell
comedy?
you what. Let me tell you something. That it's funny you say that because for some reason on Nathan's show in the after show after he stopped recording, we started listening to some old Numpty clips, and everyone was fucking rolling. I haven't listened to those in over a year. They're fucking hilarious. I'm not just saying it to toot my own horn. I was fucking losing it.
That's great.
Because
Hey,
I haven't.
John, I mean, if you guys don't mind if I don't jump.
No,
in
go ahead.
first.
Yeah, good.
You say, well, I must have offended some moderators over on politics. Bro, you offend moderators here all the time, so it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, but I've never physically threatened them here.
Okay, well, either way. Well, I mean, are you talking about moderators on politics and not the same moderators that? Because there are some moderators over there that are moderators here. So you're not talking about those guys. But it doesn't matter. No, you're exactly right. So, yeah, I mean, you have so many really cool clips that could be like freaking shorts on TikTok everywhere, just that would just be like, we should like grab some of that shit and just blow it up, man. Because, you're right, CB. I mean, he's so funny. I mean, he's my favorite. He's one of my favorite.
Here's what I'm actually
laugh
thinking.
Every time I hear you, QE, I mean, you're funny on purpose, but sometimes you're accidentally funny. It's just like, how did you come up with that shit?
I do is create some stupid shit, man. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, a lot of the things you
I
say.
fucking love it. I mean, as many people as many people hate you, there's as many people that love you too. So
Facts.
never forget that.
I think there's probably more lovers than haters, to be honest. But no, pause. But yeah, no, I've definitely found myself just bursting into laughter at like those little quips and things that you have. They're so funny and well thought out, and it's just maybe worth highlighting. Okay, so this is why I bring it up. I want to pitch this idea. I've been trying to pitch to the panel. Comedy night. So I guess there's an app that sort of formats it for you.
Mhm.
I had never heard of it, but I tuned into a stream online with some guys that I like to watch, and they were playing this quote game called Comedy Night. And basically, you load into the game. You're either in the audience or you're on the stage. And I mean, just the thing that I really like about it is I keep saying this, you guys hopefully don't get annoyed by this, but the acoustics and the way that it's all set up. I'm sure you guys are somewhat familiar with the way that a mic has reverb, and if you like tap on it, it might like screech, you know, whatever. It's like it can be a little awkward when it's quiet. Those little moments, I think, are all embedded into the game, which makes it even more funny. But I would just love to see some of the folks here. Like, I would love to try it. I think Kiwi would be good at it. AI was throwing out some jokes the other day when I brought up the idea. So I think you could take some of those quips and jokes and things that you have, and like just jump on quote stage and tell a few jokes. It doesn't have to be like a 30-minute bit. We can rotate. I'll go 1 minute, then you tell a joke, then I'll tell a joke. But
yeah, isn't it like you're in a virtual room, and
yes,
so you as part of the audience, you can kind of heckle as well.
yes, you can go boo or like thumbs it up or applause. There's only 12 people per lobby. You know, if you're familiar with like those Call of Duty days, you know, there's only like 12. You can't have like infinite people in the game. But here's the goal. I'm trying to get at least like, you know, 10 to 12 people who are willing to purchase the app and would be willing to like do the show. And I think if people saw it, they'd be more inclined to participate. And so like QE, yeah, if you see us on there, if you're interested, you'd be no, you could tell some of those jokes on stage for sure. You know, freaking
I don't tell jokes, man.
slobber. What is it like? You need a nurse.
That's what he's a fucking natural. He just,
I can't do that. I don't tell jokes. It's just a
no, but they're
natural.
funny. It's hilarious.
It's
You don't have to be like,
natural,
"Oh,
spontaneous type of stuff, man. It's not jokes. It's just comes out.
but that's the point. You just get up there and be like, you know what? So this baller said this, and I don't know, dude. You are funny, and whether you mean, I know you put some thought into it, so it's not just randomly.
Some of it
I think
is completely random.
Nah, I don't
think he's
believe.
put so much
Yeah, it's
content out there
spontaneous.
that
I got to
we could
keep
do.
it that way. It's the same
know-
thing I do on the treatments. I like to do it that way because it's a material reaction. It's not contrived.
Okay, all right. You know what?
Now, some of it. Now, I sang. There was one time that we listened to this one where it was M. Scott Veach, the son of an astronaut, where I converted Annie, Are You Okay? I sang that song to Scotty. Now, obviously, that's contrived, right? But it was fucking hilarious. But the whole other, the rest of the video, no, it's spontaneous.
I'll give you that. You probably
Hold
do come
on,
up with
QE. I
things on
mean,
the
this
fly.
shit's in your brain all the time, though, because I mean, like to make a show about fight the flat Earth, that just came out yesterday. That's I mean, it's something that's in your mind, but I mean, you're so spontaneous, though.
That's
It's
the
just
thing,
like
Helio. You make a good point. Are you really QE just gonna let all those great lines just sit in your brain? You got to get those out, man. There's so many good ones.
They're on
I'm
the
sure,
Nutty
like-
clips. They're on
Yeah,
the
he
Nutty clips.
Yeah, I know. Being shoot.
when
I just
he's giving us free reign to just freaking
You can-
grab them, throw
You
them
can
out there.
grab them.
So you're telling me I can tell your jokes for you?
No,
No, you can grab his
I'm about to
numpty
give you credit.
clips, grab his clips, put them on TikTok, put them on everywhere. Short clips, boom, boom.
Extra work.
There's 90 of them. Just go on my channel,
There's
hit
more than that.
playlist, and hit numpty clips. They're there.
I've
Sure,
heard
yeah.
them. Oh, you
I think I heard 100 tonight.
I've heard all the. I've been around. It's not for me, bro. It's for maybe the people that haven't heard it or haven't been around. So I guess he's yelling at y'all. Need to go watch the numpty clips if you want the jokes. But man, y'all are missing out. Let's just know that.
All those
Very
numpty
good.
clips, they're fucking platinum, dude.
Well, we have the Golden
I hate-
Globies here. I mean, it's
Helio.
not just you,
Helio.
There's other people too.
Hell
Sorry,
yeah.
brother.
I hate to sound
Sorry, brother.
pretentious, but those fucking numpty clips are the cat's meow, dude.
I agree.
They're aging very well.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. I like the format too. The way you do it is nice.
Well, it's just like the way you point out, and others as well. We've been doing this for a very, very long time. So it's
Yeah.
just like all the same points. I mean, it's just like, and to see them, the same people, or not the same people. Well, yes, the same people like Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, it's why you put the video out yesterday. He's still saying the same. regurgitating the same nonsense over and over.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, how can you not make fun of them at this point when they really have nothing?
Oh God, it's cringeworthy. I mean, I'm vomiting essentially because this guy thinks he's a fucking Rhodes Scholar, and he's dumber than a bag of fucking hammers. It's so pathetic. I have even in the Evo Tardville. I mean, there's some dumbass crackers in there.
What is Evo Tardville?
Evo Tardville.
Evo Tardville.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we're talking about. You just spout out a word like somebody's supposed to know what that fucking. But I kind of know what it means, but I want to hear you explain it. Because that's a really cool term.
Next block of instruction bongs out. Yeah, nice one. Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff. Evo Tardville. How would you spell that? Just like it sounds, right?
Next block of instruction. How to sit down, then point at a fucking horse.
Point at a horse?
That's some stupid shit, man. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Turn out the light.
Holy shit.
Gracious, bro.
I listened to a few of those. I just picked some random numpty clips and listened to them today. I nearly pissed myself. And it was me doing it.
I know. It's like
some of the things I forgot and I didn't remember.
Yeah,
right?
you
How
get
it
on a
went
roll
down.
and it's just like, dude, you're brilliant, bro.
Oh,
it's even the Globers freaking love you, even though they love to hate you.
Yeah,
that's why they give you shit all the time.
One was the Rumpus. I did it with the Big Lebowski theme. I fucking pissed myself, man. I wasn't ready for it. With the little urban achievers. I don't fucking know, man. You'd have to listen to those. That's on you guys.
I might start grabbing some of this shit, just throwing it out everywhere. Just I'm not. Instead of watching TV shows, I'll just freaking.
I'm telling you, they're fucking.
Grab
hilarious.
clips of QE and just put them out everywhere. It's like YouTube Shorts, fucking Facebook. It's just like
there it is, Miguel Sosa. But you'd have to play the whole. It's too long. This one's. Let's see how long this is.
I think we played that the other day, didn't we?
Sometimes I play it.
Booger eating.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
The booger eating.
Well, and it's just like you know what's so funny about with M. Scott Veach, he's so pompous, and he just like feels like, oh man, what, you're making fun of me? My dad was an astronaut. He's just so pompous and weird, talking to him, and it's just like, yeah, what? We know your dad didn't go to space, bro.
No,
and then not only that, every single argument he brings has no validity.
I know, he's a dumb fuck.
I've talked to him multiple times. It's like, Scott, are you fucking serious, man? I don't care if your dad's an astronaut or not. You sound like a fucking dumbass.
You think Witsit talks fast? You have no idea about fucking that booger eating schmuck right there. I'll tell you what. You want to hear a fast talker? His mouth is about 10 minutes ahead.
His mouth of his brain. Yeah, he just talks faster than his brain. He just starts making shit up at a certain point.
He's like Dolly Parton. Her tits arrive about 10 minutes before she does.
She belongs to the streets. Yeah, that's the way. I mean, dude, if you've never really had a long or at least like 20, 30 minutes with Scott Veach, just one-on-one, it's just like, what? Where are you coming from? Care if you claim your dad was an astronaut or not. What the hell are you talking about?
Like, what are we, 5? My dad, like, bro. I literally have a video saved on my phone where it's like, my dad owns a BMW. Oh, well, my dad owns a Mercedes. Like, that's kind of what they sound like. Oh, well,
Hey.
my dad is an astronaut.
Hey, why don't you just play that one? Fuck it. With PhD bugger eating schmuck M Scott V. Just fucking play it, dude.
Hey, we leave our mics open and just give like open commentary on it while we're listening. We do that sometimes here.
Just play it. Just play it. This is classic. It's a classic, I'm telling you.
Bold move there, Cotton.
The PhD bugger eating schmuck M Scott Veach, elbow deep, May 2021.
Listen to my whole sentence. If you're on a sphere, then you change your latitude, you also change your rate of rotation.
Well, that's what your pseudoscience priests tell you, and you mindlessly parrot. But the Earth is demonstrably flat and not rotating. It's also a non sequitur fallacy. If you're on a sphere, a shape, that premise alone doesn't in any way even remotely imply that the shape is moving, in this case rotating. Shapes are not motions, Crayon Muncher.
So you're changing your rate of rotation if you're on a sphere when you change latitude. It's a standard for rate of rotation.
Are you high right now?
Either that or he should be. See the previous response in toto. It's another non sequitur fallacy. Even if it was rotating, how in the world is the rate of rotation a stand-in for the rate of rotation, whether you're changing your latitudes or not, booger eater?
But then you check to see, does the rate of rotation affect the precession as predicted?
His question slowed down for comprehension. As we're all aware, the booger eater's mouth is about 5 minutes ahead of the caper-sized piece of horse shit between his ears. The question, does the rate of rotation affect precession as predicted? You have yet to establish that the Earth is rotating. You kind of have to do that first. And you have no scientific prediction here, as in a scientific hypothesis. Even if you knew how to construct one, and we all know you
By
don't.
precession, is
you
he
have
talking
no
about
viable
precession of the
independent or
equinoxes?
dependent variable in this genre.
It does. Oh, look, it's precessing.
I did call a putty cat.
Now you have to
It's
ask
called
yourself.
affirming the consequence.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes it is. Textbook. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is rotating, we will observe a putty tat. We see a putty tat. Therefore, the Earth is rotating.
And now you have to ask yourself, oh,
See, there's a TikTok
is it quite
freaking
likely
video
that
right there.
the fact that I was changing this dependent or independent variable is the thing that's causing it to precess, or is it something coincidental? And that's what I was trying to explain to you before, which is always a possibility, which is where you check in to see, do I meet my standard of statistical significance or not?
What the fuck? My word, you're delusional. Possibility and likelihood is only used with inductive reasoning. There is no inductive reasoning in the scientific method. You were changing your independent variable? The only thing you were changing in your previous non sequitur fallacies was the latitude. Latitudes don't cause anything, and most certainly don't cause the Earth to spin in space monkey, you bozo. And newsflash, latitudes don't have physical existence, you booger-eating goober. Moreover, and knee-slapping hilarious, the quintessential example of giving a 3-year-old a chainsaw. In retrospect, a Trojan horse, if you will. After the ball-tarred booger eaters continually got their asses handed to them from 2016 through 2019 because of flat earthers asking for their independent variable, they eventually wisened up. I use that as loosely as possible. and educated themselves, again, as loosely as possible, on what independent variables are. For whatever reason, they focused heavily on the changeability aspect and continue to do so. These schnoz particle chefs think that if you can change something, then it's automatically an independent variable. But an independent variable, the presumed cause, is varied and manipulated itself by the researcher so as to change the relationship with the dependent variable. The booger eater here said he changed his latitude, ergo, independent variable. He didn't vary and manipulate a latitude itself. He merely changed his position relative to an arbitrary fairy tale latitude. See it? They have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Boneheads. That's what you get for pretender clowning. These dizzy Dunning-Kruger dipshit doofuses have Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and Baby Huey doubled over in the corner, gasping for their last breaths from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. Oh, by the way, booger eaters, you're welcome. No thank you required. Lastly, your flailing non sequitur of the ages Mr. Magoo application of statistical analysis to whether the space monkey is spinning or not is tantamount to applying GNP of Zimbabwe calculations to authenticate the Declaration of Independence. Are you okay, dude? Jamal, get on it. Ow! 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 Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Tell us that you're okay, that you're okay, that you're okay, Scotty. There's a sign in the window that instructs you to booger eating schmuck, Scotty.
Well, we had to clear up the difference between
I'm my
engineering
fucking
and
ass
science.
off.
There was no science in engineering at all.
Oh, yeah. What is your definition of science?
I just told you how there is, Kimo.
Wrong. From Boston University, College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science. Duh. From Professor Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the PhD booger-eating schmuck here and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
What they're essentially saying is, you say you're doing science, but you're doing something that doesn't actually test hypotheses.
What the hell did you just say?
Anytime you're using something that is going to help you test hypotheses.
I wonder
We
how
got
you would
some
have an experiment without the
hypotheses
scientific method. I wonder how
everywhere.
that would be.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think of the scientific method as requiring stuff like observe a natural phenomena?
Yes, dependent variables, observed natural phenomena, are absolutely requisite for hypothesis construction. And you can't have natural science without hypotheses.
So then, let's say tomorrow, I'm going to just do an experiment where I have a control variable of temperature. I'm going to adjust it.
OMG from a booger-eating PhD. Doofus, you don't change or alter control variables because control variables are always held constant. That's what makes them controls.
You dumbass.
Next block of instruction, how to look through a window while standing.
And I'm going to see how it affects the salinity of my compound. And I'm going to record all the results. And I'm going to do this experiment. I've done an experiment there, but I'm not really part of any kind of overarching method. I just did an experiment by itself, in and of itself, without observing a phenomenon. I didn't really have a hypothesis.
Ay, caramba!
So you conducted a scientific experiment without a hypothesis? How can you do that when experiments are hypothesis tests? From pennstate.edu, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. What's next? Run the Brickyard 400 without a car.
Curvature, in and of itself, is a constant elevation.
You serious?
Shockingly, he is. Scotty. Did you pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue? A constant elevation is having no part higher than the other. That's the definition of level, flat, and horizontal, not curvature. From dictionary.com, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, Scotty, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Something that is level with something else is at the same height.
That's not going to tell us anything about curvature, though. Elevation does not hold any hints as to whether we're curving or not.
What the hell did you just say?
That's an elevation change. That's fine, but a curve is not an elevation change.
Bravo, Raggy, retard!
The curvature does not change the elevation, Brian.
Fatality.
Wow, dude. Wow. So curvature does not change elevation, eh? From the United States Naval Academy.edu, curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface. Uh-oh! From pennstate.edu, slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Uh-oh!
So, Booger Eater, if curvature is the rate of change of a slope, and a slope is the measure of change in elevation, then curvature must necessarily involve a change in elevation. Next block of instruction, how to point at a house. This is galactic universes beyond mind-numbing absurdity. The quintessential tenet of fairy tale ball tart spinning space monkey religion dictates an 8-inch per mile squared drop along a tangent from your feet in every direction, Scotty. What is drop if not an elevation change? Por favor. Folks, this is akin to a communist renouncing the abolition of private property and the Roman Catholic Church disavowing the Virgin Mary. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this booger-eating schmuck's entire performance is imbecilic at a second-grade level and demonstrates a purposeful fundamental ignorance of mere basic concepts and topics. He not only speaks confidently in his belly-laughing ignorance, but ridicules others for challenging his baby Huey horsepuckery. It's a shameful disgrace for your average Joe Coffey to spew such backwards nonsensical drivel, but this schmuck has a PhD. I heretofore, Your Honor, invoke the DEFCON 1 doofus statute, recognizing the clear and present danger this Dunning-Kruger numpty has not only to himself, but others. Put a cork in it, Your Eminency. Yep, got it. Your Worshipfulness. That was society on the line. They want an emergency restraining order against this booger eater. No less than 1,000 light years. Your splendiferousness. I move to strike jury deliberation. Have them retire to their respective residences with the court's deepest apologies and a counseling voucher for tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. An immediate subpoena issued from the bench with an attached indictment for Captain Kangaroo U, mail order diploma section, where this numpty clearly obtained his degree from. The PhD booger eater here straitjacketed, shackled, horse and elephant tranquilized, without cessation, in place, with a 24-hour sword-drawn guard while we await Mr. Green Jeans, Mr. Bunny Rabbit, and Mr. Moose Stamplickers to give account.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all.
You ain't getting better than that, dude.
Good things must end.
Call it a night.
Woo! God bless Quantum Racer.
Hey, you ain't getting better than that shit, folks. It ain't
That was
fucking
really,
happening.
really fucking good. I'm downloading that video. I'm gonna make some clips out of it. That's freaking awesome.
It's for you.
Woo!
Yeah, you've just been erased.
It doesn't get better than that, dudes.
Dude, thank you so much, QE, for that, man. This is why people love to love you and love to hate you.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
You're
That it doesn't get any better than that. That's fucking classic, dude. Of a twisted individual such as myself, just playing shit out.
yeah, but it's not your fault. It's theirs. They say so much dumb shit. You can't help but make fun of their dumbass.
I'm talking about the ad lib at the end with
No. I mean, you're very talented, of course.
No. With
I'm just
with your splendiferousness.
Splendiferousness.
Oh, fuck was that? Let's go there.
It's just like, I mean, it's just like you have to come up with more creative ways to make fun of their dumbass.
Hold on a second. Put a cork in it, Your Honor.
Very visual. Yeah,
Shit
very
is hilarious, bro.
like visual.
Mr. Green Jeans. And the Stamplickers.
Well, it's just like you. I can't believe you can hold it together while you're just doing that, making that video.
No,
Fucking.
I did it then, but I can't hold it together now.
It's awesome. That's awesome.
I can remember trying to do that fucking song. I couldn't keep up with the fucking lyrics. I had to speak so fast. You
were off with the music, but it worked out.
Yeah,
good.
it did. Exactly.
I think it worked out good. Yeah. This shit was funny.
Triple Green Schmuck Scotty.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there. Well, I mean, I don't know about the newer guys in here, but if you guys ever talk to that guy, it's just like it's so frustrating. It's just wow, bro.
Hey, you gotta admit, I did do the chicka chickas right on fucking time.
Yeah, that was, dude. I love that video. It's fucking awesome. So
It's just fucking classic, man. I have to. It sounds pretentious, but I nearly pissed myself again. That is.
Is it pretentious for me to say you're one of my favorite Vlad? And you make some awesome I mean, as far as like funny, it's just like, I mean, you do funny on purpose, but you also make it intellectual, and you know what's really cool about all of that part? A lot of people love and hate you, but you're always here with us to support what we're doing. And you don't back down from anybody, whether it's flat Earth or globe Earth. And as far as the respect goes, you got mine, and hopefully a lot of others as well. So yeah, I just want to give you props on that because you're here all the time. It's just like when I see you jump in, it's just like, dude, John's just bored. He's just gonna come and just hang out.
He's just
but
bored.
sometimes you are. It's just like, because I know you're busy with all your family and stuff, but sometimes, well, I got other shit that I'm doing, and I really jump in, but I love it when you jump in because you're so awesome, and it's like people like, oh, John's an asshole, but dude, you're very patient with a lot of people when we're patient with you. If they're, you know what I mean? It's just like new people. I've seen you like talk to new people. You're really patient and just kind of get to the brass tacks of the arguments and stuff. It's not like John's just going to bust you down if you're ignorant, whatever. You're not like that, man. And
No,
so
if
that's
I
cool.
sense pretender clown, it's over though.
Yeah, of course.
But if you're,
me too. Yeah,
if you're legitimate, if you ask legitimate questions, I've said this for years, you're fine.
Yeah, if you're just like a brand new and it's like I really have a legitimate question, I haven't talked about this to anyone before. Boom. Yeah. See, you have a gentle soul, and I know that about you, John. So
Yeah, but if you're a fraud, it's over.
it's just like bam.
You're fucking done.
Yeah.
That was my mission when I first came out here, even with the Evotards. My mission is
the Evotards. There's the word again.
Yeah. My mission always been that if you're a pretender clown, I will expose you. And that's it.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Well, just
what you
like
think. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just like this argument itself is sort of, it's black and white, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
It's flat or globe, whatever the globe is. We have more of a sense of reality than they do. They have to pretend the Earth is a globe when all of us see the same goddamn thing, right?
Yep.
And I mean, I was in last weekend, and I was like, I want to talk to everybody but Helios Skeptic. I can talk to anybody. It's like, dude, I'm just asking you a simple question. Like, well, I don't want to talk to that guy because he's asking me about the sun moving away from me or me moving toward the sun. Not a hard question, is it? Anyway, we have different styles and everything.
That's fine. Yep. That's what makes the world stationary.
Amen, dude. That's also that's stealing from that's what makes the girl go. I mean, not that anybody had that. I had to, say that. Yeah, that's what makes the world stationary. The way we all perceive it. Every single one of us. Every single human being perceives the Earth as a stationary level plane. Now, if you believe otherwise, that's on you. Tell us why you believe that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. You want to do the Big Lebowski one? Yes? No?
Sure.
Big Lebowski? The Rumpus with the Big Lebowski theme?
Yes. Oh, with the rumpus? Yeah, roll that one.
Yeah, hold on.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yeah, I used to say that shit, and Nathan told me to stop it.
Well, fuck it. You can do it here, so fuck Nathan.
let me find it. Give me a minute.
Roll that beautiful Lebowski footage.
Yeah, Big Lebowski, man. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's one of the best movies of all time. It's a cult classic, of course.
Yep. I agree. Oh shit, where is it? Hold on.
There's so many hidden truths in that movie. It's so awesome.
When I have to go to the next screen? Yeah, I guess I do. All right, that's under. I think it's under signature. It's not that long. I think it's only 10 minutes.
Is Lebowski in the title on your channel?
I don't think it is. Hold on. Let me check. No, I don't think so. It's just within the video. The Rumpus. Oh shit. That's the title is The Rumpus. Obviously he's not a golfer.
Obviously he's not a golfer. Okay.
This is old. This is one of the first Numpty clips I did. Let's see if I had it in the beginning. There you go.
Who's gonna play it? I can play it.
Last one, we're not playing anymore, so this is the last one.
How long is it?
The Globetard Goober, Grandiose Dunning-Kruger Delusional Disorder, F-22 Code Master, the Rumpus, back from nailing his How to Become a Delusional Globetard Goober in 13 Quick Steps thesis to the Little Lebowski Urban Achievers preschool door and the subsequent mass casualty incident from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. In the words of one Little Lebowski Urban Achiever who was just resuscitated, summarized the entire ordeal, exclaiming, "Obviously, he's not a golfer." The 13 quick steps responsible for the massacre are understanding that air is not the atmosphere. You don't have to be conscious to make an observation. You don't need to have a cause to establish a cause and effect relationship. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the earth. There's no such thing as natural laws. You just made that up. Pendulums go around in a figure 8. Measuring things is not maths. Gases effectively have little springs on them pulling them towards the earth. The lens of the human eye is concave. Gases are solids. The ball has velocity upwards and acceleration downwards. Gases are running around in all directions, but they're going down. And finally, it's not a visual horizon, but it is visible. Now on a PR campaign to feebly divert away from the Little Lebowski Urban Achiever Massacre with the slogan,
"Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!"
Tour, May 2021.
I'm the person telling you how reality is, and I'm always right. Understand the difference between entropy and the second law of thermodynamics.
There's no difference between the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, you amphibious rodent. From Simply Science Thermochemistry, the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy law or law of entropy, was formulated in the middle of the last century by Clausius and Thomson. From his alma mater wiki, the idea that the second law of thermodynamics or entropy law, yada yada yada. From hyperphysics.edu, Georgia State University, title of the section, "The Second Law entropy. From John Simmons, PhD Physiology, title of the paper, The Second Law of Thermodynamics, Law of Entropy. If you would have stated there's a difference between daytime and sunlight, it would have been more coherent.
Entropy is not entropy just simply tells you how disordered something is.
Fatality.
No, it doesn't. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy. Energy and position. Those are the two things entropy talks about.
What the f***? This bozo definitely doesn't roll on Shabbos. Entropy doesn't talk. It's a textbook pathetic fallacy. And position? Position of what? Pray tell. Combining your belly laughers here gives us entropy speaks to how disordered energy and position of what we don't know are. If we then add your crown jewel to the incoherent milieu,
the second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
we get the doofus's comprehensive understanding of entropy. Entropy speaks to how disordered energy and position of what we don't know are in Narnia. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Right, hold on. Newton's first law.
That's it. I've had it. No more Newton. It will not be tolerated ever again. I've been gently correcting, coddling you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, window-licking, spinning space monkeys for about 2.5 years, attempting to have you simply mindlessly parrot the correct pseudoscience from your devil-worshipping pseudoscience wiki priest. That hasn't worked. Time for Plan B, the final solution. From this point forward, as soon as I hear new or any remote vapor of the laws of motion or the law of gravitation, I'm going to halt any and all conversations, expose the propagator, then proceed to drag them around by their incoherent short hairs, spill their entrails across the ground, and have my wolf pups feast, then laugh at you in front of God and everyone. You want to see medieval? Stay tuned. No more Mr. Fucking Nice Guy.
The horizon is not horizontal. The horizon is not nothing to do with horizontal.
Are you serious? Are you serious? From mathopenreference.com. In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. The horizon is horizontal.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Normal was right. prove something, you have to be able to logically do that by deductive reasoning.
Rumpus, you want to start over?
Listen,
You want to
let me
start over?
finish. Let me finish. You cannot use deductive reasoning with science. It's all inductive.
Fatality.
Induction has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science, you delusional putz. From the King Cheese philosopher of science, Karl Popper, 1963, Conjectures and Refutations, via Wiki. As mentioned in the section, The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Uh-oh! Back to Karl Popper, Conjectures and Refutations, via Wiki. Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth.
Uh-oh! Nummel was right.
You dumbass.
You cannot use deductive reasoning with science. It's all inductive.
Get lost, dummy.
Which means that invisible green pixies could be responsible for all the phenomenon we put down in science. Demonstrate any understanding of science, I'll embark on my journey. So your first project would be to learn about trigonometry.
What the fuck? So for them to get up to speed and understand science, their first project is to learn about trigonometry? Trigonometry's mathematics, not science.
You dumbass.
From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics, mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. From Dr. Kary Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry, and mathematics, which is really not science, from Professor of Physics Black Krishnanan, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. This is akin to stating, for you to get up to speed and understand dairy farming, your first project is to learn about curved tangent lines. You utter
dumbass!
Nummel was right.
Say hello to my little friend!
That'd be it. Have a good evening. QE out.
Later, bro. Thank you. Well, I guess the real first homework is to define the word horizontal, horizon, I guess. Yeah. And then we can science. Am I right? Am I right? So toddler. Toddler touches hot plate, right? Does the toddler need to know trigonometry to do science? You know how in school you have to take like math and science, English. You know how they're different? Yeah. So are we gonna spend like the next 5 years defining the word horizontal? I am just asking a question because that seems to be where they're stuck on. You know, a word, right? We should try like Greek or Chinese or Mandarin words. You know, maybe those words might work for horizon or horizontal or whatever that thing is. You know, don't feel like being stuck on a word for another long time. You know. He also said, so all this, so we have all this phenomenon. The horizon is not a phenomenon, is it? I wonder if we're getting like most of the world's internet stupid people, or this is just normal. You know what I mean? Like just stupid. Hi, Matthew. Did you hear all that?
No, I just came here.
Oh yeah, yeah. What do you think about the word horizontal or horizon? Do you think it's do you think it's a thing, or do you think it's up? It means what it means, what it says.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's the dividing line between the apparent sky and the apparent ground or the sea. And if you're at the ocean, it's definitely perpendicular to vertical.
And if we were on a ball, right? Why would we call it? Why would we say it's horizontal?
Because it's still perpendicular to vertical. What do you mean?
Wait, yeah, but we know that a straight line, 180 degrees, and a curved line cannot be the same thing. So why would we call something that's curving horizon?
Oh, well, yeah. Just because something appears to be straight doesn't mean it is straight. Horizon is talking about the apparent thing.
Okay, so can we define what we mean by straight? Because when we say 180 degrees, right, we're saying that it's not dropping, it's not changing. You know, it's the surface is not, it's not curving or bending anywhere. When we say 180 degrees, do you agree?
No, you can look at it like what a hula hoop is. Take a hula hoop and put your eyes right in the center of the hula hoop and look at it, and it'll look straight, even though it's curved everywhere.
Yeah, but a hula hoop is not a ball. We're talking about on the surface of a ball, right? We're not talking about a disc. Because know, when you say hula hoop, you're describing a disc, right?
I'm just saying that curved surfaces sometimes appear straight in our vision. That's all.
Plane. Yeah, you're talking about a disc with a plane on it, and of course it's going to have a horizon because it's flat. But what I'm saying, if we're on the surface of a curve of a ball, right? Like, why should we call that thing the horizon? I mean, that's just the stupid thing to call it, right? And why confuse 180 degrees with curvature? Why would anyone do that, especially if they're mathematicians / astronomers?
What are you talking about? 180 degrees? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Because you do understand that a straight line, 180 degrees, and a curved line, like on a sphere, okay, are not parallel, will never be parallel to each other on any point on that surface. You know that, right?
Right.
There are flat surfaces on a sphere, right? But then you say, well, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. You have to define what you mean by that.
We mean that the curvature is so slight that it's not apparent.
Now you're saying there's curvature. See, first we agree that there's a difference, that these two things are different. Straight lines 180 degrees and a curved surface and a curved line, they're different, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like you put a ruler on a basketball, those two lines are not doing the same thing. One is going straight, we can call that the horizon. But then what is up with this curved line? You know, what do we call that on a ball?
So the horizon, when you look straight out at the horizon, the point of view straight in front of you is definitely vertical perpendicular to the vertical. But as you go left and right from the view, they kind of curve down slightly.
Well, okay, I think I hear you saying that if a sphere is big enough, it is virtually 180 degrees because it's so big, you know, from our point of view.
No, not virtually, actually 180 degrees at one point. At each point, it's 180 degrees.
Okay, so now you're saying, right, that there are all these straight lines, and somewhere it's going to what? Bend? It's not curving like a ball? How big is this straight line, right? What does locally flat mean on a sphere with a radius of 3959? You see what I mean? There are no flat surfaces on any spheres.
Yeah, exactly.
So, how can people stand on something that looks flat and level, measure it as flat and level, and say it's a sphere? How can anyone say that?
Because the measurements are so slight that they're hard to notice.
Okay, we never. That's what we're asking for. What slight measurements are you talking about? Because we don't have any of those. Are you talking about Eratosthenes' measurements?
No, I'm talking about like using water levels on small scales and stuff like that.
Okay, and if it has a radius of 3959 miles, you got a problem now.
Why?
It's not because it's not bending at that rate. The rate it should be.
No, it definitely is. What are you talking about?
I'm sure it is. You've been saying that it's flat and that it looks flat. That's a horizon. So now you're contradicting? This is a contradiction. You can't say something that is curving and something that
Things
is
can't
flat.
appear different than they are. It's not a contradiction. It's just things appearing different than they actually are. That's all.
But
Like
a
the
sphere
hula hoop thing. It's a straight line, but it's still a curved hula hoop.
It's not a sphere. Okay, a table will not appear as a ball. A ball is never going to look like a table, like it's flat, like it has flat surfaces.
Yeah, well, if you're close enough to it.
How close? That's what I'm asking. When I bring that up, how close? There's a radius, 3,959 miles.
Yeah, it depends on how accurate your equipment is. So, for example, 3959, if you have a 100-meter long swimming pool and you try to measure the difference between the surface of the swimming pool to a straight line, the difference is only going to be the thickness of the piece of paper.
Well, then how long does a swimming pool have to be able to measure a difference? You can tell.
Depends on how accurate you're. Like if you can only measure 8 inches, then it's going to have to be a mile. So it's 8 inches per mile.
So over 1 mile, we'll definitely see curvature. Measure curvature. We're going to see a drop.
If you're making a 1 mile long straight line versus the 1 mile long swimming pool, then you'll notice 8 inches of difference at the end.
No, but we don't. I mean, you've been looking at the black swan for years now. What are you
talking? Black swan is right next to a bunch of humid air. It's obviously not going to go one way or the other.
Look, my house is on the mountain on a hill, and I can see for 10, 15, almost miles, bro. So what are you talking about? Because we're talking about the size of this ball. You know what I mean? People keep saying it's so big, but when we bring in the radius and do the calculations and say, look, it's way too small, like what's the rebuttal to that? Like what's the answer to that?
No, it's not. You did your math wrong. What are you talking about?
Oh, you said 8 inches per mile square. We're talking about the same math.
Yeah. Yeah, squinting at the horizon isn't going to help either side very much.
Either side, I know. Okay, forget that forget flat Earth, right? Let's say I just want to know the actual radius of the Earth. Let's say I'm a glober, and I go out there, and nothing I'm being told matches what I'm looking at. Okay, I still want to know the radius of the globe. Okay, now either side, there are no either sides. There's only one side, the
Yeah,
globe
you can
side.
calculate the radius pretty easily with sticks and shadows.
Oh, you can't, because it always looks flat. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson is yelling at me. You're not going to see the curvature. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
as a
why you
globe,
use sticks. That's why you use sticks and shadows. You're not going to like measure the curvature by looking at
as
the
a
horizon.
glober, I feel like I'm being lied to about something here. Okay, no, I don't feel
No, nobody's lying to you.
lied to about the radius. I know it's way bigger than what we're told. And as a
No.
glober, I'm gonna be suspicious of things like, are they hiding more land from us? Blah
You're
blah.
not.
All these questions, right? As a glober, it has nothing to do with people wanting to be special, thinking they know stuff and the Earth is flat. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with my observation not matching what they told us. Okay, you tell me there's a horse outside for me to ride, and I go out there and there's no horse. I'm gonna come back and ask, where's the horse? You were saying there's a horse out there. Yeah, it's out there. Go, it's out there. And there's nothing out there. Okay, so I'm still asking. Somebody said there's a horse outside for me. See, that's what I'm asking. As a glober, I want to know the real radius. I know they're lying to me.
Yeah, you
See?
can use sticks and shadows and do the calculation yourself. I've done it.
Sticks and shadows, right? That's
Right.
what I'm going to use. Sticks and
Right.
shadows. I'm not going to go look on the internet for photos of astronauts that went to space. I'm not going to go look on the internet for videos or stuff from airplanes, right? That would conform to the radius. I have to go put sticks in the ground and look at shadows and assume that light rays are parallel. That's what I have to
Right.
do.
That's right.
This is what I have to do.
That's an easy way to do it. Yeah, that's one way.
So that's okay. You think people are going to be stupid enough to accept that as an answer and just fuck off to their life and do what they're supposed to do or whatever, right? I say I want to be
No, I
astronomer.
don't think it's stupid to look at that evidence and accept those calculations. It's not stupid at all.
Okay, so what am I supposed to do with sticks and shadows?
You can measure the angle to the sun and then measure your distance or look up a map your distance to the subsolar point and see how far around the ball you are, and then
Do you
get
know
the
how?
radius from that.
You know how insulting that's such an insult to anyone's intelligence. You know when you
It's not.
ask them
It's
to
a
just
really straightforward calculation.
No, but listen to what you just asked them. Look at the angles. Okay, look at the angles.
Right.
Now,
Looking at the angles to the sun.
calculate the distance to the sun. Do you know how insulting that is to tell somebody that? Okay, now divide it by the distance to the moon. You know how far that star is, right? Like nobody
Why
knows
is
how.
it insulting to have people do a little bit of trigonometry? It's not
Now,
insulting.
listen, how can anyone know the distance of the sun?
You assume it's infinite with that calculation, which is close
Listen,
enough.
I'm asking you, how do you calculate the distance of the sun, moon, or stars? If you're trying to teach me, right? If you're trying to teach me to prove to myself that the Earth is a ball, where am I supposed to get this information?
The
I can
distance to the
calculate.
sun is irrelevant if you're calculating the size of the circumference. As
So
long as
how?
it's far away enough.
Then what am I doing with these shadows if I don't even know the distance of the sun? What am I even doing on the ground with the shadows and
Calculating
sticks?
the radius.
You need to know the distance of the sun in order
No,
to
you
do
don't.
anything with the light coming from it.
No, you don't. You assume it's far away enough to be practically
So
parallel.
you're going to insult my intelligence by telling me these things, right? As if anyone could know these things. I'm supposed to accept that there are people out there that have gone up there and have known these things. With no proof, right? I'm supposed to just do this shadow sticks thing, assuming all the things you're telling me are true.
Wait, why would that be insulting your intelligence to assume that you could do a little bit of math? It'd be insulting your intelligence to assume that you can't do it.
Because it sounds like a salesman trying to sell
It's
me a
just a
lemon.
little bit of geometry. It's not much.
One salesman, right, is pointing to a car that obviously looks fucked and he's trying to sell it to me and tell me it's a good car. Of course, I'm gonna say, "What do you think? I'm stupid? It's all banged up. It's fucked up. Why are you doing this to me?"
Yeah,
That's
then
what
I
it sounds.
point to logic and reason and why I think that the Earth is a globe. I'm not just gonna like expect you to believe it.
Oh, I'm talking about this method of proving that the curvature is there. Okay, you telling me to go measure it with sticks and shadows.
No, I
And
was
to
telling you how to measure it, not prove it. You can't prove it that way.
and assuming all these other things is like you trying to sell me a lemon, a car,
Wait,
a messed up.
So
broken car.
Eratosthenes and sticks and shadows doesn't prove that the globe exists. It merely measures the radius if it does exist.
Okay, to measure the radius. Okay, so having the radius is not proof that the Earth is a ball. Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
That's exactly right.
Okay, so when I measure the radius of a basketball, what does the radius of that basketball tell me? That it's a cube? That it's a what? That it's a coin? Well,
No,
what is this radius
you
tell
would have
anybody?
to you would have to assume that the ball is a sphere before you measure its radius.
Yes, you have to assume before.
Right.
Go.
Yes.
So there you go.
So
It's all
Eratosthenes
assumption. It's
wasn't
all
proving the
assumption.
Earth is a globe. He
Matthew,
was merely
you are
measuring the
living this
circumference,
dream.
assuming it was.
Matthew, you are living this dream for like how many years? You are assuming that
52
you are
years.
living it for too many years. And you said many times that it has to be flat to measure it.
So Aristotle's have to assume that the Earth is spherical, and the
Right.
sun rays are parallel. So
Right.
isn't that working in flat Earth with near sun too?
It does.
Okay, so what's your point? That's your argument with stick and shells is nonsense.
Yeah,
To
sticks
prove
and
anything.
shadows don't prove that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
so
then when you are arguing then.
I'm not
You
arguing.
can-
Bong Sao said you can't measure radius, and I was like, yeah, you can.
You cannot.
So that's not that's not real, right? If you do the sticks and shadows, okay, and then you say this is the radius of the globe, right?
Right.
Is that the radius of the globe? Yes or no?
If you assume that it's a globe, then yes. If you assume
Okay.
the Earth is flat, then it's probably more like the distance of the sun.
Now that's not even logical anymore, right? If I assume I'm Batman, then I'm Batman, right? I just put on
No,
some
that's circular
costume.
reasoning. That's circular reasoning.
Well, that's what you're saying.
I'm
That's
not
what you're
saying
saying.
it's. No, I'm saying that this is a measurement that lets you calculate the size of the Earth if it is a globe. It's not a proof that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
It's
but
just really a
not a
measurement.
globe.
assuming. You're still assuming. It's assumption is there. But
And if
can
it
be
is
flat, right?
if you do this measurement, right, and you assumed that it was a globe, but then you found out it was not a globe, then what is this measurement?
You could use it to calculate the height of the sun, which would be about 3,400 miles high.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. You can't what? Calculate? You can't know that without knowing what?
Assuming the
You
Earth
don't
is flat, the same measurement could be used to calculate the height of the sun.
calculating the distance to the sun. We're trying to measure curve, right? And then use that to calculate the whole thing, right? That's what you said. That's what he did, right? Eratosthenes?
So he measured the angle to the sun. Now, if he assumed that the Earth was flat, that angle could be used to measure how high the sun is. If he assumed that the Earth was a globe, that same angle could be used to figure out the radius of the Earth. It's just one measurement, but the assumptions depends on what
Oh,
you do.
I think you're always going to need to know the size of the sun, of the thing you're measuring the distance to, in order to know its distance. So you have to at least know the size of that object. But then that's now so basically you're saying if you assume it's a globe, you can use this measurement to calculate the distance to the sun is 93 million miles. If you assume it's a flat, then you can use this measurement, right, to calculate the distance to the sun, which is 3,000 something, whatever you said. What the hell? How do you go from 93 million miles to like 3,000 something? You must know something about the size of the sun. Obviously, you made the sun smaller and you brought it closer. There on the flat Earth, you made the sun bigger and pushed it away on a globe Earth. This is not calculating. This is fudging the numbers until you get your result. This is setting things up until you get what you want. This is not science. This is not knowledge. This is lying. This is deception.
So Kevin and I, Flat Earth Dude and I, did this twice at 2 different Flat Earth meetups in Huntington Beach. We both agreed on the measurement of the angle to the sun. And
That's
then we
great.
did both. Then we did both calculations. So the question is, here's a measurement. The question is, okay, what are we doing with that measurement?
But you're not listening. Okay, everyone agrees with your measurements. We're all going to measure the same angles, but you're assuming you know the size of the sun. You're assuming you know how far the sun is, and you can't know that if you don't know its size. Like,
Okay,
it's
so I don't think
nice.
that you need to know how far the sun is in order to do that calculation.
Oh my.
Again, Matthew, you are in the assumption, and you are into prediction. You are not actually. You are measuring the apparent angle of the sun because the sun keeps moving.
Why do you have to assume anything? Okay, can't you just?
I don't know. That's where he's going. He's always, or he's assuming, or it's apparent measurement, or it's something that he wants to be there. It's not like it is there. It's something he wants it to be there. It's like kind of, if this doesn't exist, is like something you will lose.
Yeah. If we did this measurement without assuming anything, okay, what results would we come up with?
We would come up with the angle to the sun.
Yeah, but what would it tell us that the ground is curving, or would it tell us that it's not curving?
The angle to the sun doesn't distinguish between those two. It's just it's just a raw measurement.
All right. So the Eratosthenes thing, okay, this thing that he does, right? It doesn't tell us anything about whether the ground is curving or not.
It does not.
That's what
You're right. I've said this 3 times already.
Okay, then why does NASA use it, and why do you even bring it up?
I didn't bring it up as a proof for the globe. I thought you were saying, how do they measure the size?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
What's up, Matthew?
Okay.
How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
You guys?
That's good. Hey, Thamor. How you doing, man?
The sticks and shadow thing is interesting. I won't derail the topic and conversation. But what are the parameters of this relationship, this shadows thing? Latitude, longitude affect our readings. What about the 24-hour sun? How does that affect this sticks and shadows observation? These kinds of things. Like we have to sort of define. I don't mind saying, okay, we've got a light source. It's casting a shadow. We can measure those shadows to determine some parameters of the relationship that I can observe and measure and test, right? But what are, how far does it go? Do we know? Like Matthew, you said you did this a few times at meetups and stuff. And then originally, the original test was 500 miles apart. Not very much differentiation in latitude, I believe.
That's right.
Anybody knows more information on, how this has been done from a flat Earth perspective? I know a lot of people first getting into this topic are curious about this and like, okay, we can figure out where the sun is. That's kind of cool. But what does it mean as far as how we observe it?
Yeah, so Eratosthenes, you're right. It was 500 miles, and he observed a difference of about a 50th of a circle. And so that's where he came up with saying that the circumference of the Earth must be 50 times larger than 500 miles. But that was assuming, like you were saying, I concede that was assuming that the Earth is a globe. All he measured, the only number he really got was 1/50th of a circle.
be completely fair, the assumption was more in how the light rays were coming in. That's where he got the globe in his mind. Because if you assume a close local sun, you get a different, I guess, observation. But if you assume that the light rays are coming in parallel, then you get a completely different answer.
Right.
It changes the whole perspective of it.
Yeah,
and I
that's why
believe it
Kevin
was
and I do
500
both.
miles. Yeah, I believe it was like 500 miles away. One was in Cyrene, one was in Alexandria, and one was obviously at a 90-degree angle, so there's no shadow. Another one was, if my memory seems well, I want to say it's a 7.2 or 7.4 degrees measured from that 500 mile, and that's where we get the radius from. That's where it's derived from, at least.
Well, on a globe, this should be consistent no matter what longitude or latitude you use, right? So let's put our, the other part of this equation is a time equation. He supposedly said that these measurements were taken at the exact same time, right? So if we went and stuck our stick in Antarctica, we went and stuck our stick in the equator, and then we went and stuck our stick at the North Pole, what happens? Does it matter what direction the shadow is being cast?
It shouldn't, no. Basically, the angle between the two shadows at the two different locations, the difference of that, you figure out how much of a circle that is, and then that way you can figure out the whole circle by figuring out how far away those points are.
Well, theoretically, this radius number, it doesn't follow latitude or longitude, right? Like you go further north, there's less land east to west, therefore a smaller circle, right?
Right. Same thing happens in the southern hemisphere.
So he wasn't anywhere close to the equator when he made this measurement.
No, yeah, he was at the tropic, or he was above the Tropic of Capricorn, and he was comparing it to a place that was on the Tropic of Capricorn.
And he got the number that you would get at the equator.
What do you mean? So he was assuming it was a perfect sphere. The Greeks thought that everything should be, perfectly circular orbits and perfectly, spherical objects.
Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, it's just the constellations above.
No, it's a subsolar point that defines it.
Yeah, we are here, and the constellations are there all the time, and that's the way the sailors did use the constellations and stars to navigate.
Oh yes, I see what you're saying. So,
And
there is a constellation named Cancer. There's a constellation named Capricorn. I'm talking about the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, which are places on the ground that are defined by the sun, not by the.
That was the way that old Portuguese navigators did use, the constellations above to navigate the oceans.
Yeah, you do the 60 degree, 60 nautical miles per degree.
The problem is that Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour, and the other speeds, the sun, etc. All these poles moving, following the sun moving. They forgot about Polaris, because that's not possible with Polaris there.
Here's the thing, man. A lot of the people that believe in a globe Earth, they think that just because navigators or people can navigate using celestial navigation, looking at the stars or whatever. But if you really think about it, it's you can do this at home, right? You can have a clock at home, right? And you can observe when the hands are turning around certain numbers and certain times, and it's a pattern. It's because it's consistent. It's like a clock. The sky is literally a clock. So it's if you figure out at what position where you can be at on this clock and look at a certain position in the sky or the clock, you can determine how to get from point A to point B using this this position based on it's the time of the year or the time of the day it is. So literally it's just looking, the way I see it is the sky is literally looking at a clock, and then you using that as a reference for guidance. Doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't really prove what the shape is. It's just like, it's just an observation. It's kind of like eclipses, right? Eclipses are the same thing. Like, you can use eclipses like to determine, like, you know, what time they occur, why they occur, not so much, but like, you can pretty much we have eclipses down, and we know they're all gonna happen. It's literally like a clock. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, it's really interesting when you really look at it from that perspective.
Is the El Baba Yaga back on the grind? I haven't seen you in years, man.
For like a month already, but only on weekends. That's when I'm off.
Nice. Well, happy holidays to you and your family. I hope everybody's doing well.
Who was that? Timor, if I recall.
Yes, it's Timor's talking.
Oh, it is Timor. I had to check just to make sure because I'm like, it sounds like Timor, but I've been gone for a while. I gotta double check. Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew, what does subsolar mean? What is significant?
It's a point on Earth that is directly beneath the sun, and there's no shadows at that point. And that happens in Hawaii twice a year. They call it Lahaina noon.
I was going to say, do we know how often that happens at which latitudes and longitudes? Like at the equator, how often does that happen? At the tropics, how?
Well, technically, it only happens twice a year in the places where it happens. At the Tropic of Cancer, once a year. Tropic of Capricorn, once a year. But everywhere in between, twice a year. Maybe there's a couple days where it's off by a fraction of a degree, so it kind of looks the same. But twice a year is the answer.
So at that time of Aristotle's, they did use some clock? Or just a sundial?
Sign.
Yeah, they're saying 2,000 years ago. I'm pretty sure they didn't have any mechanical clock.
Smoke sign. They burn wood.
They found sticks.
Actually, this was a video. One of the guys on the Globe Earth was talking about the Aristophanes, and he said that the communication, it was made by a smoke sign, 500 stadia away. That was very funny. They use a smoke sign. Measure it now. Let me light the fire.
Right.
Keep the smoke together. I mean, that was a very funny joke. I think the guy, he took off all his videos from YouTube after that, because Nathan Oakley did a video on him, and I think he took off all his videos.
So I was laughing. I was listening to the radio today, and one of these sports LA channel radio stations, and one of the guys goes, everybody knows Lake Pontchartrain didn't start swelling until recently. Unless you've gotten into this topic and you were here during Lake Pontchartrain days, oh my God, I laughed so hard. Inside jokes with Flat Earth now. Me. Nothing really significant in the Flat Earth realm lately. Haven't heard of much going on mainstream wise. I guess we're too caught up in war these days.
Well, Matthew knows as well, like Celestial Navigation, it works on a flat Earth only, so flat water at least.
No, I don't think so, because it's, you know, how you do degrees times 6.
You considered that with Nathan Oakley, and I saw that.
I can see you can use flat maps. That's right.
No. You said it must be flat to be used.
No.
You didn't say you can use flat mat. No, don't change the subject. No, you know what you said, but it's okay. You're a player, and I know it's okay. You want to believe that? Believe that. But
Yeah, so here's why we
you
know
know
it
what you
doesn't work
said.
on a flat Earth, because if you look at the equation, you look at a star and you figure out its vertex distance, which is how far it is from straight up, and then like 10 degrees, and you take the number of degrees multiplied by 60 nautical miles, so 10 times
Yep.
60, and then you get 600 nautical miles to the GP of that star.
Yeah, and that's flat.
It's a linear equation, which is which
That's
cannot
flat.
be done with.
Oh.
No, it's not, because if it were flat, then you'd have trigonometric equations, which are not.
You did concede on this many times. Come on, there is the video on it. Like, you cannot say that you said something else. You said it.
Yeah, you
It's
can
okay.
use.
You want to play. You want to play. It's okay. You can play, but don't say that I didn't say it, because you said it. There is the video. It's like, come on.
Yeah,
I
I've
mean,
seen
we're
the
not.
Hey, Matthew,
We're not
I got a question real quick. Matthew, can we use shadows for the moon shadows and determine?
I think it'd be kind of difficult to do that because the moon, is not as bright, and also you'd have to take into account how close the moon is, because it's quite a bit closer than the sun, so it would throw off the equations.
Says who?
Wait, closer than the sun in the heliocentric model? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. That's assuming. That's right.
Big assumptions there.
Well, let's say the heliocentric model doesn't exist. Nobody thinks it's a flat Earth. Nobody knows anything, right?
Okay.
How are we going to do this then? We don't know how far the sun or the moon is. Like, how are we going to fill in the blanks?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Oh,
If you
Well, I got an idea. Let's assume like everything that the globe says is correct about the distances. I'm curious. I don't know the answer to this, so I'm just like posing the question. But like if you were trying to use the moon, wouldn't the light be a lot different since it's being reflected? One, and two, the light source where it's being reflected is a lot closer. So would the light rays
Light goes
would
straight
light
from a point. Doesn't matter if it's being reflected.
It shouldn't matter because if it's being reflected and it's a closer point where the reflection is, will the light disperse or will it be in a parallel position? It's back to like the first sun argument. That's what I'm saying. So
straight in every direct, like from
okay,
the point.
exactly. So if the light source is closer to you, will the dispersion not be as much as a sun that's 93 million miles away? That's what I'm saying. Like, would you be able to use that?
The ways that which is being reflected can also cause more or less dispersion, and like what it's going through can also cause it. It's not always just simple, like straightforward, unless you're talking about like a laser beam.
Of course, that was my whole point. That I don't think it would be adequate like the sun. That's all I'm saying.
We talked about the relationship with the location, right? The need for it to be a substellar point to take the fixed shadows. Is there sub-lunar points? Is there such a thing as a sub?
There is.
Well, when you say GP, when you say ground position, right? Like, my point was, all we're doing is from where we're standing and looking from. That's the position of the lights in the sky we're measuring. That's it. Not how far away they are, not how big they are. Okay, we're only measuring that where we're seeing it now. Okay, like every year they do this thing, right, and we plot down on an almanac where we think these things are going to be because of all years of study. Okay, we're predicting. So all you're doing is you're measuring where that star should be from my ground position. You don't know anything about how far they are or how big they are. None of that matters. So that's the point I was trying to make. You're assuming that you're standing on a plane and you're looking at the positions of the lights in the sky moving above you. That's all you're doing. You're tracking where they're going and where they should be. You see, does that make sense?
Yeah. So here's why I think it doesn't work, because if that light is 10 degrees down from vertical, you do 10 times 60, and that's 600 nautical miles. Or if it's 20 degrees, you do 20 times 60, and that's 120, or 1,200. nautical miles, or let's say it's 30, and it would be 30 times 60, which is 1,800 nautical miles. Now that is a linear relationship, and linear relationships don't work on a flat surface because you're using triangles.
Said when, says who? What curved surface have they ever worked on?
It works perfectly on a curved
Let's
surface.
try that. Linear doesn't equal straight.
No.
Linear.
Which curved
No, I'm talking
surface-
about the relationship of multiplying the degrees of zenith distance. So you take the number of degrees and multiply by 60 nautical miles. That's the basis of celestial navigation, right?
But do you have to assume a curved surface, like the thing you're standing on? Is that what you have to assume that it's curved, right?
I'm just pointing out that relationship is a linear relationship, 60 times
Okay,
degree.
if you're assuming that the ground you're standing on is curved, right? You got to take that into account. How curved is it? What's the radius, and how is this line? How is this angle going to look with a curved surface? It's not even an angle.
Of course, that's why it's 60 nautical miles. In fact, that's where nautical miles came from.
No, it's not. I just asked you a trick question and you don't even know what I asked you, man. Like, you have to assume what you're standing on when you look up. It's a plane. It's flat. That's what.
No, you don't. You have to assume the opposite. You have to assume it's not.
So how do you get
that
an angle?
60 to work?
Then how do you get an angle to the star or whatever light, the sun? How are you going to get an angle? You look up at the sun and then you look where?
So you measure the difference between the line that goes straight up and the line to the star.
Okay. Line. All right.
Yeah, you don't
Where's
have to look at the ground at all. No horizon. It could be foggy on the ground. You're looking straight up and then you're looking at the star and seeing how different those two places
the
are.
line that's coming from the top to the bottom? That line that's coming straight down. Okay, that line. Okay, it's coming down. Okay, down. Now down there, it's curved down there, or is it 90 degrees at the
It
bottom
doesn't
when
matter.
it
You
hits?
could be standing on a hill. You could be standing in an ocean. You could be standing.
Well, it matters because it comes this degree thing that we're doing, right? You're looking at
you're
two
doing the
points in
degrees in the sky.
and
You're not doing it on the ground.
You cannot use a sextant without the horizon.
Yes, you can.
No, you can.
Yeah, you can. What are you talking about?
At water.
Okay.
You can get the zenith distance. You know what the zenith distance is?
Yes, but you're doing it wrong. You're playing with games, Matthew. You're doing it wrong. 10. If you take the degree of the star, 10 degree, you have to minus from the 90, which is 80, and 80 times 60 is 4,800 miles, not 600 miles.
Yeah, I was talking about the zenith distance, not the altitude.
That's your zenith of the star, which is 4,800 miles, a straight line. It cannot curve.
It does curve. You can't do that linear relationship without.
You cannot take You cannot take
I think
90.
you guys don't understand the math,
Not
right?
90 from the curved surface. Come on, you know that.
Real.
Well, if it's curved, then you have to account for that curvature, because depending on the radius, it's going to change. Right?
That's right. That's why 60 nautical miles is in the equation, because that's how big the Earth is. 60 times 360.
Oh, come on, Matthew.
The radius of the Earth is 60 nautical miles times 360 degrees.
Listen. The observer has to adjust the sextant to align with the celestial object with the horizon. That's how you use the sextant.
Horizon altogether.
No, you have to use the horizon.
It's easier, but you don't have to use it at all.
A sextant requires to use a horizon always.
That's not true.
And I'm gonna post a link about that.
You're talking about
you can watch it.
Let two lines go around in a circle, and as they get closer to the center, they get smaller and they get wider as they go out. Okay, it has nothing to do with the plane curving beneath the feet. Okay, do you get it? Do you understand what I'm saying? This number 69, right? How you calculate? Okay, it has nothing to do with curving like under your feet. It has to do with circles going around on the plane.
Huh. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if you're right. I'm going to multiply 69 times 360.
Wait. Then you chop it up like a pizza. Okay, now you got a pizza with these circle lines going around it. Okay, that's where that math works. It does not work on a sphere with lines going up and down and around it. It does not work there. Okay, Matthew, I think you're confusing it. Okay, or you're trying to sneak this in, right? You're trying to say, there's the curvature. This math, you know. Okay, every navigator is gonna call you out on that.
You cannot show the curvature. You only have the math. You cannot have the curvature. You cannot show it.
The math requires curvature. That's what I'm saying. 69 times 360 is 25,000.
Yes, that's all in math. It's all in math. It's not in reality. You cannot show me that curvature because the curvature has to be.
Has to be real, and it's not.
It's circles, not curvature. On the plane, not curvature. You're trying to use this. I already explained it just now. Okay, go read about it. Everybody that's listening, go read about it. Okay, this guy use these circles, right? The math to say this is curvature when it's not measuring the ground. It's not talking about the ground. It's talking about latitude lines and how you're going to locate the lights in the sky. Come on, Matthew. It's been a long time since I've done this, but you're
No, I
sneaky.
agree. So I agree with
sneaky.
you on this point. The point that you said that everybody listening should go read up on it and figure out how celestial navigation works. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I did post a link how to use Sextant. And by the way, that time that a Portuguese navigator, Pedro Alves Cabral, discovered Brazil. He did that according to a flat Earth. He was a flat Earth guy.
No, he wasn't.
So no, did you learn that? Because I'm Portuguese, I know about that. And he did. At that time, the Earth was flat, and he did navigate the ocean according to that.
Nobody thought the Earth was flat back then. What are you talking about?
You are a liar,
right?
You are just a liar. You are just a liar. Even on that movie, Man in Black, it says 500 years ago, everybody knew that the Earth was flat.
Oh, that's incorrect.
Oh no!
You're talking about 1500, the year 1500, right?
I said 500, but I can post the GIF about that movie.
I'm saying the movie is incorrect. If that is, I don't remember.
So history is incorrect according to you.
The movie's description of history is incorrect, but the history is right.
Okay, so before history is right. Okay, so it's right.
1969, the moon landing. Before the moon landing, people knew the Earth.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Could you say that again, Bongso?
Because I learned the first time I hear about flat Earth was in Portuguese public school. Okay, and Pedro Alves Cabral did navigate the Atlantic Ocean according to flat Earth. But you guys, you Globers, you don't know this history, but you try to just to bend the history according to your claims.
My grandma didn't think the Earth was a ball, so I think after the moon landing, that's when the propaganda started getting pushed out hard, and everybody's opinion changed. And today we think that we've always known it's been a ball for hundreds of years. Bullshit. No,
right.
they just barely
1,000 years at least.
Yeah, they just now try to prove it with the moon landing, and that didn't go well. That looked fake.
There were hardly any flat earthers until YouTube came around in 2015.
What are you talking about? Flat earthers have always.
How many were there in 2011? Was anybody in this panel a flat earther in 2011? No.
Not me. Not me. I'm saying like.
Hey, fuck off. Walter Johnson was a flat earther, and he had thousands of fucking followers, and he was back in the 70s and 80s. So I don't want to hear that shit.
Okay, so hardly anyone, but you're right. There was somebody.
I mean, look at how the globe is pushed in movies and school, on TV, everywhere, right? Like you would be labeled as a crazy person.
You are cutting up.
Okay, so we can all agree that Eratosthenes does not have anything to do with the creation of the earth, right? Thank you.
The fact that Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth was a globe 2,300 years ago is evidence that people thought the Earth was a globe 2,300 years ago.
It's evidence that people thought something.
Right. You were saying that nobody was everybody was a flat earther back then. And I was like, well, Eratosthenes was.
You know that was not the majority idea in late antiquity.
In late antiquity, most people had no idea about the scientific. There weren't very many scientific.
Okay, so the fact is that most people were not globe earthers. That's the fact.
Most educated people were. You're right. I should put it that way.
Okay.
Why would your normal?
There were educated persons who are also the educated world was not the majority. Right?
Indoctrinated people.
Not the majority of educated persons were globe earthers. It was not always the majority.
Right.
Yeah, slaves walking around thinking the earth could be a ball. No, they were like, "This is what it is, man. Gotta survive today."
It's like more people got educated, more people become globers.
So who were walking around
It was indoctrination, not education. Like Matthew is suffering here.
No. The only people thinking about this stuff are people trying to bullshit people or people trying to call out bullshit.
I haven't seen the entirety of this video yet, but at the very bottom of the text chat, does this video sufficiently demonstrate that supposed electron microscopy is sufficient to verify atomism?
It seems consistent with atomism. Are you saying it's not, or what?
Is the method sufficient?
That's a good question.
Because it isn't as though we see the atom itself and then pull up the device, take a picture, compare the picture with looking at the atom itself, and then say it's a match. It's not what we do.
Yeah, you're right. Well, so to your point, Gregory, about whether the masses know things or whatever, like if you ask the random person on the street, is salt made of sodium and or what is salt made of? Hardly any of them would say sodium and chloride, because sodium and chloride by themselves are poison, but sodium chloride is salt. So scientists know that, but hardly anybody on the street is going to be able to give you the right answer there.
Yeah, sure.
Fluoride's just chlorine. Purifies water. Okay.
Kevin, your mic is really low for some reason.
Sodium chloride is just chlorine. It purifies water. It's really good for that. I put it in my swimming pool. You guys ever do that?
I put sodium chloride in my eggs in the morning, like it's salt.
Well, there you go. See? Good stuff, man. We know what it is. I like that, man. That's some nice knowledge. It's nice to know what you're putting in your body, I guess. Yeah. Tastes good too, man. Dude, that salt shit tastes great. They say it's not so good for you to have too much of it. What do you guys think of that? I knew people.
You're probably right. Too
Salt
much in
on
excess.
everything, and they seem okay, but I don't know. They say it's bad for your blood pressure.
I'm pretty salty.
Pretty salty?
You're bad for my blood pressure too. That's good.
This chat is pretty solid on my blood pressure. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
Like that.
But Flat Earth Dude is here. He usually calms things down because he's a really chill guy.
Well, I just Have you guys ever heard of a double horizontal danger angles? You guys ever heard of those? What about vertical danger angles? You ever heard of those? No, I didn't think so. All right. There's angles out there that are dangerous, apparently. Horizontal danger angles. You ever heard of those? No. Bet you.
You mean on a gun range? Like the safest place to be is
I'm
45
looking through
degrees?
my navigation book right now, and I looked up the sextant, and then it started talking about horizontal danger angles, danger bearings and angles, double horizontal danger angles, vertical danger angles. It's just, I think it's gonna, most of that's gonna be, you're gonna fuck up. You don't get your angles right, man. I think that's basically what it's talking. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting. We can carry on with something else completely. But since we were talking about a sextant and using it on it works. I think it works on both surfaces, and I think you would agree with me. It works. Definitely.
I don't know if it works on the globe though, because your GP will be in the air in the end. You cannot have a 90-degree angle on a curve. So it's like if you have 4,800 miles of baseline to have a GP of the star, you need to have a straight baseline to have the 90. It doesn't work on the globe. On the globe, it will be on the air, in the space.
I get it. It's gonna go off the edge.
Yeah,
Fall off the edge, man.
but Matthew cannot get it. It's like
Gonna fall off the edge, man. Come back. I always thought it was funny, man. They go, "You flat earthers, well, where's the edge? Why don't you guys fall off the edge?" And I'd be like, "Well, why don't you guys fall off the ball, man? What the fuck is up with that? Fucking upside down, for fuck's sake. Come on. Who's kidding who here, man? You're upside down, and I'm gonna fall off the edge. Okay. Yeah, you might
if I'm on a globe,
check yourself on that shit.
Yeah, because the only edge there is when I'm on a globe, because I cannot see after the horizon. Horizon has to be my limit of vision, which is not.
We can calculate the distance using angles, man. Right?
Yeah.
We can do it.
So,
Somebody's really low, man. Who's that?
Well, you for one.
Why am I so low? Oh, I set my settings. I got to go back and reset my settings. Shit. Yeah, I changed everything the other day.
But there is an echo.
So let's say, Matthew, let's say you're not a teacher. Let's say, because I think all I see is just muddying the waters, your content, and wasting money, just taking
All
up
right,
energy.
here I go. Mic check.
Hey, Sailor, Sonny, can you hear me?
Hey, Sonny, it's been a while. How's it going?
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, Matthew,
All right.
how's it going? Hey, you guys.
I'm working on my audio, man. Let me know if it sucks.
It's still low. I think Bongsel was saying something too, but
How does mine sound? Nice and loud.
You're good, man. I'm working on mine.
I think you're echoing too.
Flatter, we hear an echo there. You have some speakers.
All right.
Okay.
Guys, I'll be back. Hold on.
Okay, go on, Sonny.
Yeah. So
Wait a second, you are roboting.
Roboting.
You are back. Awesome.
All right,
Good.
so it's not Samuel roboting anymore. So, all right, cool. How's my mic?
Good.
All right, I'm just gonna double check the settings real quick. I'll be right back.
Sonny, that was the funniest thing I heard all day. Samuel roboting. Thank you. I'm gonna keep that.
Matthew,
Hey,
that drawing
how's
that
my
you
mic
have in
now?
chat,
Is my
how
mic
does that
good
work
now? Am I
when
good
every
now?
angle
Check.
has a 90 degree with the vertical, all the baseline angles, left, right, across the horizon, and every other angle has a
Wait a
90 degree
second. Wait
baseline?
a second. Fibonacci, you're repeating back. We hear a big echo from yours.
Mine's repeating?
Yes.
Mine's echoing?
I think it's Flutter Dude he has a problem.
Okay, let's hear Flat Earth Dude now.
Yeah, I don't think it was Fibonacci. We were just hearing him echo when he was talking on somebody else's.
Maybe so.
Check,
Yeah.
check 1, 2, man. Am I coming in okay? Hello?
Yeah, now
Yeah.
you're okay. Wait.
No, you're echoing again.
Someone's got an open mic.
I can't have an open mic, man. Fuck.
Yeah, you can't have an open mic.
Can't do it.
I think it's flat Earth, dude. I see it glowing. I see it popping.
Yeah, that's when we're speaking. It's playing through your speakers, and I hear
Dude,
an
I
echo
got like
back.
I can barely hear you. Yeah, it's gonna work out just fine. It'll be just give me a second. Hold on, man. I'm having a fucking
Yeah.
meltdown over here. Fuck.
All right, no problem.
Hold on, 1 second. Fuck.
So it's not me.
All right, hold on.
It's a beautiful night out here. I was just hauling ass down one of the steepest, longest roads, 6th Avenue, coming into downtown. There's like a fishbowl, and I'm riding my bike, and I'm at night. I got really good lights now, and my
see the
bike
moon?
is
You
set
see
up.
Jupiter?
Yeah, I saw the moon. I didn't stop long enough to like really do moon gazing yet, but I may go out later because the moon's still going to be up till I think after midnight. So
Yeah, it's almost a full moon, right? Or it's a full
no,
moon.
it's like I think it's like 57% or something. It's almost half now.
Yeah.
Getting
I can't
smaller. I saw it earlier, but it's cloudy here. It's going to rain soon again.
Matthew,
Check
can you explain that? The drawing that you used, right, in the chat, every angle has a level 90 baseline with the vertical, right?
Right.
From a 360 degree circle. How does that jive with a curved surface? They're
It
all
doesn't.
using a baseline of 90 of a zero flat with a 90 to the 90 vertical, right?
That does not work.
They're only factoring in the altitude angle.
Right.
Everything comes to a 90. So how does that work on a ball?
It doesn't.
Exactly. That's the point. And you brought it up.
No, the point is that drawing shows how it would have to work on a flat Earth, and it's using triangles.
It works.
That's exactly how it does work in reality.
Yeah, but the 60 nautical miles times degrees is not a triangular.
That's imaginary.
Can we verify that?
Yeah, it's a
You have a baseline that always makes a 90, right? It always makes a 90 with the vertical plumb. Always.
It has to
From
get an
360
elevation. You have to get an elevation angle to those zeniths of the GP of the star, or else you're not going to know what the elevation angle is, and all the nautical almanacs would be rubbish, and no one would ever be able to use them, which is not the case.
Even even one from 50 years ago still works today. You can use a nautical almanac that's 50 years old. It still works.
Yeah, you don't need an elevation angle to do celestial navigation. You can do the zenith distance instead. Then you don't have to look at the horizon at all. You could be on a hill. It could be foggy.
But you absolutely do. It's made to be used with a sextant.
Oh,
You have to have a
easy way to do it.
horizon. You said you don't need a horizon. You absolutely need a horizon.
No, you don't.
I did post the video and you didn't watch it. You see the
video
problem?
shows-
I
no.
did post how to use a sextant for navigation, and it
Yeah,
says the
that-
observer then adjusts the sextant to align with the image of the celestial object with the horizon.
Right. That video
So you,
shows
say,
a way.
so you say that using the sexes don't requires to use the Horizon? I mean, it's there.
Yeah,
Your
so hold on
video.
a second. Hold on a second about the video. Hold on 1 second. Here's the part here's the part you're missing altogether because Matthew, it's fine if you do exactly what you say you're doing as long as you're not traveling along the x axis, but that's where you're traveling along. And that's the part you guys always forget to add, or even you just forget that that's the primary purpose is you're traveling along a flat coordinate chart, just like on your chart table. That's how come you know where you are in relationship to the fucking rocks.
Yeah, I'm talking about celestial navigation, trying to find the distance.
Yeah, me
to
too.
the-
Me too. We're talking about the same thing, except you're running into the rocks and I'm not.
So the easiest way to find the zenith distance of a star is
We don't care
indeed-
about the zenith. Stop with your nonsense already. We heard this ad infinitum, Matthew. Could you please stop it? Listen, we're traveling along the x-axis, period. Start there. You're way off base here. We don't care about the fucking zenith distance.
You
We're
don't care
traveling
about
along which x? What are we traveling along? Which axes are we traveling along? The x-axis.
both
That's
the
the one you're standing on your board, your ship. The one you're standing above.
I would say latitude and longitude, but you can
No,
call it X if you
that's not how no. You can calculate your latitude and longitude by using flat coordinates to do so. So don't
So-
start with this rubbish again of trying to find the GP distance like as long as you're not traveling along the x-axis, everything you say is correct. Are you traveling along no, stop and answer yes or no. Are you traveling on your ship along the x-axis?
No,
that
that's
means
an irrational statement. No, you're not.
going in front of you and back of you and side to side, wherever you're facing, that's the x-axis.
Yeah, I'd call that latitude and longitude. I don't know what you're saying.
No,
about this
x-axis on a flat rectangular coordinate. Which way? You don't even understand navigation at all, not one iota.
Find the
done
phrase
this yourself.
x-axis.
You've
and
never
navigate.
have you ever done this yourself, Matthew?
No, never.
See? Thank you. I rest my case.
I would challenge you to find the words x-axis.
It's called your dead reckoning.
Your computer switched mics again, Sonny. Is my mic okay now?
It's still quiet, but I don't know.
It's still quiet, really? Fuck. I changed a bunch of settings yesterday, man. I screwed it up, man. I gotta fix it.
Well, this might be a good time to move on. It's getting late. But I will say it's good to talk with you again,
Yeah, man.
Kevin.
Have a good night.
Sonny, nice to hear your voice.
Let's go sailing sometime, man. Figure out where
Sometime.
the fuck we're
Hey,
at.
is there going to be a Flat Earth meetup on December 21st or whatever?
I hope
Probably not.
so, but I have not heard a word. So, as far as I know, not yet. But,
I usually
you know,
can't make the December ones because I'm usually traveling to go see my parents for
I'm
Christmas.
busy
But
too, man.
depends.
I got a shitload of work. I got to get done.
Well,
Alright.
if there is one, I might see you there, but probably not until
All right.
March.
Have a good night.
All right, take it
And we'll go
easy.
sailing. We'll go sailing
Well,
next
anyway,
summer, man. And we'll
so Matthew,
Sonny.
nice to hear your voice as well. I think I got my audio problem figured out.
Oh yeah, that's much better.
It just keeps switching the PC, the laptop's mic on whenever I do anything with it. It just keeps switching it.
It's
So
annoying.
it's probably a USB connection. Like if it doesn't detect, start.
Oh, if it like disconnects. Oh, it just did.
Keeps doing it, man. I don't know.
All right, I gotta go. Nice
Damn.
chatting with you. Bye.
Good night. Good night, Matthew. All right.
Shut up,
Sonny's-
bitch!
Oh, yeah. Sonny's the only guy I know, man, that's used a sextant in real life before GPS. Anybody else can make that claim, that'd be cool. But I know Sonny can make that claim. And by the way, the x-axis on your charts
Yeah. That's guess what? The charts are flat, bitch.
Yeah,
Say-
you're traveling along the x-axis. That's why you plot it on a chart. Is the mic better?
yeah,
Yes.
way better, way better.
Okay, good. So
Is mine
listen.
all right? Is mine okay?
Yeah, yours is fine now.
All right.
I think we
Cool.
got it.
But the charts are all flat last time I checked, man. I mean, they have a place usually on the boat, real flat. Sometimes it's angled a little bit. And that's where the charts lay.
Yeah, you roll them up into tubes too. You roll them up so they remain flat.
Exactly. Roll them up.
You roll them into tubes and you
You
keep
make
them
some
usually like a
curvature.
little quiver next to the chart table is a quiver
Add some
full of.
curvature to it, and it turns out when you roll it back,
You guys notice the paper's flat too. It's crazy.
paper
The
gets
paper's
flat.
flat. It's made on platens. That when they make paper, they're called
Yeah.
platens. The platens smush it down into the fine, thin paper thin from the mulch once they mulch it all up, like in a
So-
mulch milkshake.
Anybody that I always had this like Globers would be like, "Hey man, well, what about map?" Like, dude, last time I checked, all maps are flat, man. Correct me if I'm wrong. That'd be great.
Still waiting to see that globe paper.
Where's my globe?
So it's just
navigational
funny.
chart. I need a globe chart navigational.
I know. Where is that spherical? I'm waiting for my spherical chart table and my curved parallel rules.
Dude, that would make such a funny video. This guy's trying to figure out where the fuck he's at on a globe. and
So I
I'd be
want
like,
the Globers to go out on their own boat, man.
Fuck
Shit,
are
we
we,
should
man?
we
Hold
should
on, I
fund
don't know,
them
man.
so she could go out. They could go out. Someone rent their boat so they could afford to lose it when they crash into the rocks. You know, someone's got a boat that's just like not doing anything. They don't mind if it sinks. Give it to the Globers. Have them go out on their own boat and do it all with the globe. And searching for
Only
your
with the globe,
zenith
man.
zenith to the star distance.
Only with the globe, bitches.
Think about it. That's what Matthew said. The zenith distance to the star. That's not what you're doing when you're navigating. You're trying to find the distance to the island, maybe the harbor you're trying to go to. In the break, in through the jetty.
Right.
Yeah, that would be preferable.
If you look at your chart, man, it might, tell you want to stay, to the left or right or.
And
red,
for my
right,
next trick, I'm going to ask Matthew, how do you get into the harbor in through the jetty, right in between the buoys, if you can't see? Let's say it's fogged in and you can't
Ooh,
see a
no
quarter
radar.
mile
Got no radar.
and no radar. But I'll tell you, you have one device, and I won't tell him what it is.
Don't tell him. Don't even
I
tell
won't
me.
tell him.
Don't even.
I'm not going to tell you.
I'm gonna have to look it up. Hold on.
It has to do with. I'll give you a clue, though.
No,
It
don't,
has
no,
to.
don't,
Oh,
don't.
okay. I don't do it. Okay.
Don't do it. Don't do it. No clues.
Y'all know what it is.
Let us.
If you've
let
done
us
any
figure it out,
navigation,
man.
you know what this is. It's used widely, even in aircraft. So
All right.
anyway, I digress. But anyway, yeah, we sail along a flat planar surface that is replicated, and that's where we show our dead reckoning position. When we leave the harbor, we're going at 5 knots. At this buoy, we're going 5 knots. So we start that direction. Let's say we're going 345 northwest. 345 northwest. Aye, Captain. We're headed 345
Aye,
northwest.
Captain.
5 knots. Every hour we mark it off
Northeast.
5 miles. We set our calipers to 5 miles,
Fuck. Isn't that northeast? 345.
and we walk it along the line, which is that direction line based on the cardinal rose that's on your chart also. Because it's oriented to the right orientation of the cardinal directions with magnetic whatever the fuck the magnet points to.
Compass.
They point to the north. Okay. This is fun. Like,
Where does it point to? The north. Okay.
they have a fluid north. They can't decide where their north is.
The
So-
north is it's evasive, man. The north is it's not a very shy. That the north.
I wonder how much of that. I wonder how much of that has to do with their cattywampus freaking time zone lines and shit.
Hey, did you
Really,
know
think
that
about
there's a half a time zone in Australia? I don't know.
Yeah, it does a
heard
real
about
weird little gerrymander up there too in the north, like up in the north,
that. That
northwest,
always made me
northeast,
laugh, man. What do you mean it's a half a time zone? Fuck off.
half a time zone, and they overlap in weird ways, like in chunks of
Little
parts of a
pier,
rectangle, parts of a
north,
square, like or a
south.
little piece of a triangle. What?
Yeah,
Who
it's stupid, man. I mean, if
who
it was
decided that? They just incorporated some islands, so they're way off to the fucking boonies in the South 40, and they have to draw a freaking little triangle of a time zone over to them too to capture them in the time zone loop.
you gotta hand it to the map makers of the world. I mean, just to
Pretty
sit
weird.
down and draw some shit, even if it's wrong, takes
Think
a lot
about
of
it.
work.
Drawing a shoreline. Think
Yeah,
how
just
hard that is.
crazy, man. I mean, these guys did a great job for the last, I don't know, 2,000 years or so. There's some fucking serious badass
Well,
maps out there, man.
yeah, actually, the
Fucking
Piri
badass.
Reis, like the Piri Reis map, they say it's from 1000 AD, written from older manuscripts and maps.
I don't know if it's totally
That
accurate, but it
is showing Antarctica with animals and canyons and rivers and shit. And then I
crazy
heard
maps.
in
Yeah, yeah.
1958 when they did the U.S. geological year, whatever the fuck they call that. Excuse my language, but
Oh
whenever
fuck.
they did the USGS survey of the Earth,
Was that in 58? I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
then they discovered that those rivers and under the ice in Antarctica were exactly like or very close to what the Piri Reis map shows on it, as if there was no ice on it when the map was made.
Interesting.
Piri Reis, look it up. Piri. I think it's Reiss.
I've looked at the
Piri
map.
Reis map.
Copy.
You know who brought that to light for me was Graham Hancock in one of his first really, really good books, Fingerprint of the Gods, where he goes into depth. Really, some of the
That's a
very
really good
strange
book,
things.
actually.
It's a real. You don't think it is?
No, it's really. I'm dead serious. I disagree with you guys on a lot of stuff, but that's a really freaking good book.
That's a good book because look, it opens up the door, and that was part of my truth seeking. That was part of it along the way.
I
was
like his
Graham
description
Hancock.
of the lost city of Atlantis and his tie-in with like just he actually ties in a lot of who is it, Plato, a story that was like passed through his family for like I think there's like 16 generations, and then if you do the math out on that, it actually kind of coincides with the Great Flood. I thought all that stuff was crazy interesting.
And that it was flooded in North America. That's where the Atlantis was, right here in North
Yeah.
America.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I'm like not even a creationist or anything like that, but I do think that like, you know, the Bible, there's so much truth to that stuff. As far as like, I like when on Joe Rogan, they talked about, you know, if that were to happen and they did have this greater technology, who would be the survivors? It wouldn't be the people who knew the technology. It would be the people who are tough enough to survive. And so it's not crazy that all these got lost as weird stories of like, having control of light and stuff like that. It all actually really does kind of make sense.
Sure.
Well,
if we're diabolical fucking cocks, yeah.
well, I would say hang on to your seat there, buckaroos, because there's a whole lot more of that, and it goes into very in depth, like some very strange things. And this is from old newspaper reportings, and things that the Smithsonian got a hold of, and then you never heard anything else, but you heard the original reports. And there's sequences of these, and they talk about all kinds of things that were found in North America that you and I never learned in school. Whole ancient civilizations all over the Midwest, all over the Southeast, all over the upper Midwest and the northern West, the Southwest, and then going all the way down Central America, down to Mexico, to Central Mexico. Like the languages are linked from like Florida, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Mississippian culture
Hey, Sonny.
to the Aztecs.
Sonny,
Yeah.
if I was
Yeah.
diabolical social engineer, all the money, resources in the world, I would
We were
send. I
Are you
would
saying
send
we were diabolically mind controlled? Yes.
diabolically mind controlled people. I would send them to a schooling system that would teach them to be, pretty good workers. Retarded,
Right.
mostly,
Wouldn't
but
you? That's what you would do.
I would send them all to that shit, and then they would be like easy to
Yeah.
control for
And
sure.
just keep writing it, keep doing what they're told, and if they're good little slaves, then
Give them
they'll
12
get a
years of that shit.
they'll get
Fuck.
pretend money back at the end of the year. Maybe they'll be able to take a vacation after they have 10 years in. But then, at the end, they might get a ring or they might not.
They're
It's
gonna
really
get
up
a
for
shitty
grabs.
paycheck, and they're gonna make some money, and then take out a loan for a car, and then they're gonna be fucking in debt.
Drive around in your little car and go like, beep,
Oh.
beep. I wonder what I'm going to eat for lunch tomorrow.
Now, if you're gonna go
I
to the
should-
higher education, man, you're gonna pay for that. Lots
Beep,
of
beep.
loans. Yeah, it's gonna be paying that shit back. Fucking student loans.
I wonder if I got my return worth on that France vacation I have planned. Maybe I should rebook it. Beep beep.
So yeah, send them through the education system, teach them what you want them to think, and look at what we got now, man. I think
What
we're living
normal people are thinking about is just what we illustrated right there. I wonder. I should put my lunch out. I should put my lunch out tonight. Yeah. I better get it ready tonight because I might not want to get it ready in the morning or I'll forget. Yeah. Normal people thought.
if I was gonna, I mean, I don't know, Matthew and you and I were having a discussion about how long ago did they know it was a fucking globe? And he's like, oh, it was thousands of years. Like, I don't think anybody fucking thought it was a globe fucking 1,000 years ago. I'd be like, I mean,
I don't either.
Get the fuck out of here. It's like we're not shooting through outer space. They didn't think they were shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Really?
No kidding.
No.
Absolutely not. That's absurd.
It's absurd.
Anybody would have
today
thought
is
that's
absurd.
absurd. Look, there's
1,000 years
is that
ago?
part of the Perry Reese map? Oh,
Don't know
that's
about
another one of England. Oh, it shows Doggerland or whatever that place was. Whoa. That's supposed to be Spain and England, the English, right? That's the English Channel right there, right?
Yeah.
And then up further north, there's Doggerland.
Yeah.
I mean, it would never work unless they think they live in a democracy. Unless
Yeah.
they think they're being taught what they think they're paying for.
And that they have to go along with believing that those boundaries that go around countries and shit like that, they don't really exist. That's just made up. Because, there's certain people, and I guess I can't say
Just
it
like
on-
women.
It's on 24/7, so I can say it. Yeah, I can say it here. So it's because there's certain banking types. We'll keep it vague for now, of course. You know what I mean? They enjoy seeing two sides of every card game. Let's just put it that way. And there's no harm in saying that. It's just a general statement. Yeah, a lot of people like two sides of a card game. They like to kind of like just fib a little bit on the card game, but kind of like show their hand nonetheless. That's the group I'm talking about. So you know who I mean if you've done your research.
Hey, I just realized something. All pictures are flat.
All pictures are flat. Yeah,
Just
exactly.
realized. Yeah. Shout out to Sean in the YouTube chat. He said,
You ever walk into a painting thinking you were going out the door?
Is Sean in the YouTube chat? Wait a second. Is 24/7 Live still? Is he
I
still
think
the
it's
YouTube
on.
channel?
Anyway,
I don't even know. I've been out of it. I was away for 24 days. There it is. Of course, he didn't go anywhere.
Anyway,
because people, people think they're smart, right? Like they think, why would they can't? That's not possible. It's not possible, man. You think I'm stupid? I would have figured out that they're lying to us. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
and I think it's true. But if people believed, right, that they lived in a certain kind of society and that they had some control over their lives, the policies, whatever's happening,
schooling.
then it could work. It could definitely work, of course.
Well,
Right.
they get to choose their education, but
Yes.
first you got to go through the first 12 years of whatever fucking English 101, algebra 101, whatever.
Yeah.
You got to
Yeah. Problem, reaction, solution, right? So people want this. Well, we don't want to give people what people want. So what do we give them? We give them what we want. But how are we going to do that? By causing a problem so that they have no choice but to choose. So, you want something? Okay, here are your choices: Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Shit
Here's your
sandwich
choice.
or vomit soup. Choose. That's not what we asked for. Right? Oh, music? That's just an elective. You don't want to learn music. Pick something that would make you a very effective slave.
Yeah, man. It sucks, man, but it.
Yeah, so I wrote in the YouTube live chat, I wrote, the sole purpose of celestial navigation is to updating your position on the x-axis. That's all it is. They don't even know what step 1 is. What are you doing when you first get on board and you're first leaving the harbor? How are you navigating then, the very beginning? They don't even know that part. So ask Matthew once again how you navigate. Like, listen to what he's saying, how to navigate when he admitted to the whole audience, whoever's listening now, who's not speaking up, which there's a lot of them, thousands.
Right.
Yeah,
So
all
let's
of them hearing this right now. You're hearing my voice. You heard Matthew say he's never done it himself.
Right, but I think we've done it unknowingly all the time. Like when I have to go somewhere I don't know, right? I first enter the address into the Google Maps, right? This is plotting your course. And then I hit the start button, and then I jump in the boat, in the car. Start the car, and I just follow the phone.
You can start the car remotely now. You could start the car while you're in your house, and then
yeah, you plot a course.
Set your special doorbell so you're recording your home too, and then you could be recording your car while it's running, while you're idling it 2 blocks away. You walk your car while it's warming up.
Right. No one just goes somewhere without planning or knowing where they're going, right? So like if of course if you're navigating, you've already plotted, the maps, the Jeep, everything's already plotted, you're ready, you're right? You're just updating where you are as you go. Like, all right, where am I? Let me look up. Let me look around. Let me use my sextant. Let's say you're about to jump on a boat and go somewhere.
Yeah.
Does anybody just do that? Nobody just does that. Like, they plan it.
No, they don't. It's planned out well in advance because you know what? Most important things is provisions.
Yeah. You know how long it's going to take, how fast you're going to be going, what you might encounter on the way, storms, whatever. Looking at the weather, at the season. All right, this is probably the best time that we should go. So let's go during this time. No, not cyclone season.
Yeah, because the other time is a raging torrent and you're washed with 40-foot waves into the freaking barrier reefs. Yeah, that's not a very smart thing. You better choose wisely.
It gets windy around this time, so I'll wait until. It's like the.
Yes, go on.
Yep. I was gonna say it's like the Truman Show. You're too late, Truman. Everything's already been explored. Go ahead.
Exactly. I remember that scene. But that's what they teach at school, you know, just to hide what's more the beyond.
Yeah, exactly. It's to program you what to think of the world and what to expect from you.
For example, Mercator, when he was doing his maps, you know, the North Pole was so much different from what they showed to us, you know. But then they decide to hide it.
Decided to put Santa Claus there.
And Superman.
And Superman, exactly.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I have you on 165%. So your volume,
Yeah, I
your
saw that.
volume, your volume is so low.
Saw that, man. 165%.
No, it's good on my side, my end. I can hear
You
you.
know what? I just had an eggnog and it was delicious, and I didn't have any sugar. You want me to tell you how I did it?
No.
Yeah. No.
Eggnog?
He said no.
I don't know.
Yeah. You take one egg, put it in 8 ounces of milk, and then scramble it in with some pumpkin spice, and then a little extra organic ginger. And it didn't need the sugar at all.
Awesome.
All right. There you go, man.
Pumpkin has some sweet, yes.
Cinnamon, like the pumpkin spice has cinnamon. I think it has probably some ginger, some clove. They all are a little bit sweet, I guess you would say. But
What if you put a little whiskey?
no, I don't drink anymore. I quit that stuff.
Awesome.
Right.
I quit alcohol, all alcohol. I don't drink anymore.
Excellent, man.
I know what's harmful and what's not. So I'm staying away from the things that are harming me and making me drag down. So I want to stay plenty alive, and I don't know. Like it's for me. Like I'm only saying for me. Like I definitely like it worked as long as it worked, and then for me it stopped working. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, it's not for everybody. Some people can handle it.
Some people can handle it.
Yeah, for years and years and years. Others become addicted to it, and it doesn't take very long before I break out into handcuffs. I have an allergy to alcohol. Yeah, I break out in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean going to jail. It could mean going to jail, but it could mean going to the psych ward.
Oh, that's always waiting for you at the bottom, eh? Jail,
exactly.
death.
Listen, I got to be reborn.
It's good, man. It's very good.
Yeah, you did, man.
Living only on the God's green earth with only the greenery.
Yeah. I always.
Sonny,
I
I
will-
know you. Hey, Sonny, you're a rock and roll star, man.
Thank you, bro.
You probably did a lot of rock and roll shit.
I did. That's why I say I'm a.
And there's a
I'm
time
retired.
you got to put this down and one. That was
Yeah, now look, I have the next 3 or 4 decades that I can focus on to try to have the best life I can possibly have. And and it includes like music till the day I die. Like they'll have to pry the Stratocaster from my
Cold
what did they
dead
say?
hand.
Cold dead. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen for a really long time in my case. I guarantee
Cold
it.
dead.
Exactly.
The Stratocaster going down with bro.
No, it's like it's jamming. It's like such a beautiful instrument. It's like a scent, like heaven sent.
Hey, it was made right here in Fullerton, California, man. Right up the road. I lived in
Yeah,
Fullerton
that's
5 years.
true. Or
City,
Corona.
man, great
This
city.
one was a Squire originally. My body was a Squire thin line, like Squire, and then I put $100 Fender licensed neck on it, maple neck, because it had a mahogany neck, I think, originally.
I like a mahogany neck. Oh,
They're good, but I like the maple neck on the and then I scalloped the neck. And then
maples are always a little bright for me, but I like that.
yeah, it's pretty bright.
The first Fender Strats, man, they're all
Maple, yeah, exactly.
fucking kicking.
So
Hard
the other
rock,
one I have
yeah,
is
amazing.
I have a Schecter, which is a solid freaking mahogany, and it's such a heavy fucking guitar, but it plays. I would say it plays as good or better than my Gibson SG as far as like playability.
Yeah,
And it's
wow.
the same. It's a Gibson like scale, So I like having guitars that have the different scale, 24 and what is it? Fender's 24 and a quarter, I think.
The best thing I know about the S is that when Fender introduced it, Les Paul was not fucking.
You're breaking up some for some reason. I
Oh,
don't know if it's connection or what it is, but maybe it might be clipping out the top when it gets too much amplitude, your voice. If you're too close, that's all.
Close.
That's all.
Close.
Yeah, that's good now.
All I know about the
Sounds good. Oh, cut out again.
Les Paul was.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Scotty.
Let's just listen. Les Paul
We heard, and the Les Paul.
is
They'll be
yeah, we'll be back. We have a new guy, Deacon Frost.
He's
Someone
not new, but yeah, Dick and
No?
Frost. Yes, yes. Welcome, Dick and Frost.
Should we unmute him?
He's already unmuted, man. He used to be a member here for many years. And you'll know when you hear his voice. Hey, Vlad.
Yo, yo, yo. I just got unmuted. I'm always muted, man.
Oh,
They
it's
mute me all the
Vlad.
time.
It's Vlad. Welcome.
It's the Vlad. It's the Vlad. Yeah, the only Vlad. I'm hearing all this music talk. I had to come in. I like the music talk.
Right on, bro.
Hey,
When I
Bong,
did-
did you unmute me, guy? Did you unmute me, Bong?
I did unmute you.
I didn't even know you were here.
Well, fuck, man. People got to pay attention. I've been in here like, man, all muted and shit. I couldn't say a word.
I did unmute you. Welcome back. The first time I did join here. You were here. You did.
I was,
You did interview me at that time. You did interview me here.
I interviewed you?
Yeah, a long time ago.
No, did I really?
Yes.
Man, it's been so long. I don't remember any of that. It's
I
all
think I
good. No,
had-
I was in the other flat Earth, in the politics flat Earth. It's always popping there. People yelling and screaming. I love it.
No shit. Love that.
Yeah,
I would have never guessed, Vlad. I would.
yeah. I like a little bit of chaos in my life.
Oh shit.
Exciting.
It is.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
man. At times, you gotta take it in doses.
You got to take it in doses. Yeah, you can't have too much. Because oversaturation and chaos fucks everything up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They walk.
Man, I had the nastiest flu for the past few days, man. Like I was trying to get that song done and I couldn't fucking do it. Yeah.
So you had like a sore
Mm.
throat, coffee?
Oh man, it started with a splitting headache and a massive fever.
Oh shit.
Like massive fever. I was shivering,
Shivering.
like I
Fuck.
was cold as fuck. And then after I broke the fever, then I started getting the sore throat and the cough. And I'm still feeling like tired and sleepy.
I can hear it. Yeah, you're.
Yeah.
Well,
At least I got one more day off from work and then I'm okay. Why are you echoing so hard, bro?
I don't know. You got some
I
shitty
think
setting. Fuck.
I think it has some speakers.
Fuck. I'll put headphones on.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, put the headphones on, bro. You're gonna be echoing right through it.
I listened to
Speaking of,
you, Vlad, in the politics, so awesome job there.
oh yeah, I crushed those motherfuckers there in seconds. Hey, listen,
That's,
they don't even want to. They don't want to even talk when I'm in there sometimes. Hey,
Hmm.
Sonny, what's the scale on your guitar that you use for rock and roll?
Yeah, I use a five note pentatonic, and then I can switch it from major to minor. So it'd be if I was at the minor seven pentatonic scale in A, that would be your country tune. So
Okay. In A minor.
then third one in the third. I'm sorry, hold on. A flatted
Flat dude, you
third
gotta fix
higher,
that.
because I'm echoing probably.
No, it's him. He's echoing.
A
Go
flatted
ahead.
third higher, or in other words, from F sharp, 1, 2, a whole note and a half note, 1.5 notes. Or in other words, 4 frets. So a whole note, then a half note. Then you start it on that one, and then you have a minor pentatonic. So it would be A, C, D, E, G, A. A, C, D, E, G, A.
So that's A minor pentatonic scale.
Yeah, that's A minor pentatonic, a 5-note scale. So it goes, it has a minor third, so it goes A, C, D, E, G, A. That's all it is. G, C, D, E, G, A.
Okay, that sounds pretty much right. And then yeah, that's pretty fucking crazy. There's so many different scales, right, Bong? Like it's just man, so much scales. You just got to stick to one or something, right?
Really, it gets easier.
Yeah, so he's the guy to ask about scales.
I'll give you an example.
So what's okay, Sonny? What is the rock and roll like the scale that everybody uses in rock and roll?
The minor is, yeah.
Well, I'm talking about okay, like let's say
Rock and roll, like any kind of rock and roll. Rock, grunge rock, like all minor with some major pentatonic, like Eric Clapton. Mixed it. Example.
so it's pentatonic, right?
Danny California. The lead on Danny California. It's a replica of one of the second riffs. It's take it bit by bit.
Oh yeah, I know, man. There's so much. You have to do it slowly.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you an example.
Mic check, man. We good
Oh,
now?
amazing. Sounds amazing,
All
bro.
All right. Yeah, fucking iPhones are awesome, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, they're not that great.
Yeah. They were the first, man. They were the first. Take that.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
I love my
Smartphone, fuck
Samsung.
it.
Yeah, I don't know. Samsungs are better.
Well, now, or at least, yeah.
No, my Samsung S22 Ultra fucking destroys the iPhones.
Yeah, I get it. It's got a better camera, but I just, when you grow up with an iPhone, it's hard to die. You got to die with an iPhone, I guess. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
I don't know, man. You might want to just like, I don't know. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. I know that.
Right? Exactly what I'm saying. Why learn something? Why the fuck learn something new if you don't have to? You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's funny.
Just tell that shit to fuck off. Yeah, fuck off. I don't learn that shit. Nah, but that's a lot of Globers thinking too, man. They come in here and go, "Well, I don't want to learn that the Earth's flat, dumbass." And we're like, "What the fuck? What's wrong with you?" Yeah, and we have to straighten them out. It doesn't always work out, but at least we're trying, right? At least we're giving it a go. Fuck, better than most. Most people, they're like, "Fuck it, I don't want to wait. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with these motherfuckers anymore." I'm like, it's easy to deal with them now. You didn't have to go through 2016, man. That was weird, man. Fucking weird. So,
Hey, how about the Blues Minor or Minor Blues?
He's
Son,
getting
you do
there.
that one ever? Man, I gotta try the pentatonic scale too, man. Fuck.
I'll show you some examples. So listen, hold on. I'm just set up because
Oh, but he's gonna do a whole rock show for us, guys. Get ready. Get your ears ready for this shit. He's about to set it up.
very short lesson. 5 minutes. Not the music channel.
Well, I mean, there's nobody here talking about the flat
It's Friday
Earth.
night, man. It's Friday night. It's
Saturday morning. Saturday morning.
And so yeah, there we go. Now I can hear.
Oh, there's the amp. There's that fucking amp. I hear the amp. Yeah, that shit's from the 70s, this.
That's legit. That's totally legit sound right there. Have you guys ever heard of the Van Halen radiation belt? He's got some blues. Sonny's got blues, man. Sonny's got the blues.
And I once knew a little woman. Oh, she was so good to me.
Okay, listen. Now start playing System of a Down Aerials. Sonny.
Fucking Sonny doesn't follow System of the Down, man. Come on.
No, Sonny, System of a Down Aerials. Can you do it on the guitar or no?
He's not gonna do that, man.
I would need some practice. Like I would have to know what key it's in. Like some of the stuff.
Well, yeah, it's very easy. That's what I'm saying. My buddy can like flip it on a dime. It's just. You almost got it.
Hey, Flat, man. Sonny and I
Yeah.
are too old for System of the Down, man. I mean,
Well, I
we're just
get you.
it's the next generation. You know what I mean?
My buddy, I went to my buddy's house recently, and he has a big amp, and he has an
Yeah.
electric guitar too. And I tried, and I mean, I could like if I sit down, I'm gonna be able to do. I really wanna buy myself a guitar, but I have other shit to do before I get that.
Right on.
The finger movements and the hand movements, it's just so fucking hard, bro. Like getting used to that, it's just fucked. And he showed me how to properly hold. He showed me how to properly hold the frets and shit, and he showed me how to properly hold the pick. You know, because there's a proper way of holding all that, right?
Yeah, well,
You have to keep your fingers as close to the frets as possible, right? Your fingers are not touching them, but just close enough,
Yeah, they have to be
right?
just right there, ready to
Just
pound.
yeah, right there, you know, and that's where you yeah, and then you have to hold your pick in like clenching your fist almost, and you have to hold it really hard, you know. And once I got that down a bit, I started making some kind of like noise that was cool, and then I had to start counting in the 4/4, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, and then after that, yeah, you can make music as long as you. But it's the hands that you have to get that shit down packed. It's so fucking hard. Takes years for that.
It does. Takes a while, man. You got to stick like anything in life, man. You got to put some time in and figure it out. You know, whether it's crypto or fucking building guitars or playing or whatever. You got to put the time in, man.
Definitely.
To be good at anything, man, in life. So
that's right.
Hey, I put a lot
Hey.
of time into the flat Earth, man. I think I'm pretty good at it, but there's definitely people that are better at it than me. But I'm kind of like above the middle of the road, I would say. You know, I do all right, but
nice.
How do you keep
there's
track
some
of it?
legends. There's some fucking serious legends out there, and there's some slackers, fucking
Hey,
slackers.
speaking of crypto, boys, it's flying. Holy shit!
Yeah, where we at? Tell me a number. Where we at?
Almost 39,000.
39. Do you remember when it was almost like 70,000? You remember those days?
Yeah, but it's gonna get to that and more in very short time, bro.
We'll see, man. We'll see. But you never know. Life's
No,
funny,
I
man.
know. I know it's going, dude. I'm telling you, it's going.
The game's still being played, man. There's still time on the clock. Yeah, we got this.
There's always time.
It is almost time, but there's still time on the clock.
I'm telling you, there's always time.
There is always time. I love that, man. It's almost as good as the only time is now is the present. You can't control the past or the future, but that's just me.
You guys are turning back the clock here. You got Sonny playing tunes.
We got
Vlad
Sonny playing some fucking tunes. Yeah, we're bringing back the old school fucking hangout.
Almost
man.
feels like 2006.
Almost. No, not quite, but it's getting there. Hey, you guys got to have fun with this shit out here, because if you're not having fun with it, man, you got to get the fuck out of here. And a lot of people don't.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here, because this place is so fun, man. I mean, the amount of information that's being shared here is just ridiculously good, man. Thank you guys, man. First of all,
Just never know who's going to pull through and drop some.
you never know.
flatter
There's no
entertainment.
way
You never
to
know
know.
when some amazing globe proof Nazi will come through.
You never know, Sonny. It's gonna happen someday, man. I mean, a guy's gonna come in here and just spin the globe so perfectly. It's gonna be great. It'd be like
These influencers, and the next thing you know, there's 10,000 people in your lobby, and you're going like,
yeah, we got 10,000 people in the lobby. Yeah, fuck that. That's how. Can't do it, man.
I listen to the blues every day at work. Fuck, man. The blues every day runs at work.
I can only handle so much blues, man. I mean, I love a good hard rock blues song, but I can only handle so much, man. After like an hour of that shit, yeah, let's move on to something else, man. Please.
I do it all day at work
I
at my
can't do it.
restaurant. I
Did
don't give a fuck.
did you ever wake up to find the day they destroyed your mind, took away your notion of circular time?
No, Midnight Blues. You guys know
Just that
Midnight Blues?
demon life that got you in its way. It's just that demon life that got you in its way.
Back you off the mic, little Sonny.
Love is the way they say is a real it's right now.
Fuck me, man. That's awesome.
It's okay. Once my surgery's over,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I have 98 hits of acid left. I'm gonna have to party.
All right.
Yeah.
It's too loud, probably.
No, you're good, Sonny. Sonny, just back off the vocals a little bit. You were perfect. That was great. Look close to the mic. So, anyway, 98. That's an interesting number. You got 98.
It is well because I had to try the first two, right? You know, I had it was 100.
Got to make sure.
I have a test kit. Made sure the first one was good, and then party on.
Party on, man.
Oh fuck yeah, the party! Well, I need to finish the surgery first because I stopped smoking weed too, eh?
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I have to do the surgery, and then I'm gonna start doing psychedelics again. Life is boring without weed.
Life is boring without weed. I would agree with that, man. I mean, it kind of sucks. It sucks, man. Kind of bluesy, man. It kind of gives me the blues, really.
Fuck, man, I don't want to do anything, man. When I smoke weed, I get like motivation to do shit, even though it's kind of like weird. You shouldn't be motivated, right? You should be more lazy. But with me, if when I smoke the weed, I do things. You know, I like doing things when I'm high.
Yeah, me too, man. I like to build shit or get ideas to build shit or sit around and get ideas for music or whatever, man. But yeah, if you're not high, man, it's hard to get
Sober,
going.
yes, fucking yeah, man. Especially when you're sick, man. Fuck, it's just fuck.
All right, you need to rest up, man. Get some vitamin C.
I was pounding lemons for 3 days, man. Green tea and lemons.
There you go. Perfect. You sound good.
No, I'm almost over it. Yeah, I'm almost over it. No, thank God I'm almost over it. It was a rough go for the past 2 days, but now I think I'm almost over it. It's good. I'm gonna go sleep soon, anyways.
Right on, man. Yeah, me too, man. I got like maybe hour or something, but I gotta go to bed. But it's great to have Sonny back in here and Vlad. I mean, you guys are legends. Great to hear you guys. Thank
Legends.
you for fucking legend motherfuckers, man. Legend asshole motherfuckers. Kick ass motherfuckers. I don't
Legends.
know, man. Anyway.
That's funny.
The grinders, the daily.
I mean, there's a lot of people that have gone, bro. I mean, think of the list of people that you used to fucking like flat earth with, and they're just fucking gone, dude. They just one day went like gone.
I'm just thinking about the Icelandic brother and sister. Remember those? They were super.
They're still around.
There's still Drace. They're there.
Yeah, they're still around. It's been a couple of weeks, but yeah, they weren't here not that long ago.
Yeah, everybody's
3
still
weeks.
finding their way back around.
They'll be back. They'll be back. They might be in some other server.
Hey, who's in the background giving me rolls? Who's in the back? I didn't even ask for this. I just came here for a minute. Who's in the background giving me rolls?
My bad. It was me.
Okay.
How about you? Can I get a roll?
Nah, you're demoted.
Fuck. Fuck, man. Damn it. Hey, I have witnesses. I have counter witnesses I'd like to call. Sonny would be one for sure. But he's playing guitar, so he's not available.
Yeah, I can stop at a heartbeat.
No, Sonny, keep playing, man. It's great background music, man. I'm loving it.
It's perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, we're just hanging out.
Not too loud, not jumping.
Yeah, you're not like overstepping your boundaries, Sonny.
Okay.
How dare you? How dare you? Hey, did you hear that
Feels like we're in a restaurant, yeah?
Did you guys hear that Greta Thunberg said that all guitars must be electric by 2030?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Is that fucking funny or what? Come on, man.
That's funny. I like that joke. That's a good joke.
Yeah, me too, baby.
That's a good music joke. You should actually make a meme for that and send it to your music friends.
That's how I found it. It was a meme, but it said 2023, but I changed it to 2030. Just because I'm a truther. That's all.
Yeah.
But anyway,
The Global Warming Commission is
the Google warning. What?
the Global Warming Commission is protesting.
I thought you said Google warming.
Yeah. But their
That's pretty
servers,
funny
like,
too, man.
how many servers do you think Google has now? I remember back in the day, it was
a lot.
When
I
it
think
first
they have
started,
a
they would
billion.
use
I think
like
they have a
telephone.
billion at this point, man. They got to have a billion. Fuck.
They have a lot of
There's gonna be like a news
servers.
report someday. The Google servers now occupy the state of Texas.
Right.
Now do wish you were here, Sonny. Or do the
He knows you're here, man. I know he knows that one. I saw him play it in person. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you go to the Huntington Beach get together. Matthew was talking about it earlier, and Dave enjoyed it. He had a
Yeah. I've been to a couple in Huntington Beach. I guess, like maybe
I
like
think he
4 or
said
5. So.
there you go.
Right on, Sonny. Thank you, brother.
Fuck yeah, that's a
Nailed it.
good one.
Fucking
I
nailed it,
love
man.
it. That's like the best. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then go straight to Time, but go into the guitar solo of Time. The first guitar solo in Time.
You're gonna do some mashing up. You're gonna mash this shit. Okay. Mash it up.
Yeah, fucking bomb. I love this song, bro. It's one of my favorite songs.
So you can tell.
Blue Skies from Pain.
And you tell it feel from the cold steel rails, smile from a veil, so you think you can tell. Did they get you today? Your heroes forgot. trees. Would you exchange a walk on part in the more for a leading road to
Right on, Sonny. Yeah, baby. That was awesome.
How I wish you were here. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. Every time, the same old fears, wish you were here.
Fantastic.
Woo, Sonny, man.
Your
You
vocals are shit though, but fantastic guitar playing.
fantastic guitar. Your vocals are shit.
Are shit. I'm gonna be
Shit.
straight honest. They're shit. They're
Pretty
not even in
shit.
tune.
I
They're
give
pretty
you
shit. They're not in tune.
yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck, you know.
I gotta be honest with you. Your vocals are not that great.
Yeah, well, no shit, man. I mean, hey, I'll say this, man. The essence of the song was all there, man. 100%.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
100%. Oh shit! Here we go. Fuck.
Got him
Hold
going.
on, Sonny. What are you singing, man?
Have mercy. That bus keep up tight.
Hey, I went to his house, man. He had some pretty fine wine, man. I think.
Oh, you guys gotta stop drinking, man. That's the one thing, man.
Hey,
Alcohol
Vlad.
sucks. Yeah.
Vlad, you're fucking
Yeah.
Russian. You fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't drink, bro.
I
don't
know,
drink.
but
Anymore, Mr. Rocknut.
I mean, but the Russians are like world famous for freaking vodka, right? Yeah, like,
Well, you have
I
to
mean,
carry that
yeah.
load with you. It's heritage.
the vodka, we get drunk.
I used to drink a lot, man. That's the problem, bro. I don't do that
Okay.
shit, man.
Well, you're supposed to be champion your heritage, so shut the fuck up.
No,
Yeah, fuck
man.
all of that. You're supposed to be like, fuck yeah, keep doing those shots of vodka.
that ain't shit. That ain't right.
That's
man.
just
Fuck,
that's
no.
just dumb, bro. That's
That's
stereotypical
fucking
dumb
ain't
shit,
right.
man. That's
It
retarded.
is. It's bullshit, man.
Do you know?
yeah,
Do you know the
joking.
spirit? It destroys your spirit. That alcohol shit. You know that, eh?
No kidding.
Not for everybody, man. There's always
Everybody.
a balance. There's always a balance in life, man. There's
That's
people
why I
that can
don't
like
drink anymore.
totally
24
handle it.
days. 24 days.
Not
It's
handle
not cold enough in Canada, right, Vlad? Right?
Man, I'd rather smoke weed, man.
I get it, bro,
That's
man.
what I'm
Right,
saying.
Bong?
Weed, man. I'm down with that. But,
It's called
know.
harm
Shit.
reduction.
If I lived in Russia, shit, I'd be drinking brandy.
No
all
way,
kinds-
man. Really?
Fuck
Would you?
that, Bong. Come on, man.
Maybe you
I
can
already
handle
have.
it.
I already have. No, I can handle it. I can handle it too goddamn well. That's the problem. I don't
Yeah,
drink.
me too. Exactly where I stand.
Now,
No,
fuck
no,
you,
no
Vlad.
one can
You're not
handle
getting
it.
away with
No
this
one
shit,
can
man.
handle it.
What do you mean you
The-
can
the-
handle it too
Stop this
well?
talk. Hold on. We got an
No, no, no,
argument
no, no,
before.
no.
Let's stop it. Let's stop. Let's change the subject.
Nah,
The
fuck that, man.
stereotype.
Music. Change it
the
to music.
only
Music.
exists
Let's go back to music. Go back to
because
music.
it's so cold.
Okay.
That's why. Yeah, that's why people
Let's go back
drink.
to
No, but
It's
music.
cold.
no, but that's the you catch hypothermia if you drink, right? Because alcohol it doesn't warm you up. It actually does
Right.
the
It's a
inverse. You
it's
feel,
dilated.
yeah,
Yeah, it dilates your pores and yeah.
you feel like you're hot, but it's actually you're
I
not. You're
get it.
fucking your body up so badly in the winter like that.
Oh shit. Well,
Yeah, but if I lived in Russia, I'd still take a shot while you were telling me that.
yeah, me too, man. I mean, fuck yeah. I'd be like, what are we drinking
That's
tonight?
why I live in
Vodka?
Canada,
Okay,
man.
let's drink some vodka. Okay, I'm down. No, man, but you know, there's stereotypes
Yo, I
and
can't
there's
go back to Russia, man. Do you guys see what's going on?
oh shit, that's a shit show, bro.
Yeah, we can lay off the other topic and talk
Ah.
about something more interesting that we're like it's more
Well,
viable.
no, listen, no, but listen. After whatever happened in Russia, do you know that they were doing like conscripting and shit? You know that?
I believe it. I don't watch the news, so I don't know. I hear from you guys the news. I don't
And now Mr. Putin wants fucking every Russian family to have at least 8 children.
Okay,
Shut fuck
well,
off.
I'm
Get the
glad.
fuck
I'm glad
out
I'm
of here.
getting it.
No,
Look,
no.
hold on a
Really?
second. Wait, dude.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I want to say thank you for bringing me the news because I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I'm being serious too. No matter, like, it might sound funny, but I'm being honest with you. Like, I don't watch any news. Thanks for the sound.
You don't have to split it into 2 wives, though, right? Because come on,
No.
That's-
He wants every family to have 8
that
children
shit.
because there's such a loss of life that the economy is kind of
You gotta
suffering
have
because not
8
a lot of
children.
people come. Yeah, so every family needs to have it. He's encouraging all
Well,
families
every
to have at least 8
politician-
kids.
Also,
Every
I have an
politician
acoustic.
should have 8
I have an
children.
acoustic guitar,
Oh,
so
dude,
my
I gotta look this shit up, man. Now I gotta look
Their
this shit
kids
up.
to war.
Look it up. Look it up. I swear to God, it's real. I'm not even joking,
It's
man.
real. It's in the news. It's real.
Well, no, I mean,
It's in the news.
after what
Yo.
happened, I'm pretty sure.
Yo, Deccan Frost was in politics, and he heard me talking to what's the name, Eggshells, bro.
Oh shit.
If y'all want to be bothered, it wasn't that long ago. It was like less than 5 minutes ago. You can clip my exchange with him. The dude is off the charts sophist.
Yeah.
We all know
Where's
this, Greg.
No, wait.
Sounds about right.
We're off the charts. I mean, is Matthew off the charts?
But Matthew looks like can I pick a name? Matthew looks like no, that's not good.
Mickey
I'm trying to
Mouse?
compliment him. Matthew
Mickey
looks
Mouse?
like Aristotle compared to him.
All right.
Wow.
Oh shit, man.
You were here talking that to use the sextant you don't need the horizon.
He's not even using the horizon because they have no idea that it's used for finding your position along the x-axis. They don't even know this still, even after I spoon-fed it to them for like, 2 years now.
Check this. How about this? You ready for me to refute the black swan? Are you ready? Here it is.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
The cranes are wiggly. They're not wiggly, really. I don't trust photos with wriggly cranes. This
even
photo
though
doesn't
the
have
wiggly
wiggly cranes
Well, that's
because
a
it's
good
really
thing
not
for
wiggly.
you.
I
That's a
trust
good
this
thing.
photo. Therefore,
check
black
it
swan
out.
false.
No,
Hey.
check it out. It's a good thing you don't trust things above the surface because the whole thing is not about what's above the surface, it's the horizon itself. So those are just place markers. Thanks, though.
Hey, Gregory. Greg.
Okay, right. So there's a
Listen.
refutation of the black swan, right? Right. It's just a
Greg.
heuristic of what is. It's just a heuristic of what is the more likely accurate photographic representation of the cranes as they really are. Right. It's not that one photograph is more accurate than the other. They
Right.
both It's both a light record photograph, right?
Right.
Of what you can see. That's what you
Right.
saw. Okay, so both photos are equally true. They're not
Right.
doctored, no fabrication, nothing. They're both equally true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's both equally true. Then when you go closer to the crane, that you can see that they're not really wiggling around like that. That's also true. So the fact that you don't trust a photo that has more wiggly cranes in it does not refute any of the premises as being false or the logic sequence as being invalid, which is what you need to do in order to refute an argument. But he didn't. Therefore, he didn't refute the argument.
Hey, one of the refutations, man, if that's a word, I would say that all photographs are flat, man. How about that?
How about that? I ain't never seen a curved photograph unless you bend it with your hand. Maybe.
Maybe, right? But they're flat, you know. If you lay them on the table, they're flat, man. Last time I checked. I don't know. I could be wrong. You know, I'm out of the box here, man. I just realized that this evening, man, that all photographs are flat, man. And it's like, it's just a fun fact when you're talking about flat Earth or globe Earth. It's just fun. All maps are flat too, by the way. Maps are flat and photographs are flat. Wow, that's something. That's a hell of a corner to try to get out of, man. If you want to sell it, if you're a globe salesman, yeah, you gotta get out of the flat maps box first. What's up with that? Oh,
What's up with that?
What's up with that? What's up?
I mean, there was this one point. This was hilarious. There was this one point when I'm talking to him, and he asked me. No, first of all, I asked him. No, I have to really begin here. Jerry asked him, "Is there a hump or a curve? Is there a hump or a drop? Is there a hump or a drop?" Well, you could say either way. Yes. Huh? Is there a difference? Then I asked him, "Is there a difference between a hump or a drop?" What do you mean by difference? What the fuck do you mean? What I mean by difference? The difference doesn't mean the same, does it?
That's what he does, man. That's what Eggshell does all the time. He knows what you're talking about. He just needs to lie to the people that are listening. You know, he doesn't care about the actual argument, man. He's trying to confuse everybody that's listening.
And of course, I frustrate him. Someone like me frustrates him rather much, because I guess I'm a bit bold. Maybe I need to dial it back. Maybe, but I'm not gonna let it just. I'm not gonna let something so flagrantly just fallacious, just error ridden, just go on like it's sense.
It's nonsense.
Yeah, the guy's still in there chatting it up. Still doesn't want to shut the fuck up.
And that's exactly what I said at the end when I exposed that his appeal is just an appeal to incredulity, right? I don't believe it. I mean, it's not an appeal to incredulity. Yes, it is. I don't trust it. Trust, faith, fide, credo, faith, trust, believe. You don't have faith in it. You don't have trust in it. You don't believe it, right? You don't believe that it's trustworthy, okay? To be an accurate photographic representation of what you saw, right? Now, notice how he won't be consistent. Just as the cranes are not really wiggly, they just appear to be wiggly because of the atmosphere. The same applies to the water in the white swan photo. But forget that.
Sometimes the globe just hands you the blues, man. Sometimes.
I just realized somebody was playing the blues like that's just the thing to do. I thought that was a record.
No, that was Sonny. Thank you, Sonny.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Anyway, he just keeps playing, man. We can keep talking, man. There's no interruption in the conversation. It's just nice little background.
I mean, I am by and large a tranquil, peaceful person. I'm not trying to go out of my way to be hostile or exuberant or exaggerative or flamboyant or none of that. But when I hear something like out of Eggshell's mouth, it just it's like
triggers you,
kinetic
man. It
energy,
triggers you.
billiard ball, context billiard
That
ball, and I just start rolling.
you can't get triggered, man. Don't get triggered.
Have you ever met a lying Scorpio? Well, yeah, now you have. An evil lying Scorpio. That's fucking eggshells. Cannot stop lying.
Yeah. There are.
No,
In the
Scorpios
end,
are pretty
Matthew.
evil lying. Yeah, go ahead.
In the end, Matthew is always contradiction himself.
Oh, fuck Matthew. Matthew's even worse.
Contradict himself. Hey, Vlad, how long have you known Matthew, man? Really, I mean.
Since he first time came to the server, bro.
Oh,
That guy's a piece of
2
shit.
years?
No, how's it?
Well, it's longer, bro. Matthew's been here forever.
How's the house?
How's the what?
Sorry, hot micing.
Oh, okay.
My bad, bro.
It's okay.
The house is on the same plane of existence.
Matthew
end with
does not
this.
learn shit. That's his name. Matthew can't learn shit.
As long as the
Look,
house is
Shit.
look, I'm gonna end with this. If someone is coming up to me or to you or to anybody, and they sit up here and try to give you what they make seem to be knowledge, but upon scrutiny, underlying all that is skepticism, the idea that no one knows anything or no one can know, end it. End the dialogue. That's it. That's eggshells.
Yeah.
Well, do you think I ever argue with eggshells anymore, guy? Every time he talks, I find the fastest way to shut him down. That's it. And then he mutes himself when I start speaking in that channel. Trust me. He doesn't even want to talk to me. Because he knows what I do to him. Call him out on his bullshit. You want to? I'll go in there right now. I'll go in there right now and just shit on him right now, and he'll mute. I promise you.
I believe you.
Right. I start with your fucking lying Scorpio right at his soul, you know, and he knows it. Where's that motherfucker?
Peace, y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get him.
Get him.
I'm gonna go get him. I'll be right back.
Well, I appreciate you guys' insight into reality. It's been a joyful ride, educational.
So Matthew was saying that celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth. And then I said to him, well, you know, there's this guy of Pedro Alves Cabral, the Portuguese navigator, and at that time the world was flat, and he did navigate according to that. He didn't know about that guy, you know, but he was saying, "Oh no,
no, no."
And I did post some few information about Pedro Alves Cabral, and even just let me get it. I did post a quote there. Flat. Let me see. Very well. So, Portugal began to enact open, expanding their territory and discovering new land in the late 1400s. They set out upon different expeditions under the control of Henry the Navigator, Altruth, they did not travel very far since they were afraid the earth was flat. So at that time, they didn't navigate the oceans according to flat earth. So those guys, when they say celestial navigation doesn't work on flat earth, well, they didn't navigate according to flat earth that time. Awesome! The great Sunny.
Thank you for letting me share. That was like some really private moments on the instrument for me. So like. Oh, an encore. Thank you. I had to just do it. Never mind.
It's always good to listen your guitar, playing your guitar.
Exactly. It's a whole different thing when I'm playing some other instrument that I'm not used to, a cheap one. Correct. Because then, like, no matter what you do, if the guitar is just cheap and it's broken or something, the bridge is coming up from the top, you know, like it's messed up. It'll sound like a cheap guitar.
Yeah, it's like the violins.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes it takes a little bit of weathering in order for an instrument to get the right what do you call that? Patina, right, dude?
Oh, the patina.
Did you leave, Flat Earth dude? I guess so.
Yeah, he did.
Hmm.
Let me see if he went to the politics. No.
I had a really good night. I rode way uptown, out of my way in the cold. It was nice, except I got barraged by like some kind of insect in my eye, and it's nighttime. Now, normally riding at night doesn't bother me because I see really well at night, especially on the bike. My senses are really like keen, and I have really good lights too. It's all high tech these days, easy too. Like, but anyway, I got hit by some kind of bug. Yeah, it's still not like sucks, man, because the only way for the bug to get out is for them to be torn to pieces. Like, that's not a fun thing to think about, but it happens all the times in your eye. Happened
Yeah.
times. Hopefully, it's not a bee. I've never had that problem. Bees are big enough; they seem to just swerve around you and miss you. even at the last minute. But I've been hit by bees, bumblebees, butterflies.
And they don't. Bumblebees don't care about Coriolis, and
Bumblebees don't care about Coriolis. That's a really good point. Absolutely not. Think about that. Or think about a hummingbird.
Yeah.
How does it just sit there completely motionless to their surroundings?
Sometimes I
Hovering.
post. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna post. I have sometimes I post that this one. It's there. It's you see it's moving, but it's there in the same place, and you see the tongue there.
Exactly. In the
So
same place. Look at that head. It's completely still.
didn't went to school to learn the indoctrination brainwash globe moving.
So it really looks like it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. How would that bird possibly be able to maneuver within it, like
Yeah.
millimeters of an inch? That's a, let's say, hundredths of a meter, thousandths of a meter even. The head's not moving. That's a time lapse photography, isn't it? Filming.
Yeah, I did get from the GIF gallery, but yeah, it's from some movie. Even Elio Septic, he has some videos. He's on how you say humbling.
Well, really, the point is that it has to be time lapse because those wings are beating so fast, your eye can't even see them when
Yeah.
they slowed it down here.
Yeah, exactly. As the first time I saw the hummingbird,
Yeah.
it's so fast. They move the wings so fast that
Yeah, the birds are.
yeah.
And they come right down and look right at me too. Sometimes when I'm out in the forest, come right down and look right at you. Like they know their surroundings really well, and like they probably know the flowers that they feed on and stuff. Like so, if there's someone there that doesn't look quite right, they tend to have a curiosity. So do the birds. The birds do too, especially like if the birds around those whatever area haven't seen you in a while, or maybe a new generation has popped up. Happens every spring, right? Interesting nature is.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
anybody could think that something like a hummingbird could operate without every single piece it has right now, show me a malformed hummingbird that survives. Not a one, I guarantee you. That's the thing about nature, right? It has to be, it's irreducible complexity, even in things that are like animals that you would think are very simple are actually still very complex. There's a lot more going on that we don't know about. So that's
Yeah.
part of the mystery of continuing on to find out what the rest of the secrets are, because a lot of those secrets have been divulged now, but not all. They're still like, it's like what they say in an iceberg, only 10% is showing, 90% is under the water.
Yes.
Yep. Like that, folks, right? So flat Earth is right at the pinnacle, waiting for the rest. Which I think they forced. I think their hands been forced. They created a couple of worldwide debacles, which I won't say anything more than that, and there's no harm in saying that, right? What has been
So
a
yeah.
debacle?
Suddenly I was remember that quote. Flat Earth people laughed, but flat Earth knows something. So it's like that peak of the iceberg. So we know something. There's more to find out.
Exactly. There's more to the flat earthers than you might think. I like that. That's in the Transformer movie. There's more to you than what I don't know. What did he say? Something really embarrassing. He said to the hot tranny chick, I mean, never mind, the beautiful girl in the movie. Yeah. But we all digress sometimes, so Where'd everybody go? They didn't even say goodbye, man. They just split out of here.
This is quote from Batman.
Hold
There's
on.
more
I'm gonna
to
check.
you than.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I did post the GIF from Batman. There's more to you than that.
That's another time, but this one was in Transform. He goes,
Yeah.
There's more than meets the eye to you, or something like that. Like he said something really strange. There's more than meets the eye to you, or something really awkward. That's all. But it's just a funny part in a movie, which I think has parallels sometimes to real life.
I used to love those. It's from my time. Watching those cartoons from Transformers. So even the Night Rider.
Exactly. But you're probably like my brothers are younger age than I am, so like probably at least 20 years younger than I am. I'm guessing could be even younger than that.
I'm in the 40s.
So I guess exactly right. 30 years. So I'm 65. So
Still young to play guitar.
it takes a long time. And
Yeah.
I pick it up and play almost anything I want, but it does definitely still take practice. But I found if I play my acoustic guitar like an hour a day, or a couple hours, or an hour on the acoustic, an hour on the electric, then that pretty much satisfies. And that way that keeps my hands still programmed to play those notes. And the healthier I get, the better I'm playing. Probably singing too, because my singing voice was getting better. Actually, it's gotten better throughout the years, but you haven't heard me in a real recording. Vlad was just going by what he heard in the room just now, which is not a good indicator. It's bare concrete walls mostly, so it echoes quite a bit. But I don't know, it's getting late. What time is it? It's already 12. I'm gonna have to go to bed. That's why I'm late.
See you later.
Yeah, I gotta get my rest. Later on, you guys.
Later.
Later, Sonny.
I'm-
Thank you for
It's 3:00 by me. What time is it by you, Bong?
7 p.m. I gotta do dinner and dad stuff.
Gotta cook dinner for everyone.
Yeah, I'm the cook. I'm the chef.
Nice. That's good. You got the skills.
Oh, yeah. Gotta eat. Man's gotta
I
eat.
just
Man's learn how to cook.
I cooked today, man. I made some chicken cutlets. The chicken tenders with breadcrumbs and Parmesan cheese.
Oh,
It was
nice.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I fried them in like half olive oil, half butter. Just
Oh,
seared them
yeah.
in. They were good, man.
That's it.
Little
Olive
garlic,
oil.
salt, and black pepper. Yeah. A little bit of seasoning in the breadcrumbs, and it gets a good
Yep.
crust on it. You do like an egg wash. You put it in the breadcrumbs with cheese. Fry that up. Oh man, it was good.
That's it. Yep. Like 15 minutes.
I want to try that coconut one. I had coconut shrimp. It was good. But you were telling me some recipes, these island recipes. I'm like, damn, I gotta try that shit. That sounds
Coconut
good.
cream. Yeah, coconut cream. Any seafood. Just add coconut cream. Check it in the oven or get creative with it.
That's different than the coconut water. You got coconut cream. I don't know if that's available. I'm sure I can find it. But I mean, it's
Yeah, it
not
should be in
something
a
like
can.
it
You
would
get
be
it in a can.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like it's an actual cream. It's the the white flesh from the coconut when it gets hard. When it gets brown and mature, you grind that flesh. You just grind it out using a grinder, and then you just squeeze the cream out, and that's it. It's just pure
Okay.
coconut cream, and then you
I
add
have
that
the
to your
shredded, like the shredded coconuts. That's what people use for like mix it with chocolates and other recipes. They use shredded coconut,
Yeah,
but I think they put
yeah.
sugar on it. It tastes really sweet, like it's been artificially sweetened.
Yep, yep. That's what those white coconut flakes are. Is that's from the mature the water, the coconut water. That's from the when it's still green. You know, the flesh is not soft. It'll have a sweet
Uh-huh.
water, but as it turns brown, the flesh gets harder and harder, and that's where you get the oil from too. The coconut oil and the fat. Uh, yeah, yeah. Coconut's magic, man.
Yeah, for sure. Even the coconut oil is like you can make popcorn with it. It's more like a butter almost. At room
Yeah,
temp, it's kind of thick. It's like a
yeah.
butter kind of. Not quite as thick as butter, but actually room temp butter is about the same. If you
That
leave butter
that
out, it gets
that
You
coconut
guys got
oil is good to fry in better than
Olive. Yeah,
no, yeah.
there's
Does
a
it go
higher.
bad though? I think it gets rancid though. Oh, a higher smoke point, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, the
you guys
cream
are
goes bad, but the oil doesn't. You know, the oil it has a smell. You can actually it's
Yeah,
like oil. Oil.
You
I
guys are
did.
connecting the dots. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I went to Hawaii and there was a luau there, right? I don't know if you guys have been to a luau, but awesome experience. And obviously, the girls are coming out in their leis and the coconuts on their boobs. What do you think? Do you think it's like for like medicinal purposes? You know, the kids chewing on their boobs all day, and I don't know. Did they really do this? Was this real?
It was a costume. I think I've seen that before. The hula dancers with the coconut bra. I've seen
Yeah,
those.
Yeah, it's more
I
like
think
a bra. Yeah, like in
yeah.
the
They should have.
past, women don't wear. They don't cover their tops. They just let it hang out. Just walk around with
Right. That's what I'm saying. The
everywhere.
Polynesian people are known for being topless, but maybe they did it for medicinal purposes to heal those boobs.
Yeah, my grandma.
maybe because the
Grandma.
tourism would be the wrong kind of people. You know what I mean?
Okay.
My grandma at home when I was growing up, she walks around, just swinging everywhere, sagging.
Uh-oh.
It's
That's
normal. That's normal. It's hot.
No, I'm just saying this culture would people be looking at titties, be like,
Yeah, yeah. Titties are for babies. That's how you got to think about it. That's for babies to get milk, dumbass.
I wonder how popular those nudist colonies are in America these days. I know there's a couple of them in Florida. My buddy worked at one when he was younger. I kind of laughed about that, but yeah, man, they're a real thing. People want to live nude, and they do this all over the freaking.
Yeah.
I don't care if they do. It's like I'm more of a libertarian on that. I don't really care what people
Well,
do.
if I lived in Russia, no way am I ever going to be nude, right? But if I lived in, say, Africa or in the tropics, oh yeah, I'm
Hey,
not wearing a shirt. It's too freaking hot.
Well,
there's a
and
light in the there's a light in the
Mosquitoes.
room. There's a light in the room.
Oh,
well, I mean, I'll give her some fun
same.
information here. It's still illegal to walk around topless as a woman in New York City. It is not against. So there are places that you wouldn't expect. This is public
Well, that's
indecency.
not such the law, but just the people, the public embarrassment, right? You wouldn't see like
A
even the
taboo.
most cringy. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's just socially awkward.
Yeah, like a society thing. Hey.
It's like going into a store barefoot.
When was the last good topless rally? I remember they've had these before. I gotta look them up. When the last good women's free the tatas rally, women's rights or whatever. Don't tell us what we can wear. Don't tell us what we can do. Interesting definition of that.
I think that's actually bad for women. I think those things are designed by the government to to degenerate society.
That's proven. That's proven, Bong. Like Gloria Steinem and the abortion, all that. That was all CIA.
Yeah, Yeah, that's why I feel sorry for women because they're getting sucked into it, and ruining their lives. They could have had that life they've always wanted as a woman, but no, they're doing these things, the TV, these
No, all
crazy
they
people.
have to do, they have to deceive them long enough until the biological clock runs out. So
Right.
you got to go to college. Now you got to join the workforce. And then by the time they figure out that's not what they want, it's already passed them by. They can't even conceive anymore.
Well, I don't know about all that and women being victims, but hey, ladies, if you want to get your point out there, whatever message you want to make, you can get some attention. I'm pretty sure that's a
Not even a victim. Not even a victim. They're being deceived. They're purposely led down a path of failure for what most of them want. Not a victim.
Come on, guys. I'm so surprised you're not on board with this. Free the tatas. There's nothing. There's just
I'm all
boobs,
good
guys.
with it. I'm a libertarian with that. I don't care.
Oh, I think it's not like, I mean, because it depends on the culture and society, right? That's, our culture and society, showing boobs is kind of like when a person sees it, yeah, they associate it with sex. They get aroused sexually. In a society like that, I don't think it's a good idea to do that. But if you grew up in, say, in Samoa, like 100 years ago, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That would be normal. It would
But
be
they don't have.
not normal to cover up your titties. Like, hey, why it's hot? Why are you wearing that? Are
See,
you?
over here, they got the strip clubs with the fake titties, right? They enlarge them to make them more sexualized, like big old titties, and they get the men aroused. And that's kind of what it's became over here.
Well, we still got nude beaches here in California. I mean, it's not as taboo as you guys might think in a lot of places.
Oh
People
no,
are
a
walking
beach
around.
is something different. A beach is way different. People walk around mostly
Public
nude
place, too.
almost.
It's a
I
public
mean,
place,
like,
and people aren't making a big
no,
deal
but I
out of
mean,
it.
you
You hear about,
swimwear. Well, a string bikini is as close to nude as you can get. It's like you see that on every beach almost. But you wouldn't see that like going down New York City. You wouldn't see a woman in a string bikini and like walking
But
down the street. It would be kind of awkward.
yeah, but
you,
that's
you
what's
guys
so
picture
what's
it
really
like free your tatas, free your mind, flat Earth movement. Ladies marching down.
uh, infiltrators, in my opinion. But
This COINTELPRO movement.
we don't need titties to sell this. Like, it sells itself. What if we showed some titties?
They keep using all these rockets.
What if we put some titties in a run? No, I'm just kidding.
If you don't think this topic's sexualized to the 10th degree already,
I mean, yeah. Well, you know what's funny about Samoa? Like, it's
boys in
funny.
their balls, right? Like, let's play with our.
Yeah. Like 100 years ago, like the thing about Samoa is you can show like back in the days, it's okay for women to walk around, showing, no top, but you can't wear things. You can't wear skirts higher than your knees. You got to cover up at least down there. But nowadays, you can't show anything. Like, if you look up things to know before you go to Samoa, it's one of the. It's that don't take a bikini. Don't show too much skin because they're very religious people, and that's the other thing. I think it also depends on the belief
So,
systems.
so no G strings or thongs on the beach. Is that what
We-
They
yeah,
got to wear a
because
skirt past their knee, but they can go around topless. It's like, okay.
yeah, like there were still things that were sacred, like sex is still a sacred thing, but that's because of their religion. Back in the old days before Jesus, their religion was different, so they did things differently. But now that Jesus is their religion, is their God, they follow Jesus to the religiously. They try at least.
And that's kind of
So,
America, where America over here gets more conservative, like the Bible
yeah,
Belt. The people are a little more buttoned down.
yeah,
They don't
yep,
show as much
exactly.
skin.
Yeah, very American. Yeah, exactly. Very
Only
westernized.
some regions. There's a lot of American parts that are kind of trashy. You know what I mean? Like the shorts with the butt cheeks hanging out.
Yeah.
Now that's put upon them by society. Even, you know what was funny? Remember back in the day, the baggy pants? These people would wear their pants sagging. Now they got people in the black community wearing skinny jeans.
Yeah.
This is all being done by the CIA. I'm like, dude, what? He's wearing skinny jeans. That is so gay. And it's like they convince them that it's cool. They can literally convince you that
Weird.
anything's cool. The weirdest fashion like that. Like, no, that's gay. How did that even become a thing? I see this dude wearing skinny jeans. I'm like, what? Like, they go from gangster rap to that.
I was just thinking about Mike being here, and he can tell you the story about the Native Americans too, and what their original clothing was, and how that
Oh, Battle
changed.
Mod?
Yeah, how's bad?
Mike's up in here?
Nah, no, I'm just imagining, Native Americans were topless for a long.
Well, he's more. That's like way back. You're going.
Sure, but I, I think we can have more obvious examples, like in Japan, the clothing culture, or like we're talking about with some of these examples. But the idea that Samoan, Polynesian people in Mexico or closer to the equator, less clothes are required, right? They didn't feel the need for it, so why would you do it? But it was pushed, yeah, and you had to manipulate people to do it, right? So when did it
Well, I'm
start? I
saying
guess.
through media. Through media, they manipulate people. Like, okay, say you have an influencer. Like, say it could be Kanye West or it could be anyone. Oh, if he's wearing these shoes or this type of pants, he's wearing skinny jeans. He's wearing an afro. They will make that popular in the culture, so other people will copy. They'll take that. Oh, I want to have an afro. I'll have a shaved head like Michael Jordan, and it's all influence, and it's coming from someone else. It ain't necessarily coming from that person. It's like, no, we're gonna push. First, we're gonna have the pants hanging off their ass, the saggy pants, and then we're gonna make them wear skinny jeans. It's all coming from these people that own the media and the advertising agencies, the people with small hats. And it's all degeneracy. It's all being put upon them.
The Matrix. It's a beautiful system, though, right? Yeah, these days you
Well,
can pretty much look at who's getting paid the big bucks to sponsor their shoes or sell their shoes or whatever. And marketing and advertising budgets are through the freaking roof. Obviously, a corporate-run system, right? So no surprises when it comes to all that. It is amazing to watch how manipulated it is and how fast it changes, right? Like they used to talk about the fashion industry being set in New York City or whatever. Like, it's amazing the different things that have come up from people wearing plastic wristbands to, you name it. It's like, wow, what?
Yeah, now it's normal to look like that.
Tattoos have come so far in my lifetime. I mean, when I was a kid, you were, in a gang or from a different culture, or it wasn't like a public thing to go out and get a tattoo. Now I feel like every 16-year-old's got at least a dozen. It's like, what the hell?
you know what
They
even
have
is weird is those loops in the earlobes. I'm like, what? Like the white kids wearing it, and it used to be like an African thing, like you'd see in the.
That's all that National Geographic, right? Like you
Yeah,
open
like
up the pages of Geographic, see those people.
they would have a disc in their bottom lip, and their earlobes would have these hoops in it, these giant hoops, and some of them would have rings around their neck to stretch their neck out. It's like, what? Are you kidding me? And I see kids wearing that shit, like younger kids, and like, I don't know, in their 20s and stuff. It's like, look at you, just destroyed your earlobes.
Oh, it used to be it used to be just a rebellion phase, and now it's like a cult, like a culture,
Yeah,
like
doing it to fit,
what's up?
doing it to fit in, to be a part, right? To be a part of the culture.
Well, no, to be a counterculture. They think it's like they want to be a part of a counterculture, non-social. Like a lot of them are that. that mindset, but it's all being put on them by the same influencers. I seen this girl with fucking vampire teeth. They were like, I think they're veneers or something, but it looked like a fucking vampire. The canine teeth were sharp. I'm like, that's fucking disgusting. And she's like some Satanist streamer bitch. I'm like, oh, this is just wrong on a lot of levels. I'm like, oh. Then have veneers put on your fucking teeth, like permanent veneers, like glued on there that look like a vampire and they're like sharp.
To each their own, that's for sure. A lot of different
Yeah, but that's
characters
just
out there.
really creepy. That really creepy, man. I'm like, ugh.
But yeah, counterculture, I would say tattoos were counterculture, prison people, gang people, and now they're mainstream culture, right? They're no longer counter. Now everybody, you look around and everybody's got one.
Not me, but
Well, and when everyone is counterculture, no one will be counterculture.
then you're just a normie. You're just a normie. You're following the trend.
And when everyone is special, no one will be special. Evil laugh.
Like even people wearing beards and long hair. I had long hair when it wasn't fashionable, and then I got sick of it. I'm like, you know what? I'm sick of this being in my face when I'm trying to work. Because I work on roofs a lot, and I'm roofing, and I'm looking down, and there's hair on my face. I'm like, I would tie it back, but it's like when I did it, it got annoying. I'm like, I'm cutting this shit off.
You want like $30 for a haircut now. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Give me a pair of scissors, man.
I cut my own, man. I'm pretty
I
good
know.
too. I'm pretty.
It's just
I got
hair, right? It grows
clippers.
back. What are you
Yeah, but
afraid of?
I'm good at it. I'm good at cutting hair. I cut my
I learned
nephew's hair the other day.
Oh yeah, that's a skill. I learned how to cut my hair in the Navy. Yeah, just put on the number 2, and you just keep
Oh,
going
it's
over your
Screaming
head.
Eagle. You gave yourself. I used to do, yeah, I do the number 2, but now I keep leave it a little longer on the sides. I do like a 3.5.
Yeah,
And
Number
then
2 is all right.
has to be perfectly
I
round.
usually use, I was using number 2, but it grows out so fast. I'm like, you know what? I'll just leave it a little longer.
Yeah. Number 1 makes you look like a prison inmate. Number 2 is perfect, but you got to deal with the cutting it every week, every 2 weeks.
Yeah, it grows in. It looks shabby, so it's like, yeah. Bong knows what's up, man. He was the barber on the ship.
No, it was from boot camp. I learned it when I went to basic boot camp. They're like, all right, this is how you cut your hair. I was like, it's a little short. I'll use
My
number 2
friend,
next.
he went to boot camp. He's like, they call it the Screaming Eagle. He got the Screaming Eagle haircut. They just take it right off.
Yeah.
I don't know if they use a number 1 or what do they use.
Then you gotta spend the whole night, right, all the way into the morning with hair all over your neck. Getting your shit together. Scratching.
You don't get a shower? You don't get to shower that shit off?
Not until the morning.
Oh man, be itchy.
Because we got there late. That's why. Yeah, we got there late.
You got to get a wet towel even and wash it off yourself. Just wipe it off. That would drive me nuts. I couldn't sleep.
No. Chicago, February, ice everywhere. That dry cold hits in your bones.
Where you at with ice? I thought you were in the South Pacific.
No,
They
that's
had you in
basic.
the cold part.
No, basic training in Chicago. I mean, in up there, Illinois.
You were in Chicago, Illinois, for boot
Yeah,
camp.
Naval Training Center. Yeah, up there. It's not Chicago. Chicago's the nearest city. I forget the name of the place.
Yeah, but it's cold as shit in the wintertime. I know where Chicago gets colder than Detroit. For some reason we're about as far north as each other, but it gets colder in Chicago, like at about 10 degrees colder. They got water pipes freezing and shit, water mains.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Memorial
I don't know
Day
why
was-
it's colder.
Memorial Day wasn't too long ago, so thanks for your service.
Oh, you're welcome.
He served the banksters. The banksters thugged. Now
Yeah,
there's
I
like
know.
probably some guilt. It's like, man, I was the the military branch of the banksters.
Yep.
Unbeknownst to you. You know what I mean? It's like, man. And I don't fault the people who serve. I hold them in high regard.
Oh, at least I wasn't a sniper or anything like that in the army. You know, my cousin was. And I don't know how to talk to him now. You know, it's like, don't talk to him.
Stay away, man. Stay away.
Stay the fuck
He's
away.
probably, yeah, he's probably, there's a fine threshold people that are
Yeah.
used to killing people.
One of the
Yeah,
radio
he's not.
shows, the sports radio shows I was listening to today, they were talking about the best Vietnam movies. And if you're from my generation, kid of the 80s, 90s kind of thing, you had a lot of fucking Vietnam movies come out. You guys
Yeah.
know any Vietnam movies? You got me thinking about Platoon when you were talking about shaving your head. I was like, oh, that's a great.
Yeah. Full Metal Jacket. Or was that 90s?
Yeah, Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad served in that war, so I don't know
Vietnam?
what to make.
What, in the army?
Yeah, Vietnam. The army.
Did he do like the year tour?
Yeah.
Fuck. Enlisted?
He was longer than that.
Damn. He didn't.
And you look
like
back, it's the same old stuff. There's always like a false flag, right? Just like the 9/11, World War I and World War II, Vietnam, no different. They're going to try and do one. Israel's going to try and do some shit because they want us to fight their wars. They're going to try some shit. Like, they're already the bullies on the block because those people ain't got no military, right? They're like, oh, these terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, oh, the Palestinians are terrorists. You know that shit they call Americans terrorists, right? You're a domestic terrorist. If you disagree with their bullshit, they're going to label flat earthers as such. They're going to try that bullshit on us.
Yeah, pretty heavy stuff. Looking back, when you have people that are directly affected, right? Like, Bong served in the military. He was out there doing it, doing what he was told, and my dad was out there doing what he was told. And my grandfather was out there in World War II doing
My
what he was
dad
told.
too. My dad was an army medic. He was in that shit.
So this shit affects us all, as far as what is it about? What was Vietnam about? What happened there? Like, just trying to
Gulf of
understand.
Tonkin. I'll tell you what, it was smuggling heroin. They were smuggling heroin, and it's the same thing in Afghanistan. There's some kind of opiates. They were smuggling it through the bodies. It just made it easier to do what they were already doing, like smuggling drugs back. They already can do it, but it just made it more convenient. I think like the people they called terrorists didn't want that done anymore. I mean, that's at least what I heard. They're like, no, they didn't want drugs because they damage people. They didn't want like these opiates being made in their country, and they were like fighting off these drug lords. Like, no, you ain't putting that shit here. Even though they're poor, they didn't want to poison the world, and that's kind of what I think. And then these globalists, right? The Rothschilds and these royal families that smuggled opiates forever, they didn't like it, so they had Americans deal with it. Look, you were attacked on 9/11, go deal with this shit. And look, that's when OxyContin and all that shit got really popular. It got really popular. Yeah.
So I'm not sure specific. I just know people that were alive back then that said that the real reason Vietnam War was fought was over those rubber trees.
Maybe. It's hard to say.
So have you heard of the rubber trees? Since then, they've been able to manufacture the synthetic. But at that point, they were very interested in those trees that could produce rubber, like organically.
I'm not sure which angle. I think the drugs are more profitable than the rubber because I think there's other regions of the world you could get that same product. And I think it was South America. Like Harvey Firestone had a big thing going in South America with rubber. Him and Ford were like hooked at the hip. Henry Ford and Firestone.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's why we have the Firestone, where you can go get your tires and stuff. Yeah,
Same people. Yep, same guy.
and Ford. That makes sense. Dealing with
Harvey
what we got
Firestone.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always up in the air why wars are fought until you really dig deep into it. So.
You don't got to dig too deep either. Like you'll always find some prelude to the war because they need an excuse, right?
Well, I know
Like,
about the
oh,
Gulf of Tonkin being the false flag, but I don't. The only thing that I've heard from people that have followed these lies that are propagated and what the real reason. The rubber trees are. Look, the guy that I heard this from, I can't even talk to him about flat Earth. So, but he knows a lot. He knows a lot more about what's going on than your normie, your everyday person.
well, that's
Yeah, I think
good.
the economic aspect of war. Spend a lot to get a lot. You're going to get something in return. You're not going to spend that money, put these people to do all this thing, and not get something out of it. I think that's kind of silly to think there is no motive, right? But the economic and political, right? I think there's a story when you look into Hong Kong, what Hong Kong is, how it was settled, Tartaria, whatever, and the power base that was established by the Europeans over there. Because we still have an idea that the United States corporation is owned by not Americans, I guess is the way to put that, right? Whoever it might be. So yeah, who put the
Yeah,
pressure
well,
on who to do what, for what reason is
it's pretty obvious who controls America because their names are on our the books for our curriculum, and their names are also on all of the industry here, and they profit off of everything, but they don't even have to. They just need to guide it. So if they have the power and the profit, they also have the power to guide which way, like whatever we spend our money on, whatever direction that we go economically and culturally, they have a hand in that because they have a hand in our curriculum, in our schooling, and in our industries. So institutions, industry, they just needed to control that, and then the banking systems on top of that. It's like monopoly, but on an actual real world like level. They don't need too much more after that because we're just here scattering and not understanding what's going on, but really it's just at the base roots of who is at who owns our industries, who owns our institutions and our curriculum in schools. They give us a government sponsored religion, so you don't even think that it is a religion because it's sold under the guise of science. And when you look into anything, it's so remedial. The things that you have to uncover, you don't have to dig deep into why the earth is flat, because we're not necessarily just like positing some sort of positive claim. We're going back to our axioms, because we're the negative position to the positive claim of our experience. We all experience the earth the same way, the sky, the ground, and what we see here. We all experience it the same way. So flat earthers aren't telling you that, oh, it's something completely different. No, it's what you actually experience, but there's other ways to explain it that they've hijacked that and told you it's because it's a ball. And it's just, it's not. If you want to go back and you want to go look where they established that it was a ball, you'll find that they didn't actually do that. They only inferred it or assumed it, and then everything else followed afterwards. And my main reason for being here is to tell people, hey, if it isn't a ball, which it isn't, that means the entire cosmology falls apart because it's all predicated on it being with such dimensions given, with the assumption that Venus is the approximate same size as Earth, to figure out the distance to the sun, and so on, with the light years of stars away and whatnot. The entire cosmology falls away if you take away the ball. Take away the radius, you take away everything else with the cosmology.
Yeah, it's one of those things that
Well,
it's so simple, right? Go tell your family, go tell your friends, go tell the people you meet, and so just look around. It's right there. It's isn't it obvious? Like,
it's something that you
right?
don't start
Earth
on
is
that
black.
topic.
Yeah, you're
You know
not
what I
moving.
mean? You work your way up to that level by level. You don't just go start out with flat Earth because it's kind of off-putting. Not as much as it used to be. Like it's like pretty much now it's not. It's a lot more mainstream than it was like even 5 years ago. Like everybody
Yeah,
knows a flat Earth.
I would say
You
it's not
can't
quite as
find
fun as it's not as fun as it used
not
to.
as not even
People
10%
used
of
to
what it
freak out.
was.
Like they used to trip like balls. You'd be like, "What just happened to that person?" I just said flat Earth. That's all I said. What happened?
It was triggering. It was very triggering.
I know 3 other people that are flat earthers that live near me. That's it.
Nice.
So that's pretty
That's what I
cool.
mean. And you probably know a lot of them that are closet flat earthers. They don't tell anybody. You know what I
That's
mean? There's still people that are not comfortable coming out of the closet. They're like, you know what I mean? The closeted people.
the closeted people usually don't like the implications of it. They want to keep
Well, maybe they
they want to
feel
keep
socially awkward. Like they don't have, you know what I mean?
no,
They're not comfortable to come out against the grain.
that's okay, maybe. But also it's not just that. If somebody did know, they don't want to stop dressing provocatively or sleeping with a bunch of girls, or the implications of it would cause them to reject it.
Maybe some. I think some people. There's some pretty degenerate flat earthers. You know, I know a few of them, but I mean, I see your point.
Yeah, well, those people are more likely to go back to the globe.
I don't think that.
A little different take. You know, some of them are. What do I care? Like, well, so you know, others have an emotional reaction. Like, get out of here! You shut the fuck up. You know, others,
They
what are you
do. They
talking
get
about?
emotional. I've lost friends over this. Like, how is that a reason to not be someone's friend? Especially when, you've been a good friend to them through many trials and many, many things that you've gone through together, that you've come out the other side, together. And this one thing would cause that friend to just completely, and I'm speaking from experience. This is personal, I guess. So, one of my, she was my best friend, and I don't have.
Really?
Yeah, she was my best friend. Best friend.
That's bad. I don't.
She doesn't talk to me anymore. She does she went out of her way not to invite me to where she would go out of her way to invite me. She quit doing that, and I mean, you're gonna act like I don't notice? Like that's not.
You could still reach back. I mean, it's no reason to be like, even if you have to initiate the contact and just like send her a text, like, "Oh, happy birthday" or something.
I will. Her birthday is coming up, so it's been a while. It's been a ride for me. I'm new to this. I'm still pretty new to this. You could look in here and see how new I am to the server, and that's only giving you like a few months before I'd even come into this arena myself. So it was like
maybe you broke it the wrong way.
January of 2001. Yeah.
Okay, well that's not that new. That's longer than a lot of people.
Yeah, it feels pretty new still, but also I'm well settled in now that the more that I learn, like I'm already to the point where it doesn't matter whatever Glober wants to come at me, I can take them on, whatever. But I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to make them follow my line of logic and see that it's not flawed. And the point is, if you can't find the origin of a tradition, if it's not there, if the basis of it and the origin of it, not even a tradition, but of some sort of belief, then you're talking about a tradition, which we were all privy to prior to finding out about flat Earth. So we were all in the same religion unknowingly before, and it's hard for someone on this side of the road or whatever to talk to someone on the other side about it when you've already crossed that or bridge or whatever. When you've already crossed that it's hard to talk to someone like you were them before, because you just think it's so obvious because it was so obvious to you. I don't know how obvious it was to anybody, I guess. For me, I'll speak for myself.
That's kind of where you need a little discernment to feel it out, the conversation, and you kind of walk gradually and you let them feel like they figured it out, with leading questions and things like that. But you know where the end is going to be, but you do it in a roundabout way. If you just come straight in, sometimes it's too off-putting, and your friend will just pull away and oh no, I can't deal with this. No, you're crazy or whatever. She don't want nothing to do with you. That's because you probably put it right in her face and it was too much. So it's kind of like you boil water slow. Just bring it to a boil gradually.
It's probably too late for that. I mean, I can try, but the
reach
chances
out. Don't even
are,
talk about it on the first step back. Oh, I missed you, girl. Where you been? Whatever. We should go out sometime or just whatever. Small talk. Don't even get to heavy talk. Small talk.
I'm kind of easing it in, but every time I, see her around, I hug her neck and I how are you? And I've missed you and those kinds of things. But I don't allude to the need of having to hang out with anyone. I do have to say
Your
though.
best friend. That's kind of rough.
It is very heartbreaking for me to not only lose my best friend, but also a lot of social interactions that go along with her being my best friend, because she's I mean, let's say she's quite popular around here. But I didn't see her that way. I just saw her as a good friend always. So she is quite popular because she is quite beautiful too. So
that's too bad. That's too bad. It's going to come between you something so small as that.
It's all right. It is what it is.
Well, I got a brother like that. I got an older brother, and he doesn't listen to me, and he took the juice and some other things. He don't want to hear none of the flat Earth stuff. And
well, you're not gonna like me. You're not gonna like me then, I guess. I took the juice too, but not out of fear or anything. I might be the only flat earther that has. I'm starting to find out that I'm all alone over here.
Well, it's not that I don't like it. I don't hold it against you, but it's just something that's maybe you weren't aware of it. If you came into this later, you weren't aware of the consequence. So it's
right.
My own brother doesn't believe me, and he goes against my warning. No, I'm looking out for you, man. You're my brother. I don't want to see something bad happen to you. I'm trying to warn him, and it goes on deaf ears. I'm like, I tried. So I don't know what's going to happen. I guess some people said there was a placebo, and some people said there's a different one. And it's I don't know. I'm hoping.
I didn't get placebo. I definitely did not.
Well, maybe there's things you can do to detoxify. I heard there is things you can do to like one
Either
of them
way.
is just distilled water might be helpful. There's things called chelation. Chelation it'll help remove that stuff from your bloodstream and well, I mean, there's things we'll talk off topic or
I got
I'll
you.
send you
We
some
don't have to
DMs.
keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
But I've already kind of. It's been a while now, and I definitely did certain things, took steps because of it was regret. I mean, I didn't even want to do it in the first place. It was more of like I had to. So
For job or something. Yeah.
it was something, not job, but for something.
They forced it on you. Yeah, that's not good. That's never
Well,
good when it's done against your will.
it was for a birthday present to a concert. I had to to go to
Oh
it,
God.
and this was still before knowing any of the things
Yeah,
that I
you
know now.
weren't down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
But,
man.
so,
That's
like I said, it
unfortunate.
wasn't out of fear. It wasn't out of fear of losing a job or fear of anything else. It was out of, oh, if I don't do this, then I'm wasting a whole, like, somebody's money on a birthday present for me. It was more like that. And everybody that had paid money to go with us to that.
What concert was it?
It was a show to Sierra Farrell, and it was the Earl in Atlanta, Georgia. Sierra Farrell.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that person, but do you remember? I never heard your acoustic version of that song I wrote. I know Helio did it, and you were going to do an acoustic. Did you ever write that? I think you said you learned the acoustic part.
I did. I didn't record it though ever. Kind of just I don't know, like slipped my mind.
Yeah,
Actually,
no worries.
but
'Cause I think your voice would be better like Helio. Not that Helio's a great singer, but he's more of a metal guy, and
yeah.
that's not really a metal song.
Now
And
I
he
know
sings
who
it.
you are. I know who you
Yeah.
are. Okay, so you don't have the same account. Okay.
Well, no, I don't. That's yeah.
I've
So
been
it
wondering
will
where
say
you've been. I've
deleted
been around.
user. Deleted
Yeah,
user.
yeah. It's still in my DMs though. So
They go on purges, yeah. That you know which one.
yeah.
And you know what? I don't even know how this happens, but maybe it was like a server I belonged to, and then they purged everybody. It's like, oh yeah, come on my server, and I get on there and everyone gets smoked. It's like, oh thanks, you invite me to your server and I get smoked.
Yeah,
Like so,
I got a hit from Jim Panda's account or server, and I've never been active in that server. I've never even sent a message in the chat. I've never been active in that server at all. So
sometimes that you got off easy then, because sometimes everyone like guilt by association, they'll just wipe everybody who's a member of it. Will get just deleted. Sucks.
I didn't even like that. I didn't like that server at all. I would check it out here and there to see if it had improved, and it's just so degenerate.
I know.
I don't want anything to do with it.
So is the politics server. It's all degen. Like there's so many people. Everything.
That's true, but we have met a lot of cool people in there, so it's not as bad as it seems, I would say. It is
I'm just saying,
mostly degenerate, though. It is.
if you go
Not
in
gonna
different
lie.
rooms, the topic is always reverts to degeneracy, some form of it. It's like, oh my god, it's just yeah. I don't like being around those people.
I haven't
They
even
just
ventured.
jump
I haven't
outside that
ventured.
room.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't
if
ventured
you
out of
do,
it.
just listen like a fly on the wall, and you'll hear all kind of degenerate conversations. Like, oh, I think I need to leave. I feel dirty. This is kind of
Yeah.
dirty.
I haven't even mustered up any kind of courage to even be a fly on the wall in one of them. I've thought about it, but I'm like, no, I don't need to hear that
And I don't.
mess.
I'm more libertarian, but still, it makes me cringe. I'm like, yeah, just okay, do that. I don't need to hear about it. I don't care if people do that. It's none of my business, but I don't want to be around it.
I've never been a degenerate type. Maybe a little bit. I did go through a little bit of a phase in my 20s, but that was like my early 20s, and it was a very short period of time. So mostly though, I've always been very conservative. Not even trying to be. It's just who I am.
Right.
Conservative and reserved, and I would rather listen than talk. If I want to say something, I'd like it to be meaningful and helpful, or I don't know, just always been genuine and grateful. I've been destitute my whole life, but I've always been grateful for every single thing that I have. Now I can, in hindsight, I know it's blessings and things like that, but before then, I was just always a grateful person. So I think that people that are like that have been, like, they're made for times like these to be able to receive the truth and accept it without fighting it. Whereas people that aren't that way deep down, they're not going to be able to accept it without fighting it, or I don't know. They're accepting it and fight. There's a spectrum, I guess. Maybe I don't like saying that. I don't like saying there's a spectrum, but there always is some nuance to everything.
What's wrong with that? There's always, it's called a bell curve. There's a bell curve of IQs and a lot of things. There's always a
Yeah,
spectrum. It just means a
yeah,
range, right? That's all it is a range. It's synonymous.
because it's nuance. Because everybody has a particular and subjective experience to life, the way they go through it, all of their experiences, how those parallel to wisdom and things that they learn along the way. And I'm finding that I understand a lot more with flat Earth. Flat Earth is like a skeleton key, if you will.
A decoder ring. It's your decoder.
Yeah, it's like a skeleton key, and the parallels throughout your experience is something you should note, because they happen even when you don't recognize it. So reflecting on things that are happening and that have happened, and have something to compare it to. I compare it to scripture because I do like scripture. I just can't understand it. It confuses me, and people are like, this is what it means. This is what it means. And I don't see that. So I just cut out everybody's interpretations for real. Like I cut it all out, and
There's a whole nother level to that.
Yeah, I take
what you just said about scriptures.
Yeah, I take experience and parallels to things that are nuanced in scripture. I try to make it nuanced in scripture, because if you make it something finite, like, it doesn't fit. It just doesn't, because there's so much nuance that no one is able to consider. You end up being an apologist, or you end up rejecting it, or like, nobody should do either of those things. Don't apologize for something you didn't do, and don't reject it either, because it's still something that was written a long time ago, and whether or not you want to think it's true or not, it's something. It's something to draw parallels from your own experience in life and have some sort of contrast, or something to compare it to. Yeah.
There's some weird stuff that I've been finding. Probably don't want to even go down that rabbit hole, but about the Bible specifically, it's like, oh no, now this. There's things that are just like too crazy to even. I won't even get into it, because you don't need to jump down another rabbit hole. But
I'm always happy to hear other people's perspectives,
well,
but
maybe you don't want to get too.
I don't let them be imposed on my own way of seeing it, because if I do, I'll just be confused. But I'm not confused when people tell me their own experience, without being like, see it this way, see it that way, see it this way. I'm not going to do that to people. I'm not going to be like, this scripture means this, and this means this, and this means this goes along with this, and this goes along with this. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be that person, because it's everybody that if you're going to look into it and you care enough to look into it, you're going to see something meaningful, whether it's in your own life or someone else's, or if it just helps you through something. It's going to do all those things, if not just one of them. I can tell you that the Bible is an awesome book, and I cherish it. I really do, and I thank the Creator all the time for being able to have the experience that I have when I'm reading it, and not let anybody else's interpretations cloud my mind. I've got this way about me, and I feel much more at ease, much less burdened with confusion. So I don't like confusion. It makes me lose sleep. Do you ever just stay awake at night, just thinking about all of this stuff and running it through your head and not being able to go to sleep for hours? Laying there, trying to go to sleep, but it won't stop running through your head like a reel. Like, this stuff keeps me up. I don't like being confused, so everybody else's interpretations and influence can just be pushed aside. That makes me feel better, makes me feel less burdened. Sorry, I know I kind of went on there.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I'm up at these weird hours. Like, what is it, 4 o'clock almost? Yeah, 4 o'clock for me.
3 o'clock for me.
Are you in Florida or Alabama?
Alabama. Can you not tell?
Well, wait, not really. Sometimes, like, people in Jacksonville, and sometimes, like, there's a subtle difference sometimes. Like, it depends if they're from the Panhandle, like Panama City, or Alabama. Like, they're Alabama and Florida, they overlap.
Yeah.
Other parts of Florida are just like people from the north. They talk like me, or talk like people from New York. Like,
Yeah.
half of Florida is like, they're not Floridians. You know what I mean? They're from somewhere else. They're all.
Yeah. I wanted somewhere kind of tropical, but still not too far away to live.
Well, you know what it is? It's right down Interstate 75, and that goes right through Michigan. So you get people from Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. They all end up in Florida for the winter. They call them snowbirds, right? All the people because the winters suck over here. We're having a mild winter now where I'm at, and I just had to scrape ice off the windows one time, but it's been in the mid 40s, which is really mild for this time of year, and the lows usually above freezing for the lows, so that's good for this time of year.
Yeah, it gets nice and cold here for the winter times, like when it's deep winter. Like late December, early January, or not even early January, pretty much the entire month of January. And it gradually
Do you get snow?
Sometimes it's rare, but sometimes we do. We get snow, but it doesn't stick. But
Okay.
sometimes, rarely, like we do have those years where it sticks and we have a good bit of snow, and it shuts the entire state down, or wherever snow is, anyways, not the whole state, I guess. wherever you've got snow, we're not equipped to deal with that kind of weather. So there's no chains on like tires. There's no
Yeah, we don't
roads
run chains.
there's
That would
no
be like
road.
Alaska where they're running chains on the tires. You know what I mean? Or maybe Colorado, like in the mountains for the trucks. But
Yeah, we
we don't run chains.
we don't have like a lot of things suited for that kind of weather because it's so rare.
Uh-huh.
And when it does get that bad, nobody goes to work and no one goes to school. No one does anything. You stay at home,
I've
and
seen it.
that's
The
for
people don't
everybody.
know how to drive on it, and they're all off in the ditch. They're like, "Oh shit!" Like they're driving like normal in snow. It's all good until you try to stop or
Yeah,
turn. Right? You can go
exactly.
in a straight. You can go in a straight line just fine, but if you try and stop or turn, not
No,
so much. If you're not used to it,
how do you do it? I've even I've fallen victim to trying to drive home in it was like a snowstorm or snow flurry that or what do you call them? That it's not a
yeah,
flash flood. It's like the
a flurry
equivalent.
or a
Yeah,
yeah, a blizzard. There's a blizzard, and then there's a
yeah,
snow flurry. A blizzard would be a shit ton. There's like just coming down like driving rain. Picture like a hurricane. That would be your
yeah.
blizzard.
Yeah, it was like so much snow in such a short amount of time that it already covered the roads. So I was on my way home from work late at night because I was having to do the deposit for the bank at the end. I was locking up and everything. So I had to do the deposit and lock up, and on my way home I made it almost all the way there without any problems. And then I stopped at a stop sign, right at like where I had to turn left to go home. I was almost home. I was so close. And that left turn left me like spinning, but so slowly. It was such a slow spin. I couldn't even, I just I let it all go, and I was like, I'm going to let it go. And then when I see that there's like, I'm going to gradually try to stop. Like, so I tried to use my instincts, and I did. You know, I didn't end up in the ditch or anything. I was still on the road and ended up being able to go ahead and drive on home. But like, I was literally slowly spinning in this mess on the road, and people were around, but not too many because it's kind of a small town. And that was
You
kind of
want
a
to.
desolate road, but yeah, but I wasn't
You don't
alone.
want to lock up. Don't lock your brakes. You want to pump them.
Yeah, I
It's like
didn't.
pump on and off, and that'll help you grab some traction if you're sliding. A lot of
Yeah,
times, though, the anti-lock brakes now are difficult to do that. If you want
yeah,
to pump them, like I don't like anti-locks because I can't feel the road. I like
yeah,
to feel it
yeah. I have
when the traction.
I've got a pretty practical car. It's a Toyota Corolla CE, and it has just manual locks, manual windows. Everything is manual, and
But the braking system on all the newer cars, if it's like 10 years old or so, they've all got anti-lock
yeah, I didn't.
brakes.
Yeah, mine's 2005, so I'm good.
Okay, it
Yeah,
might even have them though. My truck is a 2002
no,
and it had anti-lock brakes. I had to disable them. There's a fuse I pulled out to disable them.
no, mine doesn't though. It doesn't
Oh,
have.
it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't do that.
Mine
I'm
had the
very.
ABS and it would pulsate. I would get the feedback in my pedal like "Rrrr," it would vibrate. I'm like, no, I don't like this.
I
And
got this
I found
car.
out there's
I got this car
yeah.
brand new in
Oh, you did.
2004. Yeah, I still have it right now. It's right outside. It's still right
Nice.
there. It still works. It's the only car that we have now. Because my husband had a couple of cars that didn't last, but mine that I've had since I was 16, even before 16, but it was mine, like it was mine at 16. My mom had used like this veterans. I got my dad died when I was 2, so I was supplied with a little bit of something from the military because I was his only child. and they supplied me with the whatever type of money per month for my mom, but she already had something else that she was, this was separate from that. And I asked her to use it to put like a down payment on a car or to pay the payments off so that I could have a car by the time I was 16 that would be paid off by the time I was 19. And I had this car since I was 16, paid off by 19, was my car. I took care of it. Like, I changed the oil on it every time it needed it, changed the tires. I had to replace the braking system one time. I've had to change the starter so many times because for some reason the kind of car that I have, the Corolla CE, that year, make, model, has a problem with the starter. So that's the only thing that really goes bad on it after a while. And
You know what? Maybe there's a local shop, at least over by me, they rebuild them. They rebuild the starters, and sometimes they could put in more heavy duty parts. Like the guys at the shop, when they take the old starter and then they'll rebuild it with, because sometimes they have shit that wears out on purpose. It's the planned obsolescence. So Toyota usually makes really high end. The Japanese make really good cars that last, but there might be a weak link. Like you said, that starter, they might have purposely made that to wear out premature. So if you buy a brand new Toyota brand, it might not be as good as the one they rebuilt at your local shop. Because they could put in a heavy duty bearings and things like that, or gears. Say, you know what, we'll put a bronze gear in there, it'll be more durable. Or something. They could beef it up.
that's something to look into because I have to change the starter out every few years. It never
That's not
fails.
normal.
It is something
That's not
that
normal.
yeah, it is something that I have to deal with.
It may
Pretty.
not be shimmed. You might have to shim it differently too, because I had that on a truck, a diesel truck that I had, and it had a big heavy starter in it, like a 35-pound starter. And if it's not shimmed right, when it engages the flywheel, it grinds up. It'll lock up, and you could burn up your starter real easy. So it's got to be shimmed and installed properly. But also, I think there's guys that can get a heavy duty one. Maybe you could order a heavy duty one too, a heavy duty aftermarket part,
Maybe.
because they have to know if they're burning through starters, and it's probably got like 200,000 miles on it by now.
Oh, buddy, no.
No?
No, it's well over 300,000 miles. It's maxed
Okay, well,
out.
yeah, minimum
The car is
200, yeah.
the car is maxed out on the 299,999. It's maxed out. It won't even, like, you have to keep track of it on your own with the secondary setting for the
Odometer. The
odometer. Yeah.
The tripometer, that's the one.
Yeah,
You
you
know
have to
what?
hit the trip. Yeah.
I did that on mine when my fuel gauge went. My fuel gauge went, and I knew I could get about 300 miles to the tank on my truck, because it only got about 10 miles to gallon, and it held about 29 gallons in the tank. And I know I'm getting low. Once I get around that 300 mile mark, I got to fill it up. And that's how I ran it for years before I
Dang.
replaced it. Because the
That's
fuel pump
something.
worked. It's the sending unit. You got to drop the tank to replace it. So I'm like, man,
Mhm.
that's a lot of bullshit. And
I've had to
eventually I just
replace
did
it.
it.
I've had to replace the fuel tank in mine as well because something went wrong. But my car wouldn't start after the fuel tank went out, so I had to replace the
You mean
fuel
the
tank.
pump?
Yeah,
The fuel pump?
Yeah, the fuel pump.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The fuel pump went out, and I had to replace it because it didn't. Of course, it didn't work. I couldn't get it to crank, and the way where it went out on me was such a blessing. It really was. It was such a good place for it to go out because I was able to pull in to this abandoned bank and just park it there until the next day. And I had my good friend who is a mechanic come out and diagnose it for me. So he diagnosed that it was the fuel pump, and that's what I did. I was like, I need a fuel pump, and then had it replaced, and it was easy. So as long as you have somebody that cares enough to just diagnose your car instead of taking it to a shop that's going to tell you all of these things that will make them a lot of money, He just diagnosed it for me really quick and told me this is what I needed, and that's what I got. So super easy.
Always good to have someone like that, like like a mechanic, someone that you can trust. Because if you take it to a shop or especially the dealership, they're always going to rip
No.
you off.
Yeah.
They'll find shit that doesn't need replaced, and they'll replace it.
Yep. And then they'll charge you for it after the fact instead of consulting you first.
That was like my mom. She had her brakes like replaced. I'm like, why didn't you let me look at them?
Right.
Like, just let me look at them first. Let me see if they're worn out. I could tell right away. Is the rotor wore out? Are the pads just bad? What? I mean, she didn't want to hear it. I'm like, and I drove her car. I'm like, let me take it for a ride. It didn't feel like the brakes were bad, and it was a whole. I don't know how much she spent. She didn't want to tell me. I'm like, why didn't you let me
Dang.
fix it? I could fix brakes quick. I could have fixed them in an hour.
Yeah, my husband works on the car now because he's a nice handyman. But before, just about anything that went wrong with my car had already went wrong with it because it doesn't have a lot of things wrong with it. So anything that had went wrong with it, I had already dealt with it prior to that. So now I know if anything is ever wrong with my car, I know what's going on, or at least I can narrow it down to 1 to 2 things. So now
Is it driving okay? With all those miles, it still drives okay?
Oh
Like
yeah.
as far as starting and running?
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't start up, like it's like it just needs a little bit of juice or a little bit of gas to it.
You gotta
But that's
pump the gas. Yeah. That's
sometimes.
normal. Every car needs a little bit of that sometimes.
Yeah. So it's just that. Sometimes it just needs a little bit of fuel to
You got
keep
you
itself.
got a good one.
Yeah, I know.
Like over
I know, yeah. It is a really good car. And I don't want to take all the credit for it, but it's because I've taken care of it even when I was all alone in my early 20s, living it up and having a good time and being rambunctious and stuff. I was still I worked all the time and I took care of everything that I had. The car that I have is one of the only things that I've ever owned that I've earned and owned on my own. So,
you got the Japanese built better cars. I'm from Detroit
it
and
is a
they built
Japanese. It is Japanese. I have to get the Japanese versions of the parts for this car because it is straight from Japan. It's not, how they have Toyota factories where they make them here modeled after that or something?
Yeah,
This
assembly
one,
plants, yeah.
yeah, this one is one straight from it, because the only reason why I know that is because I had to change the brake drums one time, and I got it was supposed to fit my style of car or the make and model, but it didn't fit because it was the Japanese version of it. So I had to take that back and reorder the correct Japanese version of the part. For some reason, it had the holes were a little different. Like they were just
Oh, you know what it is? Like over here, we have a mix of even on American cars, half the bolts are metric. There's a mix. I mean, there's a mix of metric and standard bolts. Even on like my truck is a 2002. It's a Chevy, and it's got mixed bolts. Sometimes it's a 14 millimeter, sometimes 10 millimeter, sometimes half inch, 3/8, 5/8. It's like it's a mix. It's a mixture of shit. Like they don't just use. Before, all the American cars were just all standard, right? Like inch on inches, and eventually things got over to metrics. But sometimes like the starter or the alternator would always have like a millimeter, like a 10 millimeter nut on it. Things like that. It was common. So I always had to buy both sets of wrenches and sockets, right? Other countries don't do that. They don't buy standard, because everything's in metric. But I don't want to convert. I like having miles and inches, and I like it that they don't know you know what I mean? I kind of like it. I don't want to change for them for the rest of the world. It's like, no, I want to keep my system of units.
I
What
got you.
yeah, it's like Even though the rest of the world's like that in millimeters and stuff, it's something. See, the thing is, there's something wrong about the metric system. And when you understand, like, the globe was built around the units that we use, like the 8 inches per mile square, the 666 number popping up everywhere, it
Yep.
doesn't work with metrics. It doesn't. So eventually, if we all went to metric, none of that would pop up. Like the 666 number wouldn't pop up anymore. And those
The
imperial units are built around people, around a man.
Think
Like
about it.
a man,
It's called
yeah,
imperial.
imperial system, and
Yeah.
the Imperials don't even use it. They don't even use it. The Brits, some of them know it. At least they know it. The Canadians know it too.
You
They're
know
familiar
something?
with it.
I'm so glad you said something because it's so funny because I have absolutely thought of this is one of the like independent things that I've thought of outside of learning the truth since then that I've dialed in and thought about independently that I guess I haven't heard anyone else except you just now tell me how you can see that too. I don't know. Is anyone else privy to that or
See what?
the imperial units being the system, the imperial system or metric system being the way that it's significant somehow. So you just gave me the reason why it's significant. I didn't put that together. I did know that it is in only imperial units that you can see those numbers.
Oh, the 666, yeah. It's popping up in all the measurements, the distance to the sun, all that's the speed, the orbital speed around the sun. They say is 666,000 miles per hour. It
Yes,
pops up in miles per hour, not kilometers per hour.
right. Yes.
You know, the 10 miles, you get the 66.6 feet. What are you going to do in meters? It doesn't convert to 666. It only works in feet. And
That's
the
why.
reason the imperial units are built around a man, average man, his foot is a foot long. The thumb of average man is an inch wide. So the inches and the feet are built around the proportions of a human, around a man. So the metric system is all artificial. It's like analog and digital. Think of it like that, kind of. At least that's what I think. And like metric is like digital, and analog, we're on vinyl, right? Where like the older system, it seems antiquated, but it's more natural. It's the more natural
You're
system that we use. Older system.
you're right. I can't. I mean, you're right because it's not my thumb because I'm a 5 foot tall
Well, you're a
person.
woman. Yeah, you're
But
a
I'm
woman
also,
too.
but I'm also 5 foot tall, so I have to
Oh
use
yeah,
I have to use
small
like
feet.
I have to use my index finger from the small knuckle to the center knuckle as my inches. Like they're not quite an inch, but they're the closest to an inch. So my index fingers are my inches. So yeah, I can figure out what an inch is with just my index finger curled up and using those two knuckles that protrude the one closest to the tip of your finger and the one in the middle. That from there to there, that's where my inch is. Where I guess it would
Okay.
be a man's thumb, kind of.
Yeah. So the men always built things, like the men are building roads and stuff. The women don't need to worry about it so much because everything, construction and such, it was most the men were building it. So
Yeah.
it would be convenient. Okay, what I got to go 10 feet? Okay, no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. I still do that.
Well, my foot, just like everyone else's, my foot fits perfectly from the where my wrist is to my elbow. That's
You know what
it's
that is?
it's
That's
the
the golden. That's the
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Everything.
So yeah, so that's pretty cool. I'm really tiny though, so my shoe size is like size 6, 5.5
All
to 6.
proportionate. Yep,
Yeah.
it's all proportionate.
If you think about it in men's size, think I'm a size 4 in men.
Right. Well,
Right.
that's because you're only 5 feet tall. You're small stature.
Yeah. I guess I'm proportional though.
It is. It's all Fibon. It's all Fibonacci.
I'm super tiny though. It's pretty I get called a midget a lot, but I'm not even a midget, you know. I even have a sister that should be a midget because she's the right size to be, and she's older than me. So she's shorter than me. Both of my sisters are shorter than me and older than me, but the oldest is the shortest. She's 4'9", so she could be considered a midget, but she isn't a midget because she doesn't have those features or anything that
Right, right. She's just very petite.
Yeah, exactly. She's very, very beautiful too. So
Yeah,
and
like I think a midget or
yeah,
dwarfism, like everything they'll have like stubby little arms and fingers, and their
right.
head
She
is too
doesn't.
large for their body. Yeah, yeah. So she's all she's all Fibonacci'd. She's not
Yes,
anything out of proportion.
yes, exactly. Yeah, she's beautiful. If you saw her, you would be like,
Well,
"What
that's
the
what
heck?
it is.
That's a
If you
tiny,
look,
beautiful female right there."
there is a proportion between the eyes and the cheeks and the nose and the mouth, and it matches the golden ratio. You look at, and then someone who doesn't quite match it up, you say, well, that person's not attractive as this person. And it's just nature. It's like if you look at a pine cone or something, if it's out of scale, if the scale is off, that it's just more pleasing to the eye, just because it's more harmonious. And everything's kind of like that. Not
Stubby
judging, but
little
not
arms.
everything. Yeah, the tiny little arms. I have nothing against little people. I like everybody equally.
Me too. I feel the need to explain a little further when I explain our heights because we may seem like we might be, but we're not. We have nice like long for our bodies anyways, long fingers with they're bony. So like if you look at me, my fingers are super bony. You've seen me play guitar in that video. Yeah,
Oh,
man,
I
my
couldn't
finger.
notice. My eyes are not so good. I'm on like
Well,
a tablet, so I can't see that details.
well, if you do go back and pay attention on something better or whatever, you can see
Yeah.
that my fingers are bony. They're not. I mean, they're proportional to my body. They may seem like they're short because they are, but they're proportional to my body and they're bony. They're not stubby. Like I can bend them like anybody can bend their fingers.
So your sister being what 4'9", a dwarf would be 3'9", would be a whole foot shorter than your
I think.
sister, who's already short. Like
I think.
there was a
I think.
guy for 3'9".
I think that the legal, or wolf, I say legal, that's stupid, but there's a legal height for dwarfism or midgets or something, and it's 4'9". Usually,
4'9". She's right at the limit.
yeah, exactly. So, but she is right there at the limit.
That
But
is small. My
she's
God.
on the other side of it instead of on the dwarfism side.
Well, she lucked out. She could still reach the gas pedal and the brake.
Oh yeah,
Barely.
absolutely. You're a
Okay.
moderator. So I'll share a picture of her in the locker room. Just give me a second. I have
All
to
right.
I'm gonna get my phone, so you can just kind of get an idea.
As long as she can drive a car, she'll be all right. Some
She
people are too small to drive a car.
she absolutely can drive the car. She just has to, like I do, just pull the seat up. So funny. Yeah, it'll be nice for you to see. I've shared an image of her before. It's gonna probably take me a minute to find her, but just give me a second. Because I've had this kind of conversation about her and me being as short as I am and tiny.
Yeah.
Figured it would give people a good idea of what the family looks like. We're all very tiny people. My sister, that's the middle sister of us, because I'm the youngest, and I'm talking about the oldest. Here we go. There, she's in the locker room because I won't
The
share
locker room. All right, let me see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's why I checked to see if you were back to your moderator status.
Yeah, let me see. The locker room. I gotta find all this stuff.
It's
My eyes
right.
are not so good.
It's right above the live stream voice
I
text.
see it. Yep, I see
Yeah.
it. Oh yeah, she is little. She's a cutie too. Yeah.
She's so
Yeah,
cute,
she
ain't
doesn't.
she?
Yeah, she don't look out of proportion at all. You wouldn't even know she's that small. I might
Exactly.
think 5 foot. Like she doesn't look like a dwarf at all. I mean, the bird is really big next to her, that parrot. But it's like, nah, I wouldn't say that's a dwarf.
Right. Yeah, because she's proportional. She's got
Yeah,
symmetry.
normal looking too.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she's
Yeah,
fit.
like her limbs. Her limbs are not like the arms and legs and feet and stuff are not like dwarfy looking.
She taught me all of her Pilates exercises, and she teaches a water aerobics class for older people. So she's really fit, and now she's so fit that she's a teacher at a gym.
Nice, nice.
It's funny.
Oh yeah, what was the topic before that? There was something besides the cars. It was something else. I think I was going down some path, but I forgot.
It was scripture and
Maybe
parallels.
That's kind of like an off topic. I didn't want to really go down that because it's like it's just a whole nother loop of a rabbit hole that I don't think you need more rabbit holes with if you already have trouble sleeping. But
I don't.
like
I lose sleep over the confusion when I
well,
can have
that's something you don't need an
less.
extra layer of that. Then that's what I mean. You don't need layers and layers of more confusing shit. There's already you got enough on your plate. But like people
Later
who
on,
think
though. Yeah.
maybe later on. I don't want to burden you with any other stuff because it is kind of it's not for someone who's already at their limit. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you can imagine, maybe being less than 2 years into this, maybe, I
Probably
don't
not
know.
right.
Yeah, it's such a small amount of time, even though it feels like a lot longer. It's really not that long. It's not. I feel like a baby to all of this, but I've gone so deep into it that because I love learning, and I was always kind of
Inquisitive or curious.
yeah, inquisitive, curious, and very good at curriculum. I was always very good at math. I took chemistry in high school and pre-calculus and trigonometry in high school. So when I went to college, like I didn't have to take a bunch of remedial. I had to take a litmus test, it's called the compass test. So I had to take a compass test to place in certain curriculum in college, and I placed the highest in math. I placed the highest in everything, but I was very pleased that I placed highest in math, and I only had one math course to take. So I didn't have to take any remedial math courses. So whatever is required for diplomas, like I had that one class. It was I can't remember. It's always math. A certain number. I think it was math 112 or something like that. I can't remember.
I wasn't good in school. I had a hard time concentrating. It's like I got like really bad ADHD and like I didn't take any drugs for that. And but it works to my advantage because I like at one time I can multitask like 3 different things at one time in my head and other people can't, and I make connections that other people necessarily wouldn't. If you're only thinking like a one track mind, I'm running 3 tracks at the same time, sometimes 4 different thoughts, and I could switch between them really seamlessly. And other people sometimes can't follow me, like what the hell is he talking about? And like sometimes I'm switching between them really quick, and it gets a little scrambled up for some people. But I just got to
Yeah,
slow my speed down sometimes because it does. Maybe it just sounds like a bunch of like
jumbled up.
nonsense. It's hard to follow. Yeah.
Right, me too. I don't know that I have any of those troubles, but I do have trains like I don't know. I think a lot about I can't help it. You know how you always have these the people here who want to think ahead or something. I like to. That's why I like chess. I like to think moves ahead. So I'm I'm always thinking about parallels and stuff like that. So maybe I'll get off on a tangent that you can't, not you, but the royal you, that you can't follow, because I've taken something that I understand to match with something else that not everyone is seeing the connection there, and then I try to go back and bridge that gap, but usually by the time I've gone off on a tangent, it's too late. So I feel bad because I do think that way too, somewhat. Maybe not as well as you do, but to an
Well, like say,
extent, I do
I'll
have
having a
some.
conversation and doing a math problem in my head or thinking of a song lyric, and I'm still like following the conversation. Like I'm like something like that, like just multitasking, like
Oh
running
yeah,
2 programs or 3 at the same time, and
I
it's
do
not.
that.
Yeah, so then you have it too. But so it was hard for me because I got really bored in school, and mostly everything I learned is self-taught. I didn't learn anything like the basic stuff. I learned mostly on my own. Even
Yeah,
because I like to read a lot, so I would
me.
read a lot instead of the stuff they gave me.
Yeah, me too. I did that too. I did have to scrape by at the end of high school though, because I did lose a lot of interest in everything. I had so much going on. I had chemistry and pre-cal and trigonometry all at the same time, along with like I had to do a research paper. I had to do I had so much going on. I had to think about all these things simultaneously. If anything, the school system, if you don't already have this kind of mindset, they give it to you with all of the stuff that they give you all at once. But I was on an advanced diploma, so I had to take all these courses to even be able to graduate with that diploma. So I did I did lose interest though near the end. I missed a lot of school. I even skipped school one time. The first one and only time I ever skipped school. I remember it.
Goody two shoes. I skipped a lot of school.
I got in trouble one time for playing Halo on the school server. I got detention for that. I thought that was the end of my life.
Really?
Yeah,
That was
getting
nothing. I like the at home detention or the one at school sucked because you still had to be there and you sit in that room all by with the other
I had to,
delinquents.
yeah, I had to do that. I had to sit in school. I had to do after school detention for
I
playing.
would just skip. I would skip detention. It's like, what are you going to do? You're gonna put me in prison? I did that so many times. I was bad in high school.
I got away with a lot of stuff. Like I almost got in trouble in high school. I failed a marijuana drug test in high school, and they let it go. They didn't even like. I got away with a lot of stuff because I was a good kid. I wasn't
Why
trying to
did they
get.
test you? Like, why did they? Who's testing kids for pot? What?
They did it in, like the whole school, like in
That's odd.
sections.
That
It
is
was
so weird.
random. Yeah, and they did it randomly. Like you had a random drug test, and I didn't know
That
that
is
I had
bizarre
one.
'cause that costs money. Like, why are they testing kids for drugs? That's none of their business.
Yeah, it was weird. Because whatever I did outside of school. I didn't do it in school.
Even, yeah, well, who cares? Oh, you
Yeah,
came to school high. It's like, okay,
I don't even think I ever did
weird.
that.
No,
Yeah, I don't think I ever came to school high. It was always in my downtime. Uh, I didn't live. I didn't live at like with my mom. I was kind of on my own by the time I was 15. So things that I tried really hard to figure it all out, but you know, I was a kid, and some of it I
You
let
had it
go.
rough. Your dad died so young. Yeah, you had a lot of unfortunate things.
It was all right. It wasn't.
It gave you character. It made you tough.
Yeah, if anything,
You
I
might
could
be
say that it
small,
did
but you're
that.
tough. Yeah.
I can kick well over my head. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, tough, like mentally tough. You've had a lot of hardship to deal with, and it's made you tough. Like that's another thing I find a similarity between everybody who does see the whole picture of the flat Earth. People that can look outside the box, like me. I Parameters don't box me in. I don't stay within the lines. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just how my brain thinks, but I don't think linearly. I'm thinking three-dimensional, right? Like
Yeah.
most people they're trained to think one way, A to B to C, and I'm not thinking that way. And maybe it's easier. I don't know. I assume a lot of people can do that, but I find out that they can, and they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And sometimes it doesn't make sense to them, but
Well, I have most days I am thinking in that manner, but I do have days that I can't. So I give my brain a break, or my brain makes me give it a break sometimes. Like lately, I've been having some serious dizzy spells, like vertigo and dizziness out of nowhere, and I'm thinking that it's some sort of, I don't know, something wrong with, of course it has to be somewhere in my ears, throat, in that area, mouth. But I don't have any like symptoms except for
no ringing in your ears or anything.
yeah, I do have ringing in my ears. I haven't had any ringing in my ears today, but for the most part every day I've had ringing in my ears, but not today. But
We need to
I
get
have,
you on the protocol to reverse the damage from what you did.
yeah, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. So I have been thinking that, I'm not gonna lie. Um, I've been having the ringing in my ears, and I've been having dizzy spells. And I'm not gonna lie to you, and maybe I've even suppressed it from like telling other people, but here and there I've had these little spouts of dizziness where I'll lay on my left side, and then all of a sudden I'd get the spins. And
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm at work, but when I get off, I'll DM you some stuff that will help you, okay?
sure, yeah, I appreciate that.
That did to me too, because my brother took some juice, and I want to maybe help him out with that if he'll take the regimen, whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah, just every now and then, not all the time, but like leading up till now that it's pretty prominent and happening every day. I every now and then I would get like a dizzy spell, but it's always on my left side. Like, you know, I go to sleep and I'll go to sleep in some sort of like either on my back or on my right side, and I'll turn over because I'm tossing and turning, thinking and staying up late, not being able to go to sleep, and I'll turn over on my left side, and then I'll get the spins all of a sudden. So that's been happening just here and there, not every time, but now it's starting to be a problem. And I was I was supposed to go somewhere for a whole day event, and I wasn't even able to get out of bed because I was having vertigo and the spin so much that I was having motion sickness, so I was like throwing up. It was bad.
Oh man.
And I had to go back to bed. And even when I went to bed, the sense of vertigo was overwhelming on any side. Like, it wasn't just the left side; it was all the sides. And I just had to cover my eyes and get away from light and from everything. Like anything that was really that everything was sensitive. So I had to get away from light and noise.
How long have you been having these symptoms?
Man, I would say maybe 5 months so far, with the occasional vertigo. But now, since it's been pretty prominent, it's been since the 25th. It's the 25th. Yeah, the 25th of last month. I think it was the 25th.
Nah, yeah, maybe. I don't really trust doctors, but maybe that regimen that he was gonna text you, that you might want to start doing some kind of detoxing to see if it helps. I mean, it can't hurt.
Yeah, I definitely could use a little bit of advice. I
'Cause I
don't.
don't trust doctors, right? You know, the
Me
doctors will hit
either.
you. You know what I mean? They're gonna set you in a bad direction.
Yeah, the last time I had to go to the ER, it was because I had had a stomach. I either ate something and I couldn't stop vomiting, so I was really dehydrated. So I went to the ER to get hooked up to the fluids, and they wanted to give me a CT scan. I said no. They wanted to test me for, cocoa, and I said no.
Mhm.
I refused a lot of treatment. I was just like, can you just give me something for nausea and hook me up to fluids? That's all I want and nothing else. And they're like, but it could be this, and if we don't treat it, blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, I refuse the treatment, so you can't
Was
be
this
blamed.
shortly after that you took the juice for the concert, or?
No, but I did have some trouble after that.
Mm.
It was like I could tell, like, it felt like someone was reaching into my chest and squeezing my heart, whether it was a panic attack or if it was some sort of like a offbeat to my heart or something. Something was going on, and it definitely did not feel right. And I just kind of prayed about it and really, 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 like, asked for forgiveness. Like, I don't know how to. It really humbled me. I'm going to tell you that. So.
Well, there's countermeasures. We'll get you on the countermeasures. We'll get you right.
Yeah, but that has been long since I've not had that trouble since.
Well, I mean, the new troubles they're suffering. This sounds pretty bad.
It is. It's something that I just can't. Nobody talks about having these problems, so I don't know anyone to even compare it to in my everyday life. So it's kind of weird. Nobody else is having these problems.
I had that one time, and I kind of can relate, but it was only like I ate like a double or quadruple dose of cannabis butter, and it like creeped up on me like 2 hours later, and I was totally spun. I couldn't get up. I was like, I couldn't get out of bed, and I could barely turn my head like to look at the clock, and I just stayed there like flat on my back for like 4 hours. I couldn't move. I look over at the clock. Oh, another 2 hours passed, and then I had such cotton. Like I had this dry mouth. I'm like, oh, I need something to drink, and
Well,
just to like 6 hours later, I had to get something to drink, and it took me like 10 minutes just to walk 20 feet to get a drink of water, and then it
oh
fell right back
man,
to sleep. I
yeah,
was spinning, but
yeah.
it wore off.
Well, that's the only time I've ever had this problem is when I've drank too much and then had cannabis in the
Really?
past. So usually when you mix those two, they'll give you the spins.
I took a
If
big
you do it
dose
wrong.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but drinking heavily and then just smoking a little bit will a lot of the time, not you specific, not in your case, but in other cases, and like the majority, it'll happen after you've drank heavily and then you smoke, like, because I used to smoke all the time. I used to sell the stuff. I used to do all of that. So I drank in my early 20s. I was heavily drinking and smoking. So when I would mix the two in just that right concoction where I drank too heavily and then I smoke, I got the spins. And that's what this feels like. It feels like I'm being like catapulted back to my early 20s and
Are you like
experiencing that.
paralyzed where you can't get up? You're just stuck there and you're like, you can't move?
Yeah. Because if I get up,
Terrible.
yeah, but not now. It was the 25th. That was when that really happened. I couldn't get up because every time I got up, like I was stumbling, and it would take me a while to even. And I'm having to like take care of my son. I didn't do anything to induce it either. It just came out of nowhere. So it wasn't heavily drinking or smoking or anything like that. This happened all
Right.
like on its own. But my husband was at work and I was at home with my son. He had pottied, he went poopy on the potty, and I had to go wipe his little butt, and it took me forever to get to the bathroom. And then think about me bending over to wipe his
Oh
little
no.
behind.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't
Getting
do this.
dizzy.
Yes, I was like, I can't do this. And, it felt like forever waiting on my husband to get home from work.
Oh man.
Normally he would just leave work and come home when something like that's going on, but he couldn't because he's a foreman and journeyman on the job, and there's not enough of them. He's the only foreman there. Like it's hard to
Yeah, he's got to
explain.
hold it down. Yeah, I
It's
understand.
hard to explain. Yeah, he had to
I
be
do
there.
construction, so I know. I don't work as a union person. I work for myself, but yeah, I totally get that. He's got to hold down the whole crew, like they'll be lost.
He's a millwright, so
Right.
yeah, and he's
Oh,
working
okay,
out
okay.
at a power plant. It's nearby though, so I don't have to wait
Still,
on him
yeah.
too long. Once he gets off, he's home within 30 minutes, if even
Yeah,
that.
that's a long time if you're spinning.
Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie, it felt like forever.
It's
But
like,
it was
oh
so
no, I got to get to the bathroom. Yeah, I know how hard it was for me just to walk like 20 feet to get a glass of water and walk. Like, it's like, okay, like when you're if you ever been on a boat and it's pitching and
yeah.
spinning, that's what it felt like. It's like, okay, everything's spinning and it's also tilting. I've just taken my hand against the wall and like put one foot down,
Mhm.
stabilize a little bit and kind of move the next foot just a
Yes.
little bit. Okay. And I kind of inched myself there. I'm like, holy shit.
Well,
I took like this, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead
And
and say that even though I was experiencing vertigo, and it was kind of like knocking me a little bit in I trusted that it was just happening to me. Like I was like, trust that, like the motions that you're used to when you're taking steps. So it didn't take me that long to walk just because of muscle memory. I used muscle memory, and I have a little bit of experience with muscle memory, playing guitar and marching band and stuff. I have to have muscle memory for that with my whole body. I've got a little bit of experience, so my main thing was I know that I don't feel like I'm upright, but I need to walk like I know I am upright. So it was mind over matter, even though I was still kind of falling against the wall while I was walking. We have a pretty narrow hallway from my room to the bathroom. So really, the only thing that I had to do that was significant was like make him something to eat. I wasn't even able to do that sufficiently, so I had to do something really simple like nuts and fruits and stuff like that. Like, so he wasn't doing without, I couldn't make him something for breakfast or something, you know.
Gonna get a box of cereal. Here's some Cheerios or whatever.
Yeah, well, for him, I do nuts and fruit, like dried fruits, because you know that's simple.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, and that
What
yeah,
kind
like
of nuts
things.
do you give them? You give them like
Uh,
walnuts.
walnuts, pecans, and he loves. I know they're not actually nuts, but cashews. He loves
Oh,
them,
those are the best. Are you kidding me? Cashews
and
are great.
he is the biggest fan of pistachios. So
I
my
love
he's
pistachios,
bougie.
but then you gotta peel them. Oh,
He loves
the
peeling
shells
them.
make a mess.
Oh, he loves it. We have a little cup that we reserve for him that he puts all of his shells into. This is your pistachio shell cup. So he always, when he gets pistachios, he always gets the cup and he knows to put the shells in it. It's so cute. He loves shelling them.
Do
So,
you get you know, do you guys have a Costco?
no.
Costco has really good like their Kirkland brand of pistachios. You get a big old bag for like I want to say like 15 or 20 bucks. I haven't bought them in a while, so I don't know if they raised the price. But
They
it was
have real.
less than 20. It was like a 3-pound bag of them.
Kirkland makes a really good cranberry juice too. Their cranberry juice is amazing and it's so good for like their cranberry juice is so good. Kirkland's
So you do
cranberry
have
juice.
it.
No, we
They're
don't have a
cashews.
Costco.
No? How do you
No.
get it? How
Just
do you get
Walmart.
Kirkland?
Walmart.
Walmart has Kirkland?
They used to.
What? That's weird.
They're
That's
well, they had the cranberry juice. Just if you want a
weird.
really good cranberry juice that's not full of like fillers and
Sugar.
concentrate and sugar and stuff like that.
I
Yeah.
love cranberry juice. Yeah. I get
Yeah.
the Ocean Spray with like no sugar added, but I haven't tried. I think I might have tried Kirkland, but I gotta try it because
Oh
I've
yeah.
been buying the Ocean Spray.
It's better than Ocean Spray, but I would say that they're probably right on par. But if I had to say one's better because of the results, especially when I was, man, I haven't had a UTI in a long time, but I remember the one time that I did, I didn't take any medication. I just drank just a glass of that Kirkland cranberry juice. Boom, gone. No more. You know those pills that people tell you to take for UTIs or something? I don't know if they even tell you to
I'm
do
not
that
sure.
anymore.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure what that is, but yeah.
Yeah, I
I
don't
just like
know. I
cranberry
haven't had a
juice
UTI in a long time, so I just remember that I used Kirkland cranberry juice, and it
from
was
Walmart.
oh no, I got it from Sons. Sons had it. I think I have found it at Walmart though, but initially I got it from Sons, which I don't think that you even know what that is. That's I think that's local
Probably
around here.
local
Yeah.
place. Yeah, Costco's great for cashews and pistachios. Those two are very similar. Like a cashew's a little softer. If you get, I think they had some unsalted cashews at Costco, and they were maybe they were organic or something, but they were softer. They weren't as hard when you bite
Right.
into them. Were like hard and crusty. They were juicier. Like man, these
Yeah.
are some good cashews. Oh, I love them.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Um, yeah, but I've had those cashews. They're unsalted and they're soft and they're really good and juicy.
Yeah.
I don't mind my son having salted anything because he doesn't. Everything that he eats is pretty monitored by me, so it's not salt heavy. So when it comes to those types of things, if they're light, I only do lightly salted, if I do salt it at all. So I'm not really worried about him having salted nuts or whatever, cashews, pistachios,
not enough
whatever.
to worry about. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's not really that big of a deal because
But pretzels and stuff, keep him away from the chips and the pretzels and all that crap. Because then he
yes,
forms bad habits. He'll be when he gets older, he'll always be craving those bad things,
exactly.
bad snack foods.
He'll be craving pistachios when he gets
That's
older.
fine. Everybody does that. Nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Oh, they're a good substitute. He likes a crunchy. He does like crunchy things. So when I'll make him. I'll have to make his bread. I know how to make a quick bread, like kind of like a pancake style bread. That's called a quick bread. And I'll make sandwiches for him with quick bread like that, and I'll make that bread with vegetables like I use that little hand blender. What is that called? It's called
Whisk?
it's a hand
Whisk?
blender.
Wire whisk or hand blend?
No, it's a blender, like a hand
Like an
blender.
egg beater? Like an egg beater type thing? Like where you
No.
you crank
No,
the handle?
no, with the blades. It's got blades. It's a
Yeah,
hand
but
blender.
there's one that you crank like a it's got a handle or it's motorized.
No. It's got blades like a blender.
Wait. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's the hand blender. What are they called? They're called something.
Probably a blender. Yeah, I've seen those before.
Yeah, it's like a blender, like with the blades at the bottom to blend
Tiny
everything
one, yeah,
together.
for a cup. Put it right
Or
in the
like
cup.
or like something that would puree something. It's like
I
that. So
got
I'll
you.
puree all of his vegetables into because you can mix up to 2 cups of additives in the quick bread, and it won't change the consistency. And if it does, like, because I don't use flour, I use coconut flour. And I use since I have to use coconut flour, I have to use more eggs for it because it'll soak up all of the moisture. You have to use more moisture with coconut flour. Where like regular flour would be 1 egg, for coconut flour I have to use 3 eggs. And yeah, so you just do like baking soda, and yeah, and I use honey to sweeten it, like raw honey.
You had a biscuit recipe that you were gonna send me. You were telling me, I think buttermilk biscuits or something. Remember that?
I sent it to Clay under seal
No,
the other
Helio?
day. No, I sent it to Clay under seal the other day. Dang it.
Remember Helio's like, you ain't never had biscuits and gravy? And you're like, oh, I make some good buttermilk biscuits. I'm like, I want the recipe.
Yeah, Clay under seal. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's around in the Flat Earth servers. I think he's more on Geo server, but I don't go over there.
I think I've seen him. Yeah, I think I've seen him.
I gave him the recipe, and I even changed all of the metric units to grams for him. I'm so
really?
sorry.
You converted it?
I did. I'm so sorry.
Grams.
What a horrible person.
Don't worry.
I am.
Don't worry. It was small talk. We were just like this late at night, small talking about food and stuff. Like, oh, I know how to make some good buttermilk biscuits. I'm like, really?
I do.
I like some buttermilk biscuits.
Somebody made it because Clay Undersill, he's from Germany, so he's in Germany, or I think he is. If he lives somewhere else, I don't know, but
He wants some good southern biscuits.
And he asked for the recipe. I gave it to him. He sent me a picture the next day of his buttermilk biscuits that he made. He was like, "Now I see."
Great.
He was like, "Now I see why Americans eat this all the time. It's so good."
Now he wants that homemade gravy to go with it. He's like, oh man.
I told him, I kind of gave instructions on how to make that homemade gravy while he was there. You know, you just take whatever leftover grease or fat that's from meat, and you just add flour and milk and whisk it while it's on the burner. And you just keep whisking it until it thickens up. You may have to add more milk or flour as you go. You just keep whisking it, man, and you make some dang good gravy.
Oh,
Uh,
that does sound good. Yeah, the drippings, like all the grease.
yeah, that's the
You
best
make
way
it?
to.
Can you make it with steak, like steak grease, or would you make it any meat, pretty much?
That's the best way to make it is with steak. Let's
Oh,
say
really?
I used cube steak because
Uh-huh.
I made country fried steak. So country fried steak is it's fried steak, so you bread it and everything, but all of the leftover fat from the meat, you just leave it in the pan. And I left it in you leave it in the skillet. Like cast iron is the best, but you
Uh-huh.
just add the flour and just like milk as you go and keep whisking it like vigorously. You'll make the best gravy. It's
I
the best.
I just did that today. And you know what I made on Thanksgiving? Breaded steak the same way. I took breadcrumbs, Parmesan cheese. That's how I made my chicken today. I had some chicken from Costco. They're like chicken cutlets, these little tenders, whatever. And I threw them in some breadcrumbs with Parmesan cheese and salt and pepper. I think I've used some garlic salt, pepper, and fried it with butter and olive oil. Because
Yes.
you got to mix a little oil because your butter will smoke. You need it a
Yes.
little hotter, and you
Yes.
don't want smoked butter.
No,
And the
because
both
it'll
of them together
brown.
work. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, the
No,
butter
yeah,
will
it
brown. Yeah.
scorches.
Yeah.
And then you make your sauce afterwards. Okay, because I made my breaded steak like that too, the same way. Um, I don't know if you got the good Parmesan cheese there because it's in the South, and you need like an Italian store to buy it, the good stuff. Because like Kraft, it's not so good, compared to like the legit stuff that I
Right.
could buy up here. Because there's lots of stores like Italian bakeries and stuff. They get the real shit, and it's better. Like it's so much
Hard.
better than the
Well,
well,
hard cheeses are
hard.
really, yeah, they're really good for you. So I try to keep a hard cheeses in the house. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
They might not be available because my aunt moved down there to Florida and she couldn't find any stores like Italian bakeries or like import stores where they had the good Parmesan and things like that. Like it's a dry cheese
Yeah.
and Kraft makes it. It's like,
I
but it's just not as good. It's kind of like
I can
bland.
I have places that I can go. There's plenty of places like just a less than an hour away that I can go to get these things.
Maybe even
Because
Walmart. They might even have it by now. I mean,
Birmingham, where I live, Birmingham is like a big place for farmers markets. They do a farmers market. I think every month. Uh, you can go to places like they have these little markets that you can go to for. There's a there's a fish market. There especially there's a fish market here where I live that I don't even have to go to Birmingham for anything because the Bayou Fresh has the best fish. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing it right. They got the fresh
well, you're
fish
by the ocean, right? You're by the coastline of by the Gulf.
close,
They
like
bring in fresh.
yeah, 5 hours
How much?
away. It's
Well,
about
that's
five
kind of far.
hours.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm a lot further than that, so you're going to get fresher than what I could get.
yeah. It's not bad. Art not bad. I'm saying that we have a fish market right here in my hometown that is phenomenal. Like people, they were even the best in Alabama. They I don't know. They made some sort of magazine #1 best fish market and sushi place here in Alabama because they're so they make it right in front of you. All of their sushi is just like he prepares the fish in front of you and makes the sushi and everything to order, and people go there to order like in bulk with their fish if they wanted fish fresh and in bulk. You could get it from there. It's a little pricey, but it's worth it because you don't have
I've
to
never been
drive.
to the Gulf side. I've always been on the Atlantic side of Florida and South Carolina. and I had some good shrimp, some good jumbo shrimp from the ocean when I went to South Carolina, but
Yeah.
I'd never been to the Gulf side. And I know the
I,
Gulf side has the nice beaches, like the white sand.
yes. I don't eat shellfish anymore. Uh, I cut out pork because of all of the parasites, and
Yeah.
I cut out just I know I'm kind of going scripture again, but I feel like if you're not supposed to eat those things, maybe there's a good reason. So I just, for safe measure, cut
The mud
shellfish.
bug.
Yeah, I've cut shellfish, pork, and scaleless fish out of my diet completely. So I don't even eat catfish anymore, which is really abundant around where I live. Like I can go catfishing right now if I wanted to.
I've
Uh,
seen how they fish down south. Like people catch them with their hands.
yeah.
Like they go noodling and they catch those big old catfish with their hands. I'm like, that looks pretty gnarly. That fish, you got your hand in the fish's mouth up to your elbow and it's chomping down. That don't look so safe.
There's a picture of me in a canoe somewhere out there in the internet waves of me in a canoe. I caught it's a bass. It's not a catfish. But I caught a bass, a huge one, canoe fishing. So you can imagine how far away this fish drugged me since it was so big, because I was just in a canoe. So I had to like follow it, but it didn't break the line because of that. And I was able to catch this huge bass. And I'm
How
just
much did
holding.
it weigh? Did you
I,
weigh it?
I did not know
But you got a pick. How did you get a pick but no scale?
because I was in a canoe, and the
Oh,
person
with your
that was
cell phone, you snapped it.
no, somebody from the nearby boat that I had they kind of were they were keeping a line on the canoe so they could drag me back, but it was loose. So it was safe. I was being safe, but I was also still canoe fishing. So the boat that was kind of dragging me along, or not dragging me along, but had me tethered. They were taking the pictures. So I'd left my cell phone so they could snap a picture of me. I don't know what happened to that picture. It's somewhere. I don't even know how to get a hold of it anymore.
Usually bass don't get that big. They maybe like a 10-pound bass would be really big. That'd be like a big lunker. But like
It
up
was
here,
it was
was it over 10?
let's
Probably.
let's say the length of it was almost the length of both of my arm widths, because I had to hold it out away from me so that I had more width with my arms, because I had my thumb in its mouth and just kind of resting my hand on the back where it had more not where the back fin is, so I'm like
Spine.
holding the underbelly. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I'm holding it up like that, but even then I still had to hold it out away from me because it was so big. Couldn't hold it up close because my arm width is probably 5 feet. I think that your arm width is the same height as you,
Wait.
right?
Your outstretched arms, it was 5 feet long?
No, well, I wouldn't say that. I would
Are
say
you
that it was
telling a fish story? I never seen a bass 5 feet long. That's a muskie. If you caught
no,
a
it
muskie,
wasn't. It wasn't 5 feet long. My elbows were bent, so it wasn't like I was holding it out the whole width of my arm lengths together. But it was pretty big. You know, I had them. They weren't bent in. They were. I don't know how to explain it. I would just have to find that picture. I don't know if I'm able to. There's no way.
that sounds like a world record bass. That's big.
I don't think it is around here. It was pretty big for me. For that scenario, I had caught a pretty big one. I got lucky, but it wasn't like the guy that took us bass fishing. It's like his profession to either take people on the tour of this lake. It's like a huge lake, man-made lake that we have out here. It's huge. It goes over like 5 counties. Um,
I know that's a sport. Like bass
5 or
fishing in the
5 or
South
6
is like a really
counties.
big sport.
It is, yeah. But where I live, this lake that I live by, it's huge, huge lake, and it's got a lot of really expensive like lakeside properties and stuff like that because it's such a big deal. Called Lewis Smith Lake. If you ever wanted to look it up, it's huge, and it's man-made. So,
Really?
yeah,
Wonder how they did that.
they flooded a town that was, or they flooded a lot of, since it spans over 6 counties, 5 or 6 counties, or
What?
something like
Holy
that.
crap. Maybe it was low-lying area. They said, hey, maybe we'll just flood this and make it a bass lake. We'll stock it with bass.
They did that. I even found a jellyfish in that freaking lake.
That's weird.
It was a tiny little jellyfish. It's a freshwater jellyfish, though. It has to be because it's in a lake. But
Yeah.
I thought it was so weird to find a jellyfish in a freaking lake. So I caught it so I could prove that I found one because I don't think anybody would have believed me. So I caught it and I proved that I found a freaking jellyfish in Smith Lake.
Do you guys have any perch? Do you ever have any perch down south?
I don't know.
It looks like a walleye. I don't know if you have walleye, but I'm on the Great Lakes and we have walleye and perch.
Well, we got
We
carp.
also have bass. You have
We
carp
have-
are nasty. Yeah, we got carp too. They're big, fat, nasty things.
Yeah, we have carp. We have a lot of catfish and
Same. We got some cat. We don't have big cats like you. You guys got big, big, fat ones. We don't. Ours don't get that big up here.
maybe it's the same for bass.
Well, we got decent sized bass. We got large and smallmouth bass, but I mean, there's every freshwater fish you could think of in the Great Lakes. But even on the inland lakes, we got some inland lakes that are pretty large. That you got some good freshwater fish. Like walleye is really good. Perch is even better than walleye. Like if I was comparing, like we were saying, nuts. You know how pistachio and cashews are kind of in the same. They taste
Fancy.
kind of similar to each other.
Yeah, they're fancy.
They're very they're fancy, but if you ate one, you would say this tastes more similar to this than let's say an almond or a walnut. Like a walnut and a what's the other one that tastes kind of like a walnut?
Pecan?
Yeah, pecan. Yep, those two. Those
Yeah,
are similar.
I don't feed my son almonds too much because
They're
they're
too
so
hard. I don't like them.
Well, no, it's because they're so full of estrogen, and he's a boy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't eat them anyway, so I didn't know
So-
they're estrogen filled.
Yeah, so I don't like feeding him those. If he wants almonds, it's not a big deal because I don't give them to him ever. So if he has them every now and then, it's fine. But I don't go out and get it to stock it up for home, you know.
Yeah, I don't like them. I like the other ones better, the pecans and the walnuts and the cashews and pistachio.
I love almonds. I love them.
They're too hard. It's like chewing on rocks. They're like
I think they're really good. I'm a fan, but maybe it's because I'm a
Almond
female.
joy. Maybe
You know,
you like the estrogen,
yeah.
I don't hate them.
Maybe
I'm just not a fan.
intuitively.
I'm not like. It's not like I crave them like I like the other ones like cashews. I could eat a whole handful of. Like, I'll eat these a handful at a time.
Well, if you
I just love them.
can't get a little one like my son to eat fish, walnuts are a really good substitute. They have your omegas and stuff like that in them, so
Omega-3s, yeah. Oh, he's probably getting plenty of nutrients. He sounds like you're feeding him good.
try to. We're not rich or anything, but definitely better off than I was when I was young.
Oh
So
yeah,
I
like the
can't
way you give.
complain.
My
Yeah.
mom never fixed me food like that. It's like
I have to. Well, my mom could have fed me that well, but my mom wasn't very, let's say, educated. Well, I do live in Alabama, so
Right. Here's some. What did she cook you? She made some. Here's some oatmeal and grits, and here's some fried eggs and
no, I didn't even get
simple
that.
food. Not
I didn't.
even.
No, that was too
Dang.
complicated. It was scrambled
No.
eggs. Scrambled
Too
eggs.
complicated.
Yeah, yeah. She
How
would
hard
make.
is it to fry an egg? Come on, that's.
She never did. She would always scramble them,
Hmm.
and let's see, man. Let's just say like it was like your sausage and your maybe sausage weenies if you were really
Jimmy
feeling.
Dean sausage or
Yeah.
Bob Evans?
Oh, I don't know. I was so young.
Probably both. Yeah.
And you could either do the sausage links or you could do the sausage patties. It was always those or bacon and
That ain't bad. That ain't bad.
yeah.
Bacon and sausage and eggs. I'll eat that every morning if I could.
Yeah, I stopped eating pork, so if I'm doing anything, it's gonna be beef.
Oh, well, there you go. Make some beef ones.
Oh, I make some really good beef sausage patties. Oh, they're so good. They're way better than pork sausage patties. I don't know why
You get
we are doing what we're doing in America
beef?
or
I
wherever
don't.
people are doing sausage and using pork and not beef. What are we
You know
doing?
why? Probably for they probably want people to have heart disease. There's more grease, right? Like beef is more lean, not always than pork, but pork is full of fat. Like the pork sausage, if you cook pork sausage, you're gonna have a ton of grease in the pan
Yes.
when you're
Yeah.
done. When I cook steaks, it depends on what cut you get. If you get like a New York strip, or you get a what's the one you got, a cube steak, which is like a thin sliced steak, sirloin. Some have more marbling and more fat. I trim off the fat because the fat on the inside of the meat is good, but all the stuff on the outside it doesn't add to the flavor of the meat. Um, a ribeye it does. A ribeye is good. It has good fat, where it's like it actually tastes pretty nice.
Yeah.
But it depends if the fat is inside the beef or if it's on the outside. The stuff on the outside not so good. Doesn't
I
taste
get
good.
yeah, that's why they usually trim off that outside fat.
Yeah, don't taste so good.
Yeah, it's not it's good for, keeping it on there if you have the big cut of it from straight from the cow or something like how they'll
Yeah, the
take
fat
certain
cap.
sections. They'll take certain
hmm
sections off of the cow. Yeah. So it's good to leave it on there for
You
that
want to know
reason.
why? They charge you the same price. So they're selling you like 5 pounds of fat when you buy that big slab, and
Yeah.
you're gonna throw that. They're charging you $15 a pound for something you're gonna throw in the trash.
But it also it encases the meat and makes it less penetrable for bacteria and stuff. It
I
is a
guess.
good thing. It is a good thing for one reason, but I get what you're saying. If you're buying a cut of meat and you're mostly paying for that fat, kind of sucks. But it
Not
is worth.
mostly.
Yeah.
I bought a slab like that. It was like it was actually really inexpensive. It was a New York strip, but it was in like a 10-pound slab, and it had the cap fat on it, and that fat was thick. I probably took off. I think it weighed 10 pounds, a slab of meat, and it was at least 2 pounds it was all fat that I just threw out. So I got charged for 2 pounds. That's not even meat. It's just scrap. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's kind of where it was a cheap. I think it was only like $7 a pound. It was much cheaper, and I had to cut it myself, like slice it. I could have paid them to slice it. I think it was like $12 or something. I'm like, I'll just slice it myself. But that
Yeah.
fat is where you waste your money because it's just trash.
Have you learned from Kiwi what the precious is?
The what?
The precious
The
part of a
precious? No, I
steak.
haven't heard of that.
I'll show you what the precious is because he graced us with this knowledge one day. It's so
I like
funny.
all steak. I'm a fan of all steak pretty much.
Me too.
I like New York strips, fillets, ribeyes, porterhouse, T-bone. I like every steak.
This is
Only
this is the precious. That's what that little bit of meat right there on the outside
let me see. That's the
of the steak.
tenderloin. If it's on the outside, that's the tenderloin.
That's the part of the steak that is the precious.
Let me see. Where did you post this precious steak?
And
Live
live
stream?
stream voice text, yeah.
All right, let me check. Yeah, that's the part my grandma would always take. I just want a little piece. She'd always take the tenderloin.
That is not that's nefarious. So
That's all right. I love my grandma.
your
Oh,
grandma
okay. Now,
your
where did this come
grandma
off? That looks like a porterhouse. He took the piece off a porterhouse.
I don't know.
Or this whole
He
cut of
was
meat.
yeah, he was saying like this kind of cut of meat right here. Just know that this is the best part of the steak.
Oh,
So if
always the part on the end.
yeah, so your grandma, I just want a little bit, was like, I want the best bit,
You
and then
went for the
you guys can
gold,
have
yeah.
the rest.
I
I
got the
love
tough
it.
cut. Yeah, I'd get a porterhouse, and she'd always take. Here, I'll just take this small piece. She went right for the gold, and
You
not
didn't
that the
even
other
know.
half of a porterhouse is tough. It's not tough. I could handle it. I
Right.
got stronger teeth than my grandma had, so that's all right. But
Oh,
that was the juicy part, you know. It's
you're
like, ooh,
making
that's a juicy.
excuses now, huh? I'm just
No,
kidding. I'm
I
kidding.
don't care
I'm
in
kidding.
hindsight. My grandma's gone, but I mean, God bless
I'm
her.
kidding. I'm kidding. If anything, your grandmother deserves the best part of the
She
meat.
did. She did. The wisdom. Here you have it, Grandma. Have the good part.
That's right. That's good for
So
that's good on
that is
you.
the most juiciest part right there. See, if you get like a fillet, Costco has pretty good fillets, and there's a couple stores up by me that have really good fillets that are cheaper than Costco. Costco's meat is actually more expensive than the place I was buying it in like a 10-pound slab. I got like like the whole. You can get an entire fillet, the entire loin, which is like a long strip, and you just slice them yourself. Or you can buy the New York strip like that. It's in like a plastic vacuum sealed type thing, and the butcher can cut it up for you any way you want, any thickness you want. And I think that's what I did last time I had them cut it, because mine were kind of uneven. Like I'd have one, it's like 1.5 inches, and other one side's a little thin. It's hard to cut them perfectly even. It's not like cutting a loaf of bread, because you got to cut through that gristle. You know what I mean? The fat and gristle, and try and keep it straight. It's kind of, and then if you don't have them all the same thickness, one gets done quicker than the others. It's
Yes.
hard. It's hard to
I know
grill them.
Oh yeah, I've had to do it. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but it's better to use a really sharp, like thin knife for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then when you're cutting bread, you have to use the bread knives, like with the
They're rated edge, yeah.
Yeah.
I got to get mine sharpened. My knives, I got some good knives, but they're kind of dull.
I'll
I
give
got
you
some
a.
Cutcos.
Do you have
There's
any
Cutco
ceramic?
knives.
Do you have any ceramic?
No, I don't.
You don't
I
have
have a
any.
ceramic one.
No. Do you have a ceramic dish, like a coffee cup or something?
Oh yeah, of course.
Turn the dish over, and that little that edge where
The
it's
unglazed part.
that part is really good for sharpening your knives.
Really, I'll have to try that. I've got a diamond stone, and I've got a hone. I've got like a hone for my blades.
Ooh,
Like
okay.
yeah, I've got a stone. I've sharpened some knives and axes and things. I'm pretty good at sharpening an axe. I haven't even knives I can do okay, but not a serrated edge. I've never sharpened one.
I've found that I don't have any of that stuff, so I found that I mean, it works just perfectly to use the bottom of the cup of a ceramic cup and use that to sharpen the knives.
I'll try that. I mean, like I said, I got stones designed for it, but yeah, coffee cup, I'll try that too.
Yeah, as long as it's ceramic and it has that rough where it's unglazed. Yeah, it's a perfect little for me. Just a little home remedy there that I need to sharpen a knife really quick. Because I need it to be
Sounds
sharp.
easy.
Yeah.
Got to keep it level. That's the most important thing. Keep it level and keep both sides even. Like when I was doing it, I'd try and keep them
Good
on the
way.
same amount of turns, like little rotations. Like, okay, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you got to keep the stone wet. Even on a coffee cup, probably good to keep it wet because it'll float the chips. You don't want to clog all your porcelain
Yeah.
because the filings, all the little pieces get caught up in there.
Yeah. It's funny how you were able to there was a little segue right there that we could have tied it back to the topic of the server. Keep
Get
it level.
lost. Yeah. Is anyone here? I don't know. We've been jabbering for 2 hours. Holy crap.
Oh man, I gotta go to bed. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, it's 4:27.
All right. Good night. Good night. I'm gonna get some sleep too. Send me that biscuit recipe if you think of it. I'd like to make some biscuits.
Let me send you a friend
I might not
request.
be on for a while, so yeah, just send it to my
That's okay.
DM.
I just want to send you a message so I have you in my have your new account there.
Yeah, if you record that, I want to hear it. I want to hear that your interpretation of that song.
Yeah, I need to do that. I can't believe it's just slipped my mind. I'm
No
so
biggie.
sorry.
No big. No, you've got a ton of things on your plate, so you got your spinning to deal with and all those other issues. That ain't no big deal. Let's see.
Yeah, I do apologize. I need to get
Nah,
on.
no
I need to
worries.
get
That's
on a
no
lot of
problem.
things when it comes to music. So, oh, bong Sal. Thank you. Bedtime.
Bong Shao is still here.
Yeah.
He's got the best coconut recipes. You're talking about coconut flour. He's probably got a good recipe for that.
He needs
Bong
to
is from the
share.
island.
Well,
Yeah,
share
he can
bong
make.
Sal.
And he's a cook. He knows how to cook.
Yeah, he needs to share. My husband's gonna get up in like less
All right,
or
well
about 30 minutes, so I probably
go
should get to bed.
get him ready for work. All
Yeah.
right. I
Good
didn't
to
see.
talk to you.
Likewise. I'm checking out. Oh, I gotta send a request.
Yeah, I sent you a message, so yeah.
All
You
right.
guys
Yeah.
all you too, Bong. You both have a good one. It was good talking.
All right. I'm gonna check out.
Yeah, me too. Good night,
Stayed up
guys.
way too late. Good night.